deep city comes out completely, and the kingdom is not passive about this timeline. It is working to accelerate it. Every generation that grows up more spiritually unprotected than the one before. Every church trades genuine prayer for programming. Every family line where the generational covenants from grandparents and great-grandparents are never addressed and never broken. Every child who grows up without spiritual covering. Every open door, in homes, in institutions, in governments, in churches, that the kingdom's agents work to create and maintain. All of it is designed to thin the conditions that are currently holding the seal in place. I am not saying the church can prevent this. I am not telling you to panic. What is written, and what God has determined will happen on his schedule, and not the kingdom's. But I am saying that the people of God need to understand what they are actually living in the middle of. This is not a
Yo, can you hear me? Hold on. I'm trying to get my headset to work. Give me just a second. Tina decided not to go to work though. So I'm on the road again now. Hold on. I'm trying to get I can't hear you. Alright, now I got you. Oh, yeah. Well, she's not feeling right. She was gonna go because she had somebody's keys. I don't know what. And then she called that person and said, hey, you going to work? She said, yeah. She said, you need your keys? She said, yeah. She said, okay, well, I'm coming, but I don't feel good. She said, no, I don't need them like that. So she stayed home. I want to tell you this one ministry that I'm doing now is really weird. So, yeah, this is no, it's the same. Because these people, so I'm talking to Satanists as Brian Anderson. Yeah, I mean, I haven't talked to very many. If they come onto a live where I am, then I have talked to them, but as Brian Anderson, basically, I can say anything I want. Because not me. I didn't say it. Somebody else. That guy fucking said it. Brian said that. So that's... Yeah. But that's why I want to tell you. So last night I was talking to two Satanists. Without no covering. So, but what happened is, my friend, that's a Christian friend, on there, he talks to a lot of different people, you know, and so he was talking to this person that I didn't know what they were, you know. And I went into the live because he was in there. And then Brian Anderson, though. You know, I went in there as Zapper too, but they didn't figure out that Brian Anderson and Zapper weren't the same person. But the person that runs the live, one time, I'm not sure. I think it's a guy that's transitioned into a girl. I'm not even sure if they transitioned or they just talk like a girl or what exactly. But, you know, so I was on another live, and it's a Christian live, and she or he came in there, and I was in there as using Brian Anderson's page, but I wasn't pretending to be Brian Anderson, because everybody in that live knows that I'm Zapper. They know I'm just doing comedy, you know. They like it. So sometimes they're like, come in as Brian Anderson. Sometimes they're like, you know, what are you doing, Zap? You know, like they talk to me. They know I'm Zapper Blocker, in other words. And so basically, the person that was claims to be atheist. That's what she says. He. Anyway, she heard me talking like Zapper, and I was like, and they were all like, Zapper this, Zapper that. And then I said, now Maddie knows my secret identity. But I still go to Maddie's thing, even though Maddie the he knows that Brian Anderson's not real, right? And so I go to her thing, her live, their live. That's funny. And talk like Brian to Satanists. So that's pretty wild. But what I do is, what I did with Maddie is I said, hey, you know, Maddie, do you believe in spirit? As Zapper, I was being Zapper this day. And I said, do you believe in spirit? And he's like, nah, because I'm an atheist. Atheists, we don't believe in spirit. And then I said, well, energy and motion, emotion. That is the definition of spirit, because it's an energy that comes on you and then you move. So that's what I tell these atheists. It's pretty funny. They get angry. Let me lie.
Marine. The Bible, and I did not understand this as scripture for most of my life. I understood it only through the framework the kingdom itself gave me, and I only understood its full meaning after I left. The Bible describes it in terms that, once you have seen the inside of what I am describing, you recognize immediately as not metaphor, as precise, accurate, experientially verifiable description. That region of the Atlantic Ocean is not simply the location of the underwater city. It is the primary dimensional boundary point between this physical world and the dimension in which the deep fully operates. A place where the wall between those two realities is thinner than anywhere else on the surface of this earth, where things can pass through from one side to the other with an ease that is not possible anywhere else. And this is why ships disappear there. This is why aircraft disappear there. This is why the instruments of human navigation behave in ways that have no natural explanation in that region. Not because of magnetic anomalies, not because of methane eruptions from the ocean floor, which is the current favorite scientific explanation. Because things that enter the jurisdiction of an open portal between dimensions enter a space where the physical laws governing this dimension do not hold exclusively. And some of those things, those ships, those planes, those hundreds of vessels and aircraft and human beings who went in and did not come out, some of them passed through, into the other side, not destroyed, transferred. I want you to sit with that for a moment. The missing do not stop existing. They go somewhere. And the tradition I served knew where. Who actually rules in that city, and the ranks I was taught. I need to tell you about the princes, not the surface agents, not the mid-level entities assigned to territories on Earth. The princes, the highest-ranking entities in the kingdom of the deep, beneath only the one who sits on the central throne.
Calling with Johnson Home Services. If you got this message,
Who rules in that city explains something about why the world looks the way it looks. Why certain categories of destruction are so consistent, so global, so resistant to every human effort to stop them. In the tradition I was initiated into,
K-12 makes going back to school easy. We deliver an education that takes your child beyond the classroom. With interactive curriculum, innovative technology, and personal...
I was initiated into the upper council of the Marine Kingdom, the entities that operate directly under the ruler of the deep, had 7 seats. I was taught their functions, though not always their names. Names in the Deep Kingdom are guarded information, restricted by rank in ways that parallel how classified information is restricted in human government. The higher your rank, the more names you were given access to. I reached a rank where I was given access to 5 of the 7. The first seat in the council held the entity whose specific assignment was the water itself. Every ocean, every river, every body of water on the surface of the earth was under its administrative authority. When I say administrative, I mean it precisely. Every marine agent in every nation, every initiation ceremony conducted near water, every offering deposited in water anywhere on this earth, that entity received it, logged it, and distributed the commission from it back through the network. This was not a minor administrative function. Water covers 70% of the earth. The entity in the first seat was managing the largest territory in the kingdom. The second seat held the entity whose assignment was specifically the mermaid armies. The marine military. I do not mean this metaphorically. There are entities whose sole function is warfare, not the slow, patient destiny management work that most surface agents perform, but direct, aggressive spiritual combat. Entities sent specifically to attack, to break, to destroy, and the entity in the second seat commanded them. What my tradition called the Queen of the Coast, a title I have heard used loosely by people who do not fully understand what it refers to. That title belongs to the entity in this seat, not the gentle water spirit, the commanding general of the Marine Kingdom's combat forces. The third seat, and this is the one I want you to hear most carefully because it explains something about the specific shape of destruction in this world. The third seat held the entity whose assignment was human sexuality. Every perversion, every addiction, every compulsion, every marriage broken by infidelity, every child exposed to things that should never enter a child's field of vision, every young person whose understanding of their own body and their own value is damaged before they are old enough to protect themselves. All of it ran through the third seat. The Marine Kingdom understood, before any human psychologist articulated it, that sexual wounding is the most efficient mechanism for destiny theft that exists. A person sexually wounded in childhood carries that wound into every relationship, every decision, every moment of their adult life. The third seat existed specifically to manage the delivery of that wound to as many human beings as possible, as early as possible, in as many different forms as the culture of each generation would allow. I will not detail the other two I was given access to, because this testimony is already asking a great deal of the people hearing it, and I do not want the detail to become the point. The point is the structure. The point is that the city under the water is not disorganized spiritual malevolence. It is a functioning government with a cabinet, with a military, with a bureaucracy, with long-term strategic planning that spans human generations. Run by entities that have been doing this specific work since before the written history of any nation on Earth. Leviathan. What I was told, and what I saw. There is something in the Deep Kingdom that does not have a rank in the council structure I just described. It is not in a seat. It is not administered or managed by any of the princes. It exists in the deep city the way a force of nature exists, not organized into the structure, but present within it, accommodated by it, serving the throne but not subordinate to the council the way other entities are. My tradition called it by several names. The oldest name we used, the name that the most senior practitioners used when they needed to be precise, translates into English most closely as the Ancient One of the Deep. After I came to Christ and began reading the Bible with the eyes of someone who had actually been inside the kingdom it describes, I found the name immediately, Leviathan. Job chapter 41, Isaiah 27. The great serpent of the sea that the scripture describes not as a myth or a symbol, but as a real connected back to the throne. Leviathan operates within nothing. It is the oldest weapon in the Deep King's arsenal, and it answers only to the throne directly. When I was shown the city in my 27th year of service, I was not shown Leviathan. Not because it was not there, because showing it to me was above the clearance level of the senior operative who escorted me through that vision. What I was shown was the space it occupied, and that space, the region of the city's outer perimeter that was kept empty, cleared, unoccupied by any other entity, maintained as a kind of perimeter buffer around where it rested. That space alone was enough. The size of the clearance zone around an entity tells you something about the entity. You do not keep the space around a small thing empty. What the tradition taught about Leviathan's specific function was this. It is the guardian of the portal, the keeper of the mouth. It is what ensures that what goes through the Bermuda Triangle from this side to the other side cannot simply come back. It is what makes the passage one-directional for things that the kingdom needs to keep. Ships and aircraft that disappear in that region do not disappear because of weather or ocean floor geology. They disappear because Leviathan is the gatekeeper of a portal that the kingdom of the deep has maintained in that location before human civilization learned to build vessels large enough to cross that ocean. And when something enters the jurisdiction of that portal that the kingdom decides to keep, Leviathan keeps it. I am not asking you to accept this because I am saying it. I am saying it because I was inside the tradition that managed this understanding for 3 decades. And I am saying it knowing that everything I describe from inside that tradition maps with a precision that continues to shake me 9 years after my conversion onto what the Bible has always said about these things in plain language that the church has largely treated as poetry. It is not poetry. Why the portal is not fully open yet, and what happens when it is. This is the part of what I know that I have been most reluctant to speak publicly, not because I am uncertain about it, because of what it means for the time we are living in. The portal at the Bermuda Triangle is not fully open. This is a fact that the senior levels of the tradition I served understood clearly and spoke about in terms that I now recognize as an exact parallel to what the book of Revelation describes, which is not a coincidence. It is a confirmation. The portal is partially open. It has been partially open since the one who sits on the throne in the city was placed there, thrown there, removed by force from somewhere above, and landed in the deep water where he established his throne and began the operation that the kingdom of darkness has been running ever since. Since that landing, the portal exists. It functions. Things pass through it. The disappearances in that region of ocean are evidence of its partial operation. Seal on the full opening. Something restraining it. Something that is not the kingdom's own choice or the kingdom's own power. Something external to the kingdom that is holding the portal at partial function rather than full operation. And what comes through a partially open portal is serious enough. The agents, the assignments, the spiritual operations that affect every nation on earth. But what has not yet come through, what is being held back by the seal on the full opening, is of a completely different order. Inside the tradition, this was spoken of as the release, the day when the seal on the mouth gives way and what has been held in the deep kingdom comes out fully into the physical world. Not agents, not spiritual operations that affect the physical world from the spiritual dimension. Physical, visible, world-altering emergence. The kingdom's full power expressed directly into the material reality of this earth, rather than working through it indirectly as it does now. When I came to Christ and read Revelation with the eyes of someone who had spent 3 decades inside the kingdom, it describes, when I read about the beast rising from the sea, when I read about the great dragon, the ancient serpent, when I read about what comes out of the waters in the last days, I sat with my Bible, and I did not read those passages as a theologian reads them, debating interpretation, discussing symbolism. I read them as a man who has been in the city those passages are describing, and who watched its senior practitioners speak about the release as a literal operational event they were working toward. The beast that rises from the sea in Revelation, we are living in. The portal at the Bermuda Triangle is not fully open. This is a fact that the senior levels of the tradition I served understood clearly and spoke about in terms that I now recognize as an exact parallel to what the book of Revelation describes, which is not a coincidence. It is a confirmation. The portal is partially open. It has been partially open since the one who sits on the throne in the city was placed there, thrown there, removed by force from somewhere above, and landed in the deep water where he established his throne and began the operation that the kingdom of darkness has been running ever since. Since that landing, the portal exists. It functions. Things pass through it. The disappearances in that region of ocean are evidence of its partial operation. But there is a seal on the full opening, something restraining it, something that is not the kingdom's own choice or the kingdom's own power, something external to the kingdom that is holding the portal at partial function rather than full operation. And what comes through a partially open portal is serious enough. The agents, the assignments, the spiritual operations that affect every nation on earth. But what has not yet come through, what is being held back by the seal on the full opening, is of a completely different order. Inside the tradition, this was spoken of as the release, the day when the seal on the mouth gives way and what has been held in the deep kingdom comes out fully into the physical world. Not agents, not spiritual operations that affect the physical world from the spiritual dimension. A physical, visible, world-altering emergence. The kingdom's full power expressed directly into the material reality of this earth, rather than working through it indirectly as it does now. When I came to Christ and read Revelation with the eyes of someone who had spent 3 decades inside the kingdom, it describes, when I read about the beast rising from the sea, when I read about the great dragon, the ancient serpent, when I read about what comes out of the waters in the last days, I sat with my Bible, and I did not read those passages as a theologian reads them, debating interpretation, discussing symbolism. I read them as a man who has been in the city those passages are describing, and who watched its senior practitioners speak about the release as a literal operational event they were working toward. The beast that rises from the sea in Revelation is not symbolic language for a political movement. It is not a metaphor for systemic evil. It is a description of what happens when the portal at the Bermuda Triangle opens fully, when the seal that is currently holding it at partial function is removed, and what the kingdom of the deep has been preparing for this entire age comes through. And Leviathan, the ancient one of the deep, the guardian of the portal, is specifically named in Isaiah 27 as the target of God's final direct judgment. That serpent, that twisting creature in the sea. Not a poem, a being whose location my tradition knew with geographic precision, and whose role in the events of the last days the Bible describes in terms that match exactly what I was taught inside the kingdom as an initiated operative. The tradition I served was working toward the release. I want to say that plainly. The senior levels of the kingdom of darkness, the entities in the council seats of the underwater city, the princes whose assignments cover the whole surface of the earth, they are not passive inhabitants of the deep city. They are actively working. Every marine agent on the surface of the earth, every initiated practitioner, every person who has made a conscious covenant with the kingdom, every unconscious open door in human lives and human institutions that allows the kingdom's operations to run without interference. All of it is part of a long-term strategy that has the release as its objective. The day the portal opens fully, the day what is in the deep city comes out completely, and the kingdom is not passive about this timeline, it is working to accelerate it. Every generation that grows up more spiritually unprotected than the one before. Every church that trades genuine prayer for programming. Every family line where the generational covenants from grandparents and great-grandparents are never addressed and never broken. Every child who grows up without spiritual covering. Every open door in homes, in institutions, in governments, in churches, that the kingdom's agents work to create and maintain. All of it is designed to thin the conditions that are currently holding the seal in place. I am not saying the church can prevent this. I am not telling you to panic. What is written, and what God has determined will happen on His schedule, and not the kingdom's. But I am saying that the people of God need to understand what they are actually living in the middle of. This is not a season of ordinary spiritual opposition, the garden variety temptation and discouragement that believers have always faced. This is the late operational phase of a kingdom that has been building toward a specific event for millennia. And the church is, in many cases, spiritually asleep in the middle of it. What the disappearances were always telling us. I want to come back to the triangle specifically, because I think people hear about the Bermuda Triangle their whole lives as a mystery. A collection of strange incidents that nobody has been able to explain. And they never understand what those disappearances were always communicating about the nature of what is in that location. The disappearances are a signature, not random. A consistent, repeating demonstration of what a partially open portal between dimensions does when physical matter enters its jurisdiction. The thing about a portal, and this is something the tradition taught me early, something that the physics of dimensional boundaries produces regardless of anything the kingdom does intentionally, is that it does not announce itself. It has no visible boundary. A ship sailing into the region of the Bermuda Triangle does not cross a visible line. There is no change in the appearance of the water. The sky looks the same. The ocean looks the same. But the instruments know. The compass knows. Something in the navigational systems of vessels and aircraft that enter deep into the portal's jurisdiction begins to register an anomaly that the instruments were not built to process because the instruments were built to read one dimension, and they are now in the boundary zone between two. The instruments go wrong,
It's a
not
circle,
because
huh?
they are broken.
I'm like, I just see the guy. I went all the way back around this way. Well, God bless you. Thank you. You too.
Destroyed things leave evidence. A plane that explodes in midair leaves pieces. A ship that sinks leaves flotsam. The total disappearances. The ones where everything, human beings and vehicle alike, simply cease to be present in this dimension. Those are passage events. Things that went through. I was taught that the kingdom does not always control which specific vessels or aircraft pass through. The portal has a gravity of its own, a dimensional pull that operates independently of the kingdom's intentional operations. Certain conditions, specific weather patterns, certain phases of the deep ocean's tidal behavior, periods of heightened activity from the entities in the city below, create what
Yo,
Hey,
okay.
There's no signal where I was.
Oh,
By my house, the signal's really bad there right now for some weird reason. Don't know why.
yeah.
It's whack though, but it's okay at my house.
Oh,
It's just everywhere around my house, I lose signal sometimes. So I was at the Family Dollar by the grocery store, and they didn't have no signal. They couldn't even. Took them a minute to get a signal to send the payment, so I could get up out of there. It was crazy, very weird, but everything is good. Everything is good.
I gotta call Jimmy Wood and talk to him about perseverance.
Right on.
They did. They need to go down there and sing a song in his church.
Yeah, absolutely. That'd be fine. That would be fine. Then we can preach too. Might as well preach.
Jim can preach.
I will.
Yeah.
I will teach. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Oh, I can't hear you now.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you there for a second.
Oh. You got your headphone in?
No, you want me? Let me do it.
See if you can put it up.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me though, or not?
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of low.
Okay, gotcha. Hold on.
Kind of. Yeah.
Okay, now it's better. Okay, awesome. So one thing that's in the Bible, I wanted to run it by you to see if it is. Pretty sure it is. Now I'm like doubting myself. So, nah, I'm just kidding. But No, I know, but one thing though that it says is that not all of you should be teachers, because teachers are held to a higher standard. Yeah, and that is why the witches are after the teachers. So there's a lot of pastors that don't believe in witches, but it's because they don't want to think about it, to be honest. It's not that they don't believe in it, it's that it freaks them out to think that these people are praying against them all the time. So they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to hear about it, and it's okay. No, I don't talk about it too. They don't like some of them don't want to talk about demon possession or anything like that because it freaks them out. Yeah. Well, they're doing a good job of getting people saved and stuff. Yes. Yeah. It's just they don't want don't come up in here with no demons. Just leave the demons at home. No, they don't. Yeah. Who runs it? Griff? Griff runs that? Does Griff run it? Oh, that's the other church. Oh. Right, I forgot. I thought you were talking about the one he's at right now. Griff is the bishop. So he calls that guy's pastor, but that guy calls him his bishop. Somebody got to carry on God's word. Like the other day, I made a video, and I said, I got this track, and I'm gonna put this track out, but it's not my ministry. It's my dad's ministry. I got this shirt. It says Jesus Christ is my lifeguard. But that's not my ministry. But I'm wearing it. That's Tina's ministry. Right. 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 And that ain't even our ministry. Nope. That's some other dude. It's in Tennessee. He gives out those things. And he gives them to me. He gives them to Jimmy. Jimmy gives them to me. I give them to you and Tommy. Well, God will have to provide, because there ain't none right now. But if there gets to be some, I will let you know. But right now, I don't have any. I mean, I got 10 or 20. Just, everywhere. Right. So, yeah, the last bit I had, I probably had about 100, and I gave it to Tommy because he needed it for his job, because it helps him with his job. Yeah, that's cool. Wow. Yeah, it is. You ain't lying there. I know that's right. Then I'm gonna buy a bunch of Bitcoin with the money. Oh, goodness, that's funny. But yeah, that's the thing. That's why I had to quit with the bastard maintenance, the masturbation, because the witches were cursing me. So if I did it, I literally get a demon in my hand. My fingers bent backwards at one time, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't have no more demons in that left hand. Get your hand off of my balls. Get my hand off of my balls. Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I ain't met none that I didn't like, is one thing I can tell you. She was a really good Jehovah's Witness girl. I meant Seventh-day Adventist, my bad, I messed up. You're right. I made a mistalk. On to the next one.
That man started bang. And you know, like, School Rock. You know the movie School Rock?
What's it called? Oh, School of Rock. Yeah, I remember. Oh, front.
Yeah, but it happened to support them in their business or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Got a guy here in our work.
But Dad's ministry lives on. Tina's ministry is growing. T-shirts. She got them. She got T-shirts. She gives them away. Alright. Let's see, what does it say? Something about death can't hold me down, baby. Alright, yeah, I gotta come down there this week. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, definitely gotta make sure we got it out there to come back. Mama don't like those things, and she looked depressed when those things were. Susu don't like them either. They look like they were like, oh no. She did think that, yeah. Bird was sitting on top of it. I'm like, what? The bird was all jumping around the rat. That's crazy. I mean, mouse. The little mouseketeers. They're just mouseketeers. They're cute. Mouseketeers. I got to get them. Might be getting my license within the next couple of weeks. Pest control. Well, I got a license still. I might be getting TBB. I might be opening back up TBB. So, because God told me it was going to be called TBB when I get a worldwide company. A worldwide company? It's a company of a company, a company, a company. Y'all like it? Yeah, that's a good one. I'm a company man. Welcome to the company. Yeah, then I'll just have to take a bunch of classes within the next year. I got a year, I think. 28? Yeah, I got a year and a half. Yeah, take a bunch of classes. 100 hours, a year and a half. Oh yeah, I think I might have my termite license still. That'd be crazy if I gotta get that. Because I guarantee you, I don't know how I even have it. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think so. I think it's a miracle that I have a license. So it's obviously God did it. Because I didn't have a license. Now I do. I don't have. Oh yeah, that's true. I'd be messing up the spirit world with that. Oh man, so I want to tell you what the guy said about the devil's triangle. He said, the devil's triangle. Because I listened to that guy. Okay. What do you think? $85 or $85. So this is what he said. He said, in the Devil's Triangle, there's 7 thrones set up for the kingdom of Satan. And then there's a portal. And that's why all these people go missing, because the portal itself is only partially open, and the gravitational pull is only they said Leviathan is okay, yeah, no problem. I will. And he said there's a portal and it's only partially open. It's been partially opened since Satan fell out of heaven, but it's not all the way open. And what happens to things here in this world is there's a gravitational pull from that portal, and that it doesn't stay in one place because of the movement of the water. And so somebody might be flying or riding a boat, and you get into that pull, and it pulls you through the portal. And that's why they never find any wreckage or anything. But Leviathan is at the portal. And so that's why nothing can come back out of there, because Leviathan won't let anything that goes in can't come back out. That's pretty interesting, ain't it? That's a good one right there. I don't know.
Whatever he was on,
He's probably on Leviathan Roxon. Remember that?
he was on what?
Leviathan Roxon. That's probably what he's on. Leviathan Roxon. Yeah. But that's what this guy was saying. He has a part 3. So I might have to find the part 3. So I have to listen to the part 2 a couple more times because it's a lot. So, like he quotes Bible verses too, is what's cool. They're really in the Bible. Yeah, I'm just laughing because of the other joke we had. That's what he quotes. Yeah, that's what he's quoting where it's talking about Leviathan, the what do you call it? The great twisted serpent. No, I don't think so. I think you believe it. If you believe in Leviathan, you probably believe in sexual demons. They're no good to me. No good, no good. I mean, the backup's there. But I'll be doing it as Brian Anderson. Right? I'll do it as Brian Anderson. Yep. He said, everybody thinks that the queen of the coast is beautiful. He said, but she is the ugliest monster you ever seen in your life. That's what that guy said. Her name is Jacqueline, queen of the coast. Jacqueline. Yeah. And they call her Mommy Water in Africa. Mommy Water. She's the mommy of the water. And Elizabeth is another one. Wow. flies. Yeah, it was. I've been watching it for like about 15 years. 14. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that would be dope. She'd be tripping. That would be awesome. You should definitely do that. Yeah. The lady knows. Couldn't surprise her. Music. With the music with the notes. Both. Yeah. Right. 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 That'd be amazing. Oh my gosh, she'd be crying, bro. She's funny. I got one more special song. That'd be awesome. I'm surprised they don't have a soundboard. Yeah, I bet you they do. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. Who knows what church by then, but wait on it until he's ready for me to use the best and do that. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not. Yeah, let's do it. I think so, but I don't recall it, to be honest. Too far. Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. You know what I learned? Most of the time, the husband goes to the church of the wife. So basically what I said was is the husband supports the wife. I noticed that when I first got to church and I started asking people to come, and usually I'd be asking a wife and a husband, and I would say, hey, y'all should come to the church, and the wife would be like, nope, 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 I got my own church. So, and the husband would say yeah, at the same time the wife said no. Yeah, that's what I was talking to her. I mean, hey, I got this church because Tina. I mean, Tina has the deed. I don't have the deed. So, yeah. But it's not mine. That you don't have to pay any taxes if it's a church. If it's registered as a non-profit, then they don't have to pay taxes on the property. For all non-profits. Yeah, we do. We haven't paid it in 2 years. It doesn't really matter. It's still good. It's still just as valid, even if you don't pay it, because they just really, they can't really do nothing because of the cemetery. You see what I'm saying? No, I don't know. I hadn't even had the chance to look, because I don't need it. Like, I just did a whole bunch of community service hours for a guy. He did a bunch of junk at the church, and I signed it, put the number on there. They don't care. They know that I haven't paid it, but they don't care. They're like, okay, well, that's good job. So it really doesn't matter. I have a friend that's in the Illuminati. she's a CPA. God bless her, Susie Q. God bless Susie Q. Anyway, she told me it doesn't matter. You don't have to pay it. Yeah. So. Yeah, I don't need to pay it. Cool. Congratulations. Love you. God bless you too. Peace. Bye. What a walk with thee. That song always leads me.
Suffice, and anything within its radius of influence becomes subject to passage. The kingdom does not moments like appointments. They occur according to dynamics that predate the kingdom's occupation of that location. What happens to the people and vessels that pass through? This is the part I was never given full access to, even at my level. Knowledge that they go through and that they do not return, and that the kingdom uses what it receives. Beyond that, the information was above what I was permitted to know. I will not speculate about it. I will only tell you what I was told, which is that nothing that the kingdom takes keeps any claim that the kingdom does not choose to honor. And the kingdom honors no claim that has not been established by covenant. This is why what I told you at the end of part 1 matters so much. Covenant, coverage, the blood applied. The traditions of the deep kingdom cannot touch what is covered by a covenant they have no claim on. That is not my theology speaking. That is 32 years of operational experience speaking, confirmed by the 9 years I have spent since leaving, watching what the blood of Christ actually does when a person walks genuinely under it. The mermaid armies and what they are actually deployed to do. I want to say something about the marine entities themselves, what my tradition and many African spiritual traditions call the mermaid spirits, the water spirits, the beings that my initiation gave me the ability to interact with and receive assignment from, because I think the way these entities are popularly imagined, even by people who believe they are real, significantly underestimates what they actually are and what they are actually deployed to do. The popular images of entities associated with rivers and oceans, causing local problems for local people, drawing men into bad relationships, causing fishermen's nets to fail, appearing in dreams to troubled women, small-scale geographically contained spiritual interference. This is like describing a military as a collection of individual soldiers who occasionally get into arguments with local civilians. Technically not wrong in the most narrow sense, comprehensively wrong in terms of what is actually happening. The marine entities I interacted with and received instructions from over 32 years were not local spirits doing local work. They were members of a structured military organization operating under centralized command from the city under the triangle, with specific territorial assignments covering every continent, every major nation, every significant city. The ones that appear to individuals, dreams, in visions, in the experiences of people who encounter them at rivers and oceans, are the lowest rank. Surface agents, the equivalent of foot soldiers. What they are doing with individuals is collection work, gathering the destiny materials, the offerings, the covenant permissions that get reported back up the chain to the city and consolidated into the kingdom's overall operation. The higher ranks of the marine entities do not typically appear to individuals at all. They operate at the level of institutions, nations, cultural movements, generational shifts in what entire populations believe, value, desire, and fear. When an entire generation of young people in a given country simultaneously begins moving away from faith toward a specific category of spiritual confusion, that is not a sociological accident. That is a higher-ranking marine entity doing its assigned work at the population level. When a wave of a particular kind of sexual confusion moves across a culture with a speed and a uniformity that sociological trends cannot fully account for, marine entity, higher rank.
Okay, why did nobody teach me that when you get a credit card, you're actually not supposed to spend the entire balance? When I got a card
You didn't
with a
listen,
$2,000
bro.
credit,
Everybody told you,
Entity,
just didn't
higher
listen.
rank, population level assignment. I was senior enough in the tradition to interact with entities above the foot soldier level. I have sat in the presence of beings whose assignments were not individuals or families, but provinces, countries, and the intelligence I operated with about those territories. The depth and precision of their understanding of the specific spiritual vulnerabilities of entire nations, the specific generational wounds that could be pressed to produce specific kinds of collapse, was not something any human intelligence agency could match. They have been studying their assigned territories for longer than those territories have existed as political units. Longer than the nations they cover have had their current names, and all of them, lowest surface agent appearing in a young woman's dream at the river to the highest territorial prince whose assignment is an entire continent, all of them report back to the city under the triangle. All of them receive their commission from the throne at the center of that city. All of them are part of a single coordinated operation that the Deep Kingdom has been running since before any human being now living was born, in service of the release that I described in the previous section. What Revelation says that I know is not metaphor. I want to be careful here because I am not a theologian. I did not grow up reading the Bible. My understanding of Scripture came after my conversion, in the context of everything I had already experienced inside the kingdom. So when I read certain passages, I am not reading them as doctrine first. I am reading them as description of something I have partial experiential knowledge of, and recognizing the description as accurate. With that qualification, the beast rising from the sea in Revelation is not a political allegory. It is not a symbolic representation of a human empire. A human empire does not rise from the sea. A human empire rises from population centers, from political movements, from economic forces. What rises from the sea in Revelation rises from the sea because it has been in the sea, because the sea is where it has been held, and the day it rises is the day the portal opens fully, the day the seal currently restraining the full opening of the mouth at the triangle gives way, and what has been in the deep city comes through completely into the physical world. The tradition I served spoke about this event, not in the language of Revelation, in the language of the tradition, which used different names and different frameworks for the same reality. But the event itself was the same. A coming release. A day when what has been held in the deep city comes out. A transition from the current operational mode, the kingdom working through agents and spiritual operations, and the indirect manipulation of the physical world from the spiritual dimension, to direct, physical, visible presence in the material reality of the earth. And the senior practitioners in the tradition I served were not afraid of that day. They were anticipating it, working toward it. Because in the kingdom's understanding, and this is the profound, terrible spiritual blindness that the kingdom operates under, in the kingdom's understanding, that day is a victory. The day the ruler of the deep city fully enters the physical world is the day the kingdom wins. The kingdom does not understand, cannot understand because pride at that scale produces a specific kind of incapacity for accurate assessment. The kingdom cannot understand that the day of the release is not the day it wins. It is the day it comes into a battle it cannot survive. Because the scripture that describes the beast rising from the sea also describes, with equal precision, what happens to the beast after it rises. And it does not win. Isaiah 27 says God will punish Leviathan the fleeing serpent, Leviathan the twisting serpent, and he will slay the dragon that is in the sea. Not restrain it further, not manage it, slay it. That word is final. It does not leave room for a second act. The kingdom is anticipating a victory that Scripture has already told us is not a victory. It is a final confrontation that the kingdom will not survive. But between now and that confrontation, the kingdom is doing everything it can to make the earth as prepared for the release as possible. And the people of God need to know that this is what is happening. As a reason for panic.
Ooh, yeah.
As a reason for the kind of serious, urgent, informed, spirit-led engagement with this hour that this hour requires. The last thing I need to say before I am done. Across 2 sessions now, I have told you more about the kingdom of the deep than most people who have studied spiritual warfare from the outside will ever know. Not because I am trying to make myself important. I am an old man who spent 32 years in the wrong army, and has spent 9 years since then trying to be useful to the right one. That is all I am. But I want you to walk away from these 2 sessions with one thing above everything else I have said. The city at the bottom of the triangle is real. The princes are real. Leviathan is real. The portal is real. The release that the kingdom is working toward is real, and it is described in scripture with a precision that I can personally confirm from inside experience. And the authority that has those things chained, that set those chains, that holds that seal over the full opening of the portal, that will one day slaughter Leviathan in the sea and end the rule of the city under the water permanently and completely. That authority is not worried. That is what I need you to understand. From 32 years inside the kingdom, that is supposed to be the terrifying side of this equation I am telling you.
Hell, there's lots of things that are terrifying for sure enough. I'm gonna listen to this again though. I mean, hey, this is wild. I'm gonna need another drink. Okay, y'all coming with me. Hey now, are you with me? Hey, are you with me? Hey, you with me? Are you with me? Go on with me. If you're here. Ain't nobody here probably though. Ain't nobody here. Just me and my bird. Hey now. Oh, there is one person. He's gone with me. So I'm gonna do a ministry. See this shirt? So it says Jesus. It says fully vaccinated by the blood of Jesus Christ. Or it doesn't say Christ, it just says Jesus. But that's my wife's ministry. So I'm doing that ministry. See it? There you go. Somewhat, maybe in here. Ministry is the shirts. See? It's probably backwards. Anyway, my dad's ministry is this. Whoa. Are we in? There we go. See? And then this is my dad's ministry. So just put this right here. Yeah. Whoops, fell. So, right. There we go. Good. There you go. Just like that. Fine. You can put it in the stalls, you can put it wherever. That's my dad's ministry. So, I usually break dance in here. I don't think so. Too early for that. Ah.
family to the Cracker Barrel, also known as the colonizer crate, the vanilla vault, the Caucasian container, or the honky bucket. Just took my family to the Cracker Barrel, also known as the colonizer crate, the vanilla vault, the Caucasian container, or the honky bucket. Just took my family to the Cracker Barrel, also known.
What do you TikTok to do comedy on? The comedy on here. Let's see. I did this one earlier. Let's see what it says. J.D. Vance is the assassin, but Trump is the dictator, so he dictates who gets assassinated. Mac Blumenthal, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. Candace Owens pregnant, so she's okay. J.D. Vance is the assassin, but Trump is the dictator, so he dictates who gets assassinated. Mac Blumenthal, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. Hey, Candace Owens pregnant. Yeah, I got an Uber for Andrew O. Andrew O. Okay, I got to give him on my I think. So she's okay. J.D. Vance is the assassin. Y'all get the Neuralink, then y'all will be only know what the AI knows. So whatever they program in you, then that's all you know. Whatever they say, that's you know. You ain't gonna know too much because they can tell you too much. Y'all get the Neuralink, then y'all will be only know what the AI knows. So whatever they program in you, then that's all you know. Whatever they say, that's you know. I like to talk crazy people with demons. They say, you don't want to break your mama's back. I said, demon man, I just don't step on the crack and you don't break your mama's back. And they look like,
it's so good.
got it? Nope. I'll show it. Me too, brother. Thank you. God bless you.
Yeah, you look crazy.
What God is. It knows what the blood of Jesus costs it. It knows what the name of Christ does in the second heaven when spoken with genuine authority by a genuinely covered believer. The kingdom does not know how to defeat those things. It never has. All it can do is work around them. Work through open doors. Work through uncovered people and unprayed over households and spiritually sleeping churches. The moment those doors close, the moment the blood is applied, the moment genuine prayer reestablishes the connection between a believer and the God who put Leviathan's chains in place, the kingdom's access to that person's life collapses. I know the city under the water. I know the princes in their council seats. I know the garden and the scale of what it is. And I am standing outside all of it, 9 years free, covered by a blood that the entirety of the deep kingdom cannot challenge. Close your doors. Cover your children. Pray. Not as performance, as the genuine living conversational intimacy with God that the kingdom of the deep has feared in human beings since the day it was thrown from heaven and landed in the sea. That is everything.
Fly out. Get out, fly.
End of part 2. End of testimony. Baba and Kosi Dlamini, former High Warlock, Marine Kingdom
Former
operative,
High
born-again believer.
Warlock. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Oh, crap. Okay. All the flies trying to get up in here.
Sex starts in the brain. I'm Dr. Ackerman, and I'm a board-certified urologist. I've seen hundreds of patients who share.
Israel is losing support here in the United States, even amongst Republicans. You go back to 2022, 2 thumbs up, 2 thumbs.
Everything is starting to feel a lot more expensive these days. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, then those double-digit interest rates are. I'm actually held to a higher standard than the FBI. Let me get a time zone calculation incorrect, right? After daylight savings time. Let me use a website and think that it's giving me local time and share local time, as I did. And
they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras.
And Yahoo, in the roughest year of my life, Spain. All right, you guys, happy Monday, and congratulations are in order for Spain. You guys, I was very excited that Spain won. You have no idea. Well, you kind of have an idea, because I told you guys that after the roughest year of my life, Spain absolutely healed me. That 2-week vacation was so necessary. They were just perfect. And it seems the entire world was rooting against Argentina for different reasons. For me personally, not because I hate Argentinians, but I think the majority of the world was just looking at Ben Gvir, rooting for them, Bibi Netanyahu. In general, we hate psychopathic, genocidal murderers, and having them explicitly come out and say that they were rooting for that team to win was not helpful. And look, you can't just root for Satan out of a love for country, right? That's why even me, I was off of the U.S. train. It was like they were the underdogs. But as soon as the corrupt Howard Lutnick and President Trump got involved in the 9/11 crew getting back together, they stuck their noses in it. I was like, still love the United States, but I gotta root against naked power and demons. Same with France, nothing personal. You know,
I don't
French
go
people.
for soccer
They've been
because
so
that
unbelievable in our investigations.
is a luge factory. So this is my time to tell you about the luge. So emotions put out spiritual water called luge. So if you put out an emotion with a whole bunch of people, you're basically in an emotional contract with a whole bunch of people and the devil. If you watch soccer and football and baseball and all of it. I'm sorry, but it's true. What do you want to do? Do you want to be in an emotional contract with luge? To put out luge? I was in it. I did it. God forgive me in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. I was a great producer of luge on football Sundays.
Yes, everything's weird. It was very odd. And Frank Turek wants you to know that him and Brian Harpole sharing different details about what happened in the car, that entire CPR bit, well, it's not a contradiction. He's saying they just have different memories, but it's not a contradiction. I'll let him explain. There's a lot of memories that appear to be lapsing regarding September 10th. Let's see if we can help these guys. Welcome back to Candace.
So she is in a contract with the Illuminati, and it's called soccer, football, whatever you want to call it. It's called.
Okay, let's start with a fun clip. I watched it so many times. It's just going to make you happy on this Monday morning. Or Monday afternoon, rather. I laughed so hard when I watched it, just picturing the crisis at Turning Point USA. They're probably calling all of their crisis PR firms. Turning Point just going, how are we going to spin this? What do we have? It is Robert O'Neill, the former United States Navy SEAL Team 6 sniper who killed Osama bin Laden. He went on to Newsmax, and you're never gonna guess, he doesn't quite believe the narrative that the feds are spinning. He does not believe that Charlie was shot with a 30-06 from Losey rooftop. Again, you gotta watch this clip because it's amazing. Take a listen.
Rob, you know what you're talking about. That's why we had you on. You know about ballistics, you shot bin Laden. What bothers you the most about this investigation?
Thanks for having me, Rob, and good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him, because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
I mean, I think he said everything there. It's what everybody's thinking and what everybody is saying, and they just can't buy enough influencers. What are they going to do? Call him a psychopath, a sociopath? They could do, like, you know, the Pastor Gambit thing, have them all come.
Yeah, be right back. I'm going in and coming out. Going in and coming out. Just a second. What up, what up?
What up? Did you get
Chilling.
the headphones working?
I got it. It's working in the car.
Oh, okay. Cool. That's cool.
Yep.
I'm glad I had to talk to you, bro. I was really happy that you answered. The day before Christmas school day, and there's not much stuff in the dorm. There's not much coffee or cigarettes. So I had a shot like 30 minutes ago. I feel good, and I was just glad I could get up with it. But it's another day, and I'm out on the smoke yard, and I'm just straight chilling. Everything's going good, and I'm gonna have a good tour day tomorrow, and I'm really happy that it's coming. We had dinner with fish, but it's like, it's okay fish, it ain't bad. But they used to have a lot better fish, like tilapia or something. It was really good with fried fish, and now they got these steak fish that's not that good. But it ain't that bad either. Something to eat. And I was all right. And they had tartar sauce with it, so I like that. I like tartar sauce now, and stuff like that. Again, we're chilling. and I'm having a good day. I didn't have coffee all morning until like 2 o'clock in the day, and I finally got some. I felt really good. So I'm chilling. I watched on the news this stuff about they're attacking Iran and stuff like that, and it's wow. But if the headphones only work in the car, you might not be able to talk to me much tonight, and that's okay. I was just checking in. Everything's going good with you?
Yeah, everything's good. Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, everything's good. Let's see. I was just listening to this guy talking about the Devil's Triangle. He was a Marine Kingdom agent. He worked for Satan as a high priest, and he would go into the Devil's Triangle. There's a city down there, and it's a spiritual city. It's a Marine Kingdom spirit city, and there's a portal, and Leviathan's at the portal. That's where his spot is, right at the portal. And the portal's partially open. It's been partially open since Satan fell out of heaven. And that's why things get missing, because there's a gravitational pull of the portal. And once you go through, you can't come back out because Leviathan won't let you. So, pretty interesting stuff. He said soon Leviathan's going to come out of the water, and the portal's going to open, and all the demons are going to come through. And the devils think that that's going to be their great day, but they don't know that it also says that God's going to destroy Leviathan, that fiery serpent. And then after that, we're going to eat him. In the 1,000-year feast, we're going to eat Leviathan. So that part he didn't say, but that part. Leviathan, that's what manna is Leviathan. So there's, in the Bible, it's in Psalm 75, it says that when they were in the desert for 40 years, they were eating Leviathan. He gave them Leviathan for meat while they were in the desert. That's what the Bible says. So we're gonna eat Leviathan. You ready? It's gonna be dope. It's gonna be fun. You know what it tastes like?
What does it taste like?
Whatever you want it to taste like. Because the Bible says it tastes like this and it tastes like that. So if you want it to be, you can make it be coffee and ravioli.
Yeah, you know I love that ravioli.
Yeah.
I love that.
You'll be like, okay, now I want Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Give me a piece of that Taco Bell Leviathan. That's fun. 10 minutes. Whoa, I'm running off the road.
Yeah. I was smoking a short. I got a short on a cigarette. Freaking out on the smoke yard. And it rained a little while ago. I don't know when it rained. But it's like wet out here. It's not wet anymore. It's wet. We haven't had a smoke yard open like most of the day. They finally opened the smoke yard. And a bunch of us are out here. Skateboards out here.
Right on. Skateboard working out.
We're just chilling. No, he works out every night, though.
Yeah.
He'll usually start working out soon. He does a handstand push-up.
What?
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah,
he does
he's like,
handstand push-up.
you need to learn how to break dance.
Yeah.
You You know it?
He said I could try to teach him. I'm gonna try to teach him the backspin and the five.
Yeah.
That's what I know. And I know half windmills, but I haven't done them in a long time. But I used to do half windmills in beer. I get feeling really good, and I want to do half, and I just did half windmill.
Yeah.
And man, I was getting me a beer.
Like Booker
That was
T.
a little while ago.
Like Booker T. Remember Booker T?
Jimmy.
Huh?
You get down the stairs. Booker T. Who's that?
He was a wrestler. Yeah. He's a
Yeah,
wrestler.
yeah.
He used to do
Yeah.
called it the
You doing
spinneroonie.
half windmill?
Yeah, he called it the spinneroonie.
Yeah.
So, after he whooped
Yeah.
your butt, he said, "Now I'm gonna do the spinneroonie." He jumped down there and do those. It's a
Yeah, we were
kung
watching
fu
wrestling.
move. It's a kung
Yeah.
fu move. It's called an egg roll. Egg roll? Yeah, it's called an egg roll. That was the original name for it that I know of. That's the first name I ever heard it by. And they did it in kung fu. And then the break dancers took it from the kung fu. Dope, yes.
Anyway, the Wu-Tang Clan movie, with Andy and them, it's gonna be cool.
Yeah.
I know he likes all that stuff. I think it's cool.
Sure.
And I put him on some old school anime movie, like Ninja Scroll. When it started Ninja Scroll, the guy's like walking down a bridge, and there's a bunch of like jackals or whatever you call them, robbers on the bridge, and he's eating the rice cake. And so he eats his rice cake and walks right up to him, and then he takes one more bite out of his rice cake, and then they start to attack him. And right when they start attacking him, he throws his rice cake in the air, pulls his sword, and whacks them all. And like 9 of them. And then he catches his rice cake and puts his sword up and catches his rice cake. And he starts eating his rice cake again. That's Ninja Scroll. Yeah, Ninja Scroll is hard.
What's the name of it?
Ninja Scroll.
Ninja Scroll. I'm gonna check it out. I'll find it.
Yeah, it's hard.
Look for it on
And
YouTube.
that's like really old anime. From the 90s. And Akira. And Akira is really cool. You like it, I'm sure. It's got little people that sing this song, and they're little midget people, but they're old midgets, and they're wrinkled, and there's like 5 of them, and then the Akira dude, he starts tripping, and he thinks, but he turns into a gigantic monster, and it's wild. That's Akira. That's another one that's really good. But the best one is Ninja Scroll. The best anime of all time is Ninja Scroll.
I watched this TV show.
An oldie.
It was a Hindu TV show, and in the show, there's this guy he's Satan. They call him Shiva though, and he's acting with a live cobra around his neck. So he was doing acting and had a cobra around his neck, and then they gave him a fake one finally, but for a long time he had a real one. And but I was watching the show one time, and these people went to his house, his mountain, and in the Bible it tells you he has a mountain too.
Are you saying a little bit?
And then they went to his mountain, and he was meditating, and they tried to wake him up. So they started making all this noise, dancing and singing and stuff. And finally he woke up, and when he woke up, he opened 3 eyes instead of 2, and in the middle eye on his forehead, a laser beam came out and killed them 2 people, and then he went right back to meditating. It was crazy. That's how Satan be doing it. You don't go to his house, right? Make some noise.
There's The human race dude named that?
No, so there was this Hindu movie was about like their books. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how we have our book movies, like Moses the movie, you know, or John the movie, stuff like that. The Hindus did their own, and I was watching it because I wanted to see the guy with the snake on his head, on his neck. You know, like, dang, this dude got a snake on his neck while he's acting. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. How does he do this? Yeah, he got a king cobra on his neck. So, but then, yeah, it was funny. So I was watching it just to see what it was about, you know. And I really only watched like maybe 2 shows because it was hard to watch because it was in a whole nother language, you know. But yeah, I wanted to see what it was about because some Hindus had told me about it. So I was like, okay, well, let me see what you're talking about. And it was crazy because they went to the devil's house and he killed him. They wanted to be friends with him, you know, and he just killed them. I was like, okay, that's realistic. At least they're not making him like a good guy or something. He would, though. They would show him doing some good stuff. Like, well, it's not really good. Like, this one guy was being robbed, and he was a devil worshiper, you know. And so he prayed to Shiva, is what they call it. What they call the devil in their language.
1 minute
Shiva.
remaining.
So he prayed to Shiva, and then Shiva sent snakes to the guy to kill those people that were messing with the guy, and the guy got away. So it's not really good nor bad, because he killed some guys, but he helped another guy. Just because the guy liked him. That's kind of realistic, too. You know? It's interesting. Alright,
Call you right back in 10 more minutes.
Alright, hit me back in a little bit. Come back in a few minutes.
I'll call you back in a few minutes.
Alright, love you. God bless you. Peace. Bye.
Love you. God bless you.
That's my brother. Y'all got to hear 2 of my brothers. One of my brothers and now the other brother. Let's see how many more brothers I got. 1 more, 2 more, 3 more, 4 more. Got a bunch of brothers. Got a bunch of brothers. They don't all call though. It's okay. Because I'm busy, really, you know. So, trying to produce a show. But the brothers are part of the show. Because that's what the show is. Whoa, what's going on? Okay. Signal down in here. Seems that way. Last year at this time, I was driving a Mazda Miata, and it was cool out. Is that now? Nah, that wasn't yet. It'd be in September, August, into August. Last week, August, I had a convertible Mazda Miata. I'll be driving down these roads just flying. I didn't wreck it, thank you, Jesus. Get it.
But I gotta root against naked power and demons. Same with France. Nothing personal. You know, I love the French people. They've been so unbelievable in our investigations because they believe exactly what I'm telling you. They know what Brigitte is and what Brigitte did. And the players were especially hilarious. I remember that clip from a while ago of those French football players looking at Brigitte, giving her the side eye. I think just around the world, we're so sick of the blatant corruption of these governments. That was the feeling, and it just felt like Spain deserved it for taking an unapologetic stance in support of Gaza, in my view, and of course, selfishly, for giving me that 2-week reset that I needed. Anyway, do you know who I think also might need a 2-week reset in Spain? Frank Turek and Andrew Colvett. I just don't know what they're doing anymore. Andrew Colvett's big brother, Lieutenant Colonel in the military, came to Andrew's defense on X this weekend. Everything's weird. It was very odd. And Frank Turek wants you to know that him and Brian Harpole sharing different details about what happened in the car, that entire CPR bit, well, it's not a contradiction. He's saying they just have different memories, but it's not a contradiction. I'll let him explain. There's a lot of memories that appear to be lapsing regarding September 10th. Let's see if we can help these guys. Welcome back to Candace. Okay, let's start with the fun clip. I watched it so many times. It's just going to make you happy on this Monday morning, or Monday afternoon, rather. I laughed so hard when I watched it, just picturing the crisis at Turning Point USA. They're probably calling all of their crisis PR firms. Turning Point just going, how are we going to spin this? What do we have? It is Robert O'Neill, the former United States Navy SEAL Team 6 sniper who killed Osama bin Laden. Well, he went on to Newsmax, and you're never gonna guess, he doesn't quite believe the narrative that the feds are spinning. He does not believe that Charlie was shot with a .30-06 from a Losey rooftop. Again, you gotta watch this clip because it's amazing. Take a listen.
Rob, you know what you're talking about. That's why I had you on. You know about ballistics, you shot bin Laden. What bothers you the most about this investigation?
Thanks for having me, Rob, and good to see you, General Hall.
You too.
A lot of things bother me about this. Nothing in particular. It's not like I'm out there saying big lie or a conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings that have killed more than a handful of people, and this thing looked shady off the bat. I've killed people closer than I saw the camera, and I've never seen a shirt move like that. That was like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid in Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, moving cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up, and then, I've been told they painted it over a couple days later, and then you get Erica Kirk behind on the razzle-dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him, because I forgive him, but that you can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions, and they mock people by saying, "Oh, I'm just asking questions." Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions, no one wants to answer them.
I think he said everything there. It's what everybody's thinking and what everybody is saying. And just can't buy enough influencers. And what are they going to do? Call him a psychopath, a sociopath? They could do, have them all come out and say he's demonic and he's possessed. How dare he attack a widow? We could get rid of Lash. She could start speaking widow to Robert O'Neill. I just don't know how you respond to that. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know how bullets work. What are you going to say there? And it just keeps getting better, that clip, because Robert O'Neill was joined by Air Force Brigadier General Blaine Holt. And here is what he had to say regarding the narrative.
General, same to you. So this 3-06, it's a powerful rifle. What do you make of this narrative that the bullet might have hit Charlie's spine, which would explain why the damage wasn't what you would typically see with a rifle like that from that range?
No, that's not what happened. And
this is the thing that hurts here is, and what bothers me the most out of it.
Wait,
now
did you
I
say
have Rob.
you don't think that's what happened?
Absolutely not. I'm with Rob. Something exploded on him. But I don't have to get into the details because I'm not in a court of law having to prove a darn thing. Here's what bothers me is there are millions of vets with Rob's training. Training in combat arms as low as mine is. I'm a pilot. But we have enough training to know better than the garbage that was foisted upon us from the Justice Department that day, where they immediately solved the case in about 8 hot seconds. And we know better. You're not going to take a 30-06 with a kid who's never killed anybody up onto a roof. He takes his first life and does all the things that Rob says he did. So what bothers me, Rob, in all of this is that they know that we know better, and yet they foist this as the narrative and the parable anyway. Why would you do that? Well, why would you do that in a circus where there's so many of us who are already going to go, well, that's exactly what happened at all.
I just love the way he says, no, that's not what happened. It's like he's dealing with children. Like, no, I'm not even let's stop that narrative altogether. It's not what happened. It's what we've all been saying since the very beginning. But these people have the street cred to sit up there and to say, this is ridiculous. And so what is the response, again, going to be to this? Again, we got to bring out the pastors, I guess. Everybody up for having common sense. When you have people who are in these career fields telling you that this is crap, none of it makes sense, and he is correct, the general is correct, in saying that the most alarming part is everybody knows they're lying, and yet they just keep lying. It's beyond that. They just think they have enough money to pull this off. Like, this is like, everyone knows you're trying to attempt this hat trick, and they don't care. They're just going to run it and go, doesn't matter, we're powerless, something that you can do, bring on this bring it up. Anyway, we are in the process right now of going back. I have some guys
virtue, knowledge, wealth, health, might, strength, power, intellect, memory, purpose, prosperity, and celestial inheritance. In his church. In the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, I pray. Jesus. In his church.
Rooftop, that's what the public was told. 2 days after the assassination, after they were able to pull, review, and release the footage to the public. Take a listen.
Correct. Yes. So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different, and then he changes clothing on the roof, and then changed back into that clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UVU.
The next question, quick, I don't want to have to follow up on the BS that I just said. Now, standing to his side, obviously on the right-hand side of your screen, that's Kash Patel. On the other side, that's Bo Mason standing behind the governor. And you will note that at no point did those two intervene and say, oh, no, that's incorrect.
Mason.
And don't forget, I must stress, this is after they arrested Tyler Robinson. See the text messages, had the ability to review them, review the footage everywhere on campus, presumably. So what happened to that narrative? There's supposed to be somebody butt naked on the rooftop. What happened to that narrative? Did the governor go rogue like Andrew Colvett? I hate when that happens. Or did they just completely make that part up as they were trying to make the various decoy boys make sense? I never understood why he needed to change it all. Why can you not wear a maroon shirt? And if you're going to change, why wouldn't you do that in the bathroom? They were trying to tell to us that the assassin was also an exhibitionist or something. Literally, what would be the point of changing from a maroon shirt into a long sleeve shirt with an American flag on a rooftop? I mean, it's amazing that I'm actually held to a higher standard than the FBI. Let me get a time zone calculation incorrect, right after daylight savings time. Let me use a website and think that it's giving me local time and share local time, as I did, and then turns out it's not local time, it's UTC. 80 million videos will pop up overnight from influencers calling me an idiot. But our nation's top brass can apparently make up an entire sequence of events that happened that actually never happened, and the world just moves on. And we're called the conspiracy theorists for noticing these discrepancies and keeping track of them. And also, like I told you last week, I'm still very plagued by the screwdriver question, because what was the point of that narrative entirely? In fact, if we had played more of Robert O'Neill, he goes in on the screwdriver. He says, this isn't even the right screwdriver to take apart the gun that they're telling you that he took apart. This wouldn't get the job done. What's up with this screwdriver? And as we now know, the rooftop man either assembled or disassembled his rifle on Losey. So did something go wrong? Did they not think that part through? Did they already plant the evidence and they had to just sort of make it work after that because it had Tyler Robinson's DNA on it? And they were like, oh, I can't let that go because that's kind of one of the only things that we have tying him to this rooftop. So we're just going to say he took it out as he was changing. Forget the changing part. Of course, when these questions started coming in about how this made any sense, Dan Bongino then came out with the news that, you know, he's the tough guy. He's going to beat up Tucker Carlson. Yeah, I can beat him in a fight. Well, Dan Bongino joined Megyn Kelly. I want you to understand, this is on September 15th. So we're now 5 days removed from the assassination. He's working at the FBI and has every resource at his fingertip. And here's his excuse for why nothing's making sense. Take a listen.
That's another thing that we're confused about, because if the cat said that they found his, what we presume was his screwdriver on the top of the building, and they found his DNA on it, leading many to believe he had disassembled the gun when he jumped off of the roof. But then it appears when you guys found it in the woods, it was assembled. So can you provide any clarity on that?
Yeah, and I was a little hesitant in a media appearance this morning to go into specifics on, especially the video and where the gun was. And there's a reason. Again, we only want to be transparent here. The suspect not cooperating the video is obviously grainy, and as folks in the video space know out there, we have a number of really excellent tools in our lab, which is, they're doing amazing work, and they've been up and handling this for days now. But the video is very grainy, and I want to be very clear, and I don't want to, I've already seen some online show. Yeah, I can see it on the screen. You'll see it's a grainy video. Now, I've been on that roof in that corner, and when you see the camera and the distance away, it's clearly not the best video.
Not sure you answered the question yet. That's a tricky one.
Didn't say nothing.
So kids always say when something's confusing, they go, that's a tricky one.
I don't like that.
That's a tricky one.
I gotta listen to that again.
So are we to believe that our nation's top brass couldn't rush to get some of that 4K HD, 4D chess, Super D duper, crystal clear, overwhelming footage that was made available to Benny Johnson, Graham Allen, and his wife 10 months later, and some other influencers, and we still don't have an explanation for the rooftop and why he had the screwdriver at all. Also, what could they have possibly seen that would have led them to believe that he had changed clothes on the rooftops? There's still no answer for anything. Grainy footage? You know, I actually have an idea. Let me spin a more plausible story to you. I think my source, the person who recorded the rooftop guy on Losey, is likely telling the truth about the tactical clothing. I think it was never even actually a towel that we saw in the footage that the rooftop jogger, the rooftop sprinter had. I think it was likely a black jacket, just as the person who recorded described. So he was wearing a black jacket and tactical gear. All he knows is he was wearing all black. Because there was that blurry image that we were told was a towel, because they had to make it fit in with the gun, which was wrapped in a towel. But let's check that out. Because I think it's much more likely that rooftop, he dumped his tactical gloves, and what's in his hand there is his black jacket. Who never fired a gun. He was tasked with sprinting away. Rubs me the wrong way. Can't explain it. It's the vibes, it's her entire posture as she randomly blacks out on what could be a crucial piece of evidence. I don't recall. Oh, you don't recall whether you signed off on the FBI not testing a backpack, gloves, potential tactical gear that were abandoned upon the exact.
Yeah, why didn't y'all? I know what it is too.
Who are you, Sergeant?
That stuff's gonna match up.
Over the weekend, a lot of people noted that she appeared in season 2, episode 1 of the Netflix show Worst Room Ever, where she indicates that she worked with the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. Here's what she says. Take a listen.
I've been with the State Bureau of Investigation for 8 years, but I'm also assigned full-time to the FBI as part of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. And especially with this case, it was one where with this type of bacteria and not knowing this person's intent in purchasing it, we really had to act fast.
So I'll say this, police officers do participate in various TV shows, especially when they're recapping a crime. It's not completely off the mark, but it certainly piqued my interest in her and her background. And she has spoken about how she was born and raised in Hawaii, moved to Utah. And so I decided to just, prod it, see if it's true. And what we have been able to confirm about Jennifer Faumina is she was indeed raised in Hawaii. In 2003, we found her playing basketball at a private school in Hawaii. From there, she moved to Ogden, Utah, where she studied criminal justice, graduating from Weber State University, which was founded by the Mormon Church, in 2008. In 2013, she completes what's known as post-training at the Utah Department of Public Safety. We then find her. The only mention we could find of her in these next years was in an article in 2016, volunteering for crowd control at the RNC convention. I'll show you that. The RNC convention was in Ohio. They needed volunteer troopers from all around, and you can see Jennifer Faumina is pictured there as one of these volunteer troopers. Now, what I will say is odd about this particular placement is that it is the only one that we can find that confirms that she was a state trooper. Remember, public records exist for government salaries, and we find none that list her as being a paid officer with the Utah Department of Public Safety until 2018. We couldn't find our
Gang says, leave it yours. Please don't knock or ring the bell. Thank
at Weber State University. We are happy to update that information if more becomes available, but it appears to us like maybe she was still in school, receiving further certifications. I'm not entirely sure. What is known is that in 2018, like I said, we have her officially working for the Utah Department of Public Safety, and she is paid very well. Hence why I believe that she had more schooling. And there's another interesting tidbit. Now, regarding that FBI press conference that we showed you earlier, Kash Patel is standing to the right, and he's standing next to the newly appointed state police commissioner, Bo Mason. That's me. You should know that Bo Mason was appointed to that position of commissioner of the Utah Department of Public Safety on June 19th of 2025 by Governor Cox. And this is not the press conference. The one that we showed earlier with Kash Patel is the one that I wanted to show there, that we showed earlier with Kash Patel standing there. I'm talking about the press conference where the governor says that he was on the changed clothes on the rooftop. Anyway, it turns out that that guy, Bo, was apparently in the same post back in 2013, that training photo with Jennifer Faumina in 2013. So I can show you that. That's the two of them together. It's a pretty small post session, but that's May 20th, 2013. The two of them are listed together, and they are, I don't know how it works, and I could be ignorant, and I'm sure I'll get emails from people. There's another photo of them, fast forward, Jennifer Faumina and Bo Mason together 10 years later in 2023 when she is sworn in as a sergeant. 2023, okay? Bo Mason's appointment to police commissioner is timely. I want to point that out. We have continually raised this pattern since early on in this investigation. There were so many new faces and new appointments in Utah ahead of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Everybody was seemingly new. Remember, we have the CEO of Timpanogos Hospital, Andrew Zenger. He was appointed just a couple of weeks before Charlie's assassination on August 18th, 2025. Of course, Judge Tony Graff was appointed in May 2025. You can skip Cash because that makes sense because Trump just came into office. Bo Mason, as I just told you, was appointed on June 19th, 2025 to his position as commissioner. We talked in the past about the newer, I should say, medical examiner from July 2024. And then this one, which just gets me. Remember Special Agent Robert Bowles, who had been serving for the FBI office over in Virginia, but suddenly and rather inexplicably, Kash Patel fires the person that was heading up the FBI Salt Lake City office. He fires that person and installs Robert Bowles on September 2nd. Okay, 8 days before Charlie Kirk's assassination, Robert Bowles assumes that position, and I also of the Salt Lake field office. And I also want to say he had a very long tenure up until that moment with the FBI all over the United States for almost 20 years. But they first want him in Utah on September 2nd, just in time for the September 10th assassination. Well, curiously, do you know actually where he began his policing career before he went to the military? Of all places. He began at the Provo Police Department back in the early 2000s. Check out this article from 2004. Before he joined the FBI, he was a Provo Police Department.
Right there, huh?
He was in the Provo Police Department, and then he joins the military, and then he joins the FBI.
It made me give them their money
So
back.
he really was kind of going back to his old stomping grounds in a way, just in the nick of time. Look, if I didn't know any better, it would look to me like they were getting the old gang back together.
Get the gang back together!
But of course, I do know better, and our nation's FBI has never done anything wrong. They're honorable men. They just, can't seem to necessarily always get their stories together. By the way, speaking of gangs, and back to Ms. Jennifer Falmuina, she recently revealed in a podcast, don't tell me why she's also doing podcasts, apparently she likes the media and cameras, she revealed that her sister was a social worker within the state of Utah. And of course, that allowed me an entry point to learn all about her family history. You know me in genealogy. It's a thing. I just need to know what everybody's mamas and great-grandmamas are doing at all times. And regarding Jennifer, a really terrible thing happened in the Falmuina family down in Hawaii in 1995. Her father, a man named Sapina, spelled phonetically just as I'm saying it, Sapina Falmuina, was very vocal and in the news speaking out about it because it involved the homicide of his brother. Sergeant Jennifer Falmuina's uncle was killed. Now, apparently, his name was Missiona Falmuina. Apparently, he was in a gang with his friends, and as a part of a ritual in the gang, he took a beating. And I'm going to spare you the details because they are quite horrific, but it was graphic and it was brutal. And Missiona survived the beating, but after being transported to the hospital, he later on succumbed to his injuries, and it was this big case because there were arguments that went back and forth. Frankly, the arguments were bizarre. The defense made it clear that these guys were all friends. It's just a part of initiation rituals thing. And they must have proven their case because the 3 kids that were involved got charged with second-degree manslaughter. It was just, this was a part of what these Samoan guys do as a ritual for gang initiation. Even more curious, Jennifer's father asserting in the press that his brother, her uncle, was a devout Mormon. I'm just going, a devout Mormon gang member? We can take a peek at this together so you can see here what we're talking about. This is, I believe, the second page. Yeah, his older brother. When you go to the first page, I'm just going to read his brother, he said, was soft-spoken, well-mannered, and articulate. He was also a devoted Mormon who attended church in Waipaho every Sunday. He talks about their ward, so the Makilo ward, where the Falmuina family lived. And curious, which deserves an whole episode by itself, is that the brother was a member of this, or a part of this Adult Friends for Youth, which is run by Sid Rosen. That's that last paragraph there. Sid Rosen, who heads Adult Friends for Youth. Speaking out, he seemed like an unlikely candidate to be targeted in such a violent act. It's a tragedy. Okay, we have on the next page as well him speaking about how he was about to go on to his Mormon mission. There's just a lot here. A lot here. That Sid Rosen character, if I told you he was connected to Egypt and Israel, you wouldn't even believe me, so I'll skip that portion. The point is that we once again have these groups that are looking for troubled kids. Weird things happen. In articles, Jennifer's father would claim that the gang was upset because he was going on a mission. The ward members would speak out denying that he was in a gang, which is rather curious because his older brother's not denying it, saying he fell into trouble, whatever. Just the entire story here, Mormons, gangs, it got me thinking. Because a while ago I told you guys that I had connected with Courtney Love, and I'm talking a long time ago, back when Charlie was alive. And I had no idea, I told you, what she was talking about when she was describing to me the Mormon Mafia. She kept saying it is an extent of the Zionist Mafia, the Mormon Mafia. I truly, at this time, just could not process that information. And I go back now and I read those messages and I'm going, she knew exactly what she was talking about, I think. Because now a very interesting picture is emerging, and that's why I'm speaking to you about this. A picture that I think is going to shock you. You have to unpack it quite slowly. I don't want to give you information overload today, so I just want you to park that in the back of your mind. Because I don't know about you, but I have not abandoned my deep sense that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. But that the assassination took place in Mormon territory makes it curious. Curious perhaps until tomorrow when we begin to thread some interesting connections for you. Anyway, we will be right back after a brief break. All right, you guys, our great nation turned 250 this year. We represent 2.5 centuries of possibility, growth, and some of the greatest minds in human history. But what is the next 250 years going to look like? The next generation of Americans could be the most impactful, but first they must be given their chance at life. That's why I'm making this critical request today. Give a special gift of $250 to Preborn to honor our nation's milestone anniversary and to celebrate our great future ahead. Your gift will help provide 8 ultrasounds. Preborn is helping today's mothers choose life by providing these free ultrasounds so that they can meet their baby for the first time. Help new mothers realize that they can give their baby life and that motherhood is possible. Celebrate with your $250 gift to Preborn today. To donate, simply dial pound 250, the keyword baby. Again, that's pound 250 baby, or visit preborn.com/Candace. That's preborn.com/Candace. I also remind you guys about the Wellness Company because you have probably heard that there is an outbreak in the United States right now. The CDC has confirmed the culprit is a new parasite found in grocery store fruits and vegetables, which has exposed hundreds of millions of Americans across 30 states. The CDC is investigating a multi-state outbreak of Cyclospora, which is a parasite linked to contaminated fresh produce. It can cause severe diarrhea, stomach cramps, nausea, fatigue, and other debilitating symptoms. If you get sick, the CDC recommends Bactrim. That's why the Wellness Company created the medical emergency kit, because it comes with generic Bactrim plus 7 additional prescription medications to help treat more than 25 common illnesses and medical emergencies, all prescribed before you need them. Getting your kit is simple. Complete a secure online medical questionnaire. If approved by a licensed physician, your kit ships directly to your door. Don't wait until you're sick to wish that you were prepared. Visit twc.health/Candace and use code Candace at checkout to save up to $45 off plus free shipping. Again, that's twc.health/Candace. Kits are available for U.S. residents only. I also want to remind you guys about Pure Talk because you do not have to overpay for your wireless network. Not when Pure Talk comes in with the same service for a tiny fraction of the cost. And now for the first time ever, Pure Talk is offering any plan at just $15 a month for your first 3 months. There's never been a better time to take Pure Talk for a test drive. It's fast, it's reliable, and you're going to love it. You can now get any Pure Talk plan, including their unlimited data plans and even their top tier $65 plan for just $15 a month.
I gotta get that medical kit for real though. It's crazy. But mostly I've been using Benadryl if I need something. Hey.
Me and Ramona, we went working together today, and we're watching Mr. In Between.
What we found out today.
Oh, yeah, they got deals the deals by the guy tried to steal one of Ramona's deals that I did for her. It's $1,150. They wrote him a check and everything, but take it back from him. They stole the deal because she got fired to steal it, whatever. And so that's what they do there. So Emerson's like, oh God, they tried to steal a deal. And he's like, I'll get it straight, but well, you know, it was this crazy.
I told them already, but it wasn't.
And I done told everybody that it was Ramona's, not to pay him, and they did it anyway. And the boss was like, how'd that happen? I said, I don't know, but they're trying to get her money, so they're going to pay her now. So thank goodness, it's a lot of work. But we've been working together today.
Good job.
She hasn't made any money with the companies, so I'm just going to let her work me, and I'll get for now, whenever I get, I'll just give her the money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that way she can still get paid. And I'm not. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so $1,150 just one deal. Think about that for a minute. That's a whole paycheck. That's a week's paycheck.
Yeah, and I've been struggling because I ain't got money to pay my bills and my rent.
Right, and so now she's got. So we got that done for us. That's $1,150, and so you know now God is starting to work on her behalf.
Hallelujah.
She earned that money too. Yeah, she done a lot of hard work. You know, the Bible says when we work, we eat, right? So. Yeah.
Right, I know it. Go. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yep. Dope. Hey, which one was that? I can't remember. Is that that's the weird looking guy? Okay, right. Yeah, the guy that's crazy looking, he's got the limp. Yeah, and he's from Australia. They're in Australia. Yeah, that's the crazy. I love that show. I watched every episode. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, hey, and it's like so realistic, you know?
We have a good night, and Ramona continues to get her money back that they're trying to steal from her.
Amen.
And you just think again, that's what they were doing though, just stealing their money from her.
Wow.
So, yeah. So just
They've done it before, and they've had to give me someone else's check. They did it.
this is several times they've done this to her. So they really do like go after her. She produces a lot, and then they
saying it that it was true.
Yeah, and so a lot of stuff she does might be over the top a little bit to some people, but now I see why, because they're constantly doing this to her. So
Did it to me was when I quit.
yeah.
Right when I quit, before I came back.
Right. All right, my brother. Well, I'll call you back here in a little bit. We're going to watch that Mystery in Between.
Okay, God bless y'all.
God bless you, brother.
Right. Peace. Bye. What? Wow, okay, yes, I have to. It's 5 minutes. Okay, sorry.
Head to puretalk.com/Alex. Make this to Pure Talk. Again, that's puretalk.
So, let's see. I was thinking about. So the biggest thing about the Charlie Kirk thing is something not Candace Owens hadn't said yet, but she will, because she likes to lay it out slowly. But the thing is that they have these cameras called fob cameras, and you can go on the internet and say, where are fob cameras around Utah, and it'll show you they're everywhere. And those things record license plates, so there's no possible way that this person it wasn't recorded. He had, Tyler Robinson, his car had to be recorded in order for him to do this crime. So it would be easy. It would be easy to show them that if they had it. But that's why they won't show them, because they don't have it, because it didn't happen. So that's the biggest thing. That ain't come out yet, but.
CPR. We couldn't do CPR. We're trying to stop the bleeding. So no CPR was done. It wasn't until the last, say, 30 seconds of the ride that I thought to myself, we got to be nearing like 8 or 9 minutes, and he's not breathing, and there's no heartbeat. I've got to at least try. It's probably going to be futile, but I got to at least try to start his heart and get some air in him. So I tried that for like 20 or 30 seconds at the very end of the ride when we're pulling into the hospital parking lot, and we're yanking and banking our way there. Everybody agrees.
Yanking and banking.
Taking Charlie to the hospital. And yeah, we were all trying to stop the bleeding. I mentioned CPR because I was the one trying it the last 20 or 30 seconds of the ride. It's not a contradiction. Right? Now, maybe as we're yanking and banking into the...
See, you just contradicted yourself.
Into the parking lot.
He just contradicted himself, talking about it as not a contradiction.
Talking to somebody
You're
else
contradicting
yourself.
yourself.
There was a lot of commotion, as you can imagine. He didn't see me trying for 20 or 30 seconds. Maybe he did. I don't know. In fact, he's got a lawsuit against
yanking and
right
banking.
Now, so I don't think he can even talk about any of this.
What?
But
that's ridiculous.
Call him and ask him if they want to. But it's not a contradiction.
Oh, that's why he did the lawsuit, so nobody can talk to him.
In fact, eyewitnesses disagree on details for various reasons. That's the mark of authentic eyewitness testimony. They all agree on the essentials, they disagree on the minor details. In fact,
Ridiculousness.
disagreeing with others on these minor details can not only be explained, it is to be expected.
Oh my gosh. They said we're gonna get away with this
Just
lie.
not sure if that didn't sound like one big contradiction. How do you start with Brian is telling the truth? There was no CPR. And then he's like, I gave CPR. I gave the CPR for 30 seconds. And Brian was right there, but he was like talking or something. Like, I think, hopefully I get a jury of my peers. Because I feel like that's a contradiction. I think that that makes people think that people are lying. And you just keep describing it as a minor detail. Providing life-saving CPR to someone is not what most would describe as a minor detail, right? Minor detail would be like you remembered Justin Davis, who was driving, as wearing a blue shirt,
They
but it
didn't get
turns
their
out he's
lie
wearing
together
a
straight.
teal shirt. That's a minor detail.
They didn't get the
Why would you
details
do that?
right.
CPR, you're saying that you moved Charlie's body into the CPR position and provided 30 seconds of CPR, and Brian Harpel didn't notice because he's distracted by what? He told us he just got to work the whole time. That was his number one focus. What was he distracted by in the car while he was trying to perform life-saving measures that he just completely missed you having to, by the way, I still don't really understand how you could get Charlie into the CPR position, because we were told the door was open because Charlie's legs were too long. You do have to have someone flat to conduct CPR. How did he miss you moving the body into that position, getting on top of him, and providing CPR? I know you're really passionate, but I also think you're full of shit. So there's that.
There's that.
Terrell M says, need a door. Please leave outside my door.
And I don't think it is a contradiction, Frank. I think it's a lie. And you're now conceding that you lied, or Brian lied. I don't know who lied. And now you're using he has a lawsuit so he can't speak about it. Why can't you speak about, you just spoke for 3 hours on the Sean Ryan show. Why would the lawsuit prevent you from speaking out? In fact, you're verified.
Be right back. Hold on a second, bro. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now I can hear you.
I smoked a piece of the cigarette. It was good. I'm pretty chilling. We get by. Just moved out on coffee. I've been sweating coffee. But it's coming. We'll get some tomorrow.
All right on. Chicken.
We're waiting on field call. So you only got headphones in the car?
No, I got them everywhere now. It's just messing up.
Alright.
It just does that sometimes.
Cool, man. I'm happy I can talk to you. I can't wait to get out. That's gonna be awesome. And I know it's coming. I don't feel it just yet. I'm just thinking about them 5 more store days. And I'm one on the tomorrow, so that'll be 4 more after tomorrow. And all is good. I'm doing good because, I mean, in the county, we didn't have anything. And I waited on the store just to get 2 stand-backs, or 4 stand-backs.
What does that mean?
And I had a little bit of caffeine in them.
What's a stand back? Oh, you're talking about like a pain relief?
Medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and we had store in the middle of the night, and I had to stand by the door and wait on the store, and I wasn't getting one, but I was trading breakfast tray for stand back, and I got them. And then when they started doing coffee, I was really happy, because I got a lot of coffee. A lot of people helped me out, and I started selling half of the breakfast tray for the coffee, and I got a bag of coffee every week. So I was loving that. And I was splitting off. And I was talking. And I was doing my thing. And, you know, I'm going to get back to it. It's going to be all good. But mostly, I mean, a lot of it was telling demons no. Like, no, you cannot have this. No, you cannot have that. And trying to talk to God at the same time. And, but I talked a lot. So that's my normal day-to-day is talking. But this one girl, when I was at the co-occurring, she said, I wish I could be him the one day so I could see and hear things like he does. And I was like, cool. She was really nice. And I cut a trail in the grass. Like there was a tree, and I would walk from the smoking area to the tree, smoking area to the tree, smoking area to the tree, until I cut a dirt road all the way there. And I was like, yeah, so I left him. And they got me a pair of ladies, like I had these boots from work release, and they were ripped on the inside, so they had plastic scratching at my foot, and I showed the nurse, and then the lady said, well, let me talk to you in private, and she got me some shoes, and she drove me to her house, and let me see her family, and I said hi to them, and I stayed buckled up.
there. Thank you, Jesus. Boom, bang, bang, boom, bang, 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 bang. Need to go get some to drink. Could go right there, right now. We think. Probably, yeah. Run up in here and get a drink real quick. Family Dollar.
I used to put them on my football feet. Hot little pieces, hot sauce packet. Get off that. So when you been in the car together,
Be right back. Get one out. That's murder. Rolled up out of here. Got me 3 drinks for $3 because it was buy 2 for $1.50 each. But if you want, you can have a free.
Everything's so spotty. You would think that would be a crucial detail that no one would forget on that journey.
Yeah, you won't forget that.
Short journey to the hospital. Now, okay, of course, everyone is forgetting. That's kind of been a point here. A regular fixture is everybody is somehow, I don't know, developing amnesia. And Blake Neff, man, this guy. Blake Neff doesn't remember what city at first. He says he stayed in Orem. Then he has another discussion and changes his mind and says that they stayed in Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is the true event, true version of events. The entire Turning Point team stayed in Salt Lake City, but Blake does not remember what hotel they stayed in. It's a lot. I want you to hear him in his own words. Take a listen.
The first time I talked to you, you said you spent the night in Orem. You stayed at a hotel. You may have left the hotel once for food.
Yeah,
now you're saying you were in Salt Lake.
I'm saying I don't know the exact context, but my guess is someone said like, did you stay in Orem that night? And I interpreted it as, did you stay in Utah that night, as opposed to returning to Phoenix, where I live. And I stayed in Utah that night, and I stayed basically in the same place everyone else stayed. We were all in, to my knowledge, basically the same hotel, and it was, I think, in Salt Lake.
What hotel was it?
I don't remember.
He doesn't remember. By the way, that's quite a scene to have all of Turning Point USA employees that were there that day, plus Erica Kirk, and I'm assuming a very large security apparatus. I'm trying to put the pieces together of why they stayed in Salt Lake at all, while Charlie was in Orem, in Provo. I don't understand why you would make a journey 50 miles out. And that, by the way, that's confirmed on the basis of where they bought clothes, that they decided to drive out to stay at a hotel. Provo's a pretty big city. I would imagine you would want to stay close to Charlie. I don't know why they were flying into Salt Lake for this event, full stop. Because Blake didn't go. They flew with Charlie, but we know that he didn't go. And other Turning Point staffers also flew into Salt Lake City. People who did not go to Charlie's Restaurantology event. Why? Why was Salt Lake the hub? I'm trying to figure that out. Why were we stationed at Salt Lake? There may be a viable explanation. Maybe it's because they were anticipating that the vice president was going to fly in, and maybe that was nearer to where he was going to fly in. I don't know. I'd like to know, and I'd like to help Blake. I think that that's really sad that he can't remember details, and he's so young, and he's balding, and now he can't remember things. And so if you were working at a hotel and saw this scene of all of these employees, we would love to hear from you. Please send us something to moretips@CandaceOwens.com. We definitely know what hotel the feds were staying at. We don't know what hotel Turning Point USA was staying at, and I have gone out to Turning Point staffers. They have no idea. So this seems to be just the people that were there who might be able to help Blake out, but I'm sure there had to have been hotel workers who remember this. I mean, Erica instantly, her face was everywhere. So where did she stay that night? Where did they all stay that night? I'd just like to know. It's a random detail that's now interesting because Blake has developed amnesia. So do message us about that. Lastly, I can't even explain to you, if you're not following Andrew Colvett, he's in peak form right now on X. The mask has just fully slipped. I mean, we already knew who he was. We knew, I told you, he was directing all this behind the scenes, the lies, the attacks, and we got a gift in the form of him firing the person who worked under him, so I was able to confirm even more lies that Andrew Colvett was telling to the public. But I guess that's his job. He thinks it's his job to lie, but he's crashing out in a way that it's difficult. He's almost like a phase of delusion. He's telling me that his show's doing great, my show's crashing, my metrics are down, I'm on my way down. I don't even know what's happening, but a strange little thing took place where his brother came to his defense over Fort Huachuca. Again, they always pick these obscure things. No one has ever accused Andrew Colvett as being at Fort Huachuca. No one ever accused his brother. To my knowledge, but they always find an obscure account that says something and then they respond to it. And this time, a lieutenant colonel. These men are like in their 40s and 50s. Like, why is your brother out here defending you on X? He's a lieutenant colonel. What are we paying these people to do? I want a tax refund on the basis of how people in our government are behaving over the last year. Anyways, this is what his brother, Lieutenant Colvett Lieutenant Colonel Colvett wrote on X. He said, "I am his only brother, and I never worked at Fort Huachuca. I only went there once for a 3-day training day. I don't know what that stands for. And 2 of those days were travel days as I visited my military police unit training with the base military police from Huachuca. I'm sorry if you've heard different. You were sadly misinformed. Tucson seems wonderful. The people were great, and Tombstone is worth the visit if you get the chance. Have an amazingly blessed day. P.S. I wish they had named it some fort in Tucson. It would be so much easier to know how to pronounce and spell it correctly." And then Andrew chimes in like, "Yeah, I can't even say it. They can't even like pronounce it. It's like, what are you guys talking about? No one knows about this fort. I was there for a 3-day training sesh, but my bro and me, like, okay, what are we doing here? Tagging the homies in, I'm an adult woman. I'm not tagging my big sister into an X feed to comment on a non-existent scandal. I do think that Andrew has heard of Fort Huachuca. I do, just by the nature of where he lives, by the nature of what Erica's family does, what his family does. He's heard of Fort Huachuca. It wasn't some fort. I think he's lying through his teeth about that. Oh, some fort, ho ho. No one's heard of this. All of us are involved in the military and we live in Arizona, but we just weren't aware of this massive intel base, which directs what's going on at the border, Joint Task Force at the border since forever. We just didn't know that was right there. Yeah, my cousin's in the military, my brother's in the military, but we we'd had never heard of this fort. And we do wish it was like, guys, from the outside looking in, we're kind of thinking that you're a bit nervous. This does not look like calm and collected. All right, when you got to get your big brother to come out here and defend you on these streets, it doesn't look good. So I think this crash out has been continuing. Anyway, we're going to take a brief break and we'll be right back to read some of your comments. All right, you guys, it is no secret that everything is starting to feel a lot more expensive these days. If those daily essentials are ending up on a credit card, then those double-digit interest rates are quite high.
So, basically, Andrew Colvett is a pathological liar. That's what it sounds like. Because he doesn't, you rarely hear him tell any truth. I definitely would like to watch his show, but it's not my algorithm, and I'm a clickbaiter. So I can't help it. I'm going to clickbait. And except for some of my clicking is with reason. I'm like, okay, I want to watch Candace because she is a great performer. She performs. It's a performance. And she's good at it. because our team and her don't release things all at once.
Tallow these days, but not all tallow is created equally.
And they know more than everybody else, and they ain't telling nobody.
And creating products that people genuinely love to use. That's why I've been using Mimi's Sunshine Tallow Cream and their Buzzin' Tallow Balm. Their Sunshine Tallow Cream has become one of Mimi's most popular products.
All the podcasters call her the principal, because she's the principal podcaster for Charlie Kirk. She's number one. She is the principal. Principal.
American manufacturing.
But let's see. I think there's going to be 3 raptures. There's going to be a pre-trib rapture, a post-trib rapture, and a mid-trib rapture. Pre, mid, post. So, if that's true, and the first rapture already happened, there might not be very many people that are raptured in all these raptures, you know. I'm not getting raptured at all. I might go up, but I gotta come back down. There's portals to go in and out of places, and up and down. Like, there's people living in the inner earth. It's true. So, 2-headed people, mermaids in the water, Leviathan, all that's true. Atlantis, real. Atlantis was a real place and had real people. They weren't human Homo sapiens sapiens like we are. They were humanoids, but they weren't Homo sapiens sapien. They probably have a name. I don't know the name for that, but there's some kind of, they're Homo something, because they have human bodies and animal heads. So Cain, for instance, Cain had the head of a bear and the body of a human, according to the books.
Made me go, okay, there's a lot happening here. Just a lot happening here, and I gotta slow down. So, like I said, we will not get out of this week without me revealing that information, and the person was willing to come on record and say that. But, yeah, let's slow play, because we also know that Ben is extremely litigious. I know more than anybody else that Ben is extremely litigious. Anyway, top comment from last week's episode. Mike says, "I love when Frank Turek gets mad at Frank Turek for lying about what Frank Turek said." I think you're quoting me on that. It's a favorite. It's a beat on this show now. How mad Frank Turek can get at Frank Turek. Next up, Antarctica wrote, "Blake Neff acts like he loves Squishmallow." He does. He does. And I am not going to be the one to get up and return it for him. So, Blake Neff, maybe you got to do a phone your daddy. Like, you got to, Andrew Kovacs bringing in his brother, big brother. You got to bring in your dad, I think.
I like this
come
house.
Out and regulate these streets, these mean streets of X.
Nobody around here. From
this episode, we have North America First, who writes, "So Flock could be used to go after common folk, but not this guy. It seems like Flock is biased. No, this is the problem with this surveillance state program. Not all fair treatment for the people. It can be as faulty as body cams." Yeah, it is true that Utah has cameras all throughout the state, and yet we just can't get a clear shot
of Flock
Tyler
cameras.
Robinson. For some reason, everything is so blurry. We can't just follow exactly the tracks of where the alleged shooter on the rooftop went. And apparently we don't have, we can't even get a video of him taking the shot. And that's, I believe, because he never took it. That person had he was another decoy boy that day. One job, do this, get up, run, fire, no shot. And I agree with Robert O'Neill. It looks like an explosion went up. Happened under his shirt. It sounds like Robert O'Neill has killed a person or two and might know what a shot looks like up close. And he doesn't seem to think that shirts do those sorts of activities after people are hit in the neck. But what would I know? What would he know? We have, Grant Allen telling us that that's the case. These people are the true experts. These little sissy boys that are on YouTube all day telling us what to believe. The real tough guys in the military, the ones that are on YouTube channels going after girls. Yeah, we totally totally believe you guys. Kendall Brown writes, sniper, nudist, Tyler. Also, who are the 3 TPUSA folk that Tyler met with before the assassination? I have an idea. I have a deep sense of who that person is going to be at Turning Point USA, who's going to say that they saw Tyler Robinson. I'm waiting for that person's name to be dropped because I'm waiting for that drop. That's it. I'm going to leave you guys at that. If it's who I think it is, we got a problem. If they drop some blurry footage and with some person in a maroon shirt and say that was Tyler Robinson and this is the person that's the eyewitness, we got a problem. Intuition Jen writes, early in the investigation, I said it keeps coming back to the Mormons and TPUSA. Today, I say it keeps coming back to the Mormons and the web connected to the Tyler Boyer family, who are Mormons, just pointing out how many involved are Mormon. Of course, big Mormon family, taking down the cameras. They go back. They go way back. How far back? Generational. It is generational. Got BD, we got Romney. There's a lot of people in the mix here. It does really seem like the scales are falling from our eyes, and this assassination is waking up the entire world. Like, none of this is real. Model City Zen writes, I love your coverage, Candace. Wolves in Finance discovered that you qualify as a witness representative more than Erica Kirk, allegedly, in his video. Trial update, Erica Kirk tricked the judge. It's certainly worth the watch. Go Max. As I've said many times, I would testify for the prosecution or the defense, because the truth is the truth. Whoever it serves is whoever it serves. Kendall Brown writes, oh, I read that already. Zamet writes, Governor Cox has a grainy truth problem, not just the video. Yeah, I was just pretending that they never said that it happened. I don't know how they get away with the screwdriver that makes no sense. The screwdriver that apparently can't even unscrew the weapon that they're saying was fired. All right, now Gen X writes, this is my donation to the potty mouth jar for Candace today. Go Max. Did I say a swear word today? Did I? Oh, that's not good. Thank you. Thank you for that donation. I needed that. I'll let people know that that was already handled. I really, really try not to swear. What did I swear? Who did I swear about? I'm really good at not swearing. Frank, I know that somebody was full of it. I'm sorry. Ali writes, have you seen the clip where Erica says we don't know how Charlie would feel about the Iran war? Yeah, I saw that. That deserves way more outrage. Tucker, Brett Weinstein, Joe Ken have all confirmed that he was fighting hard behind the scenes to stop it. What a betrayal. It's just what Erica is. What she is. She's reversed course in everything that Charlie believed. I believe she had more loyalty to people that brought her in. Tyler Boyer and the Farnsworths and her mother, they go back, and that's what she was serving while she was married to Charlie. I think that that's what the evidence points to. There's no way. There's just no way that they're going to try to make us believe that any of the actions, the reversals, the 180s, the bringing the people that he hated, trying to lie and say they were his friends, there's no way that any actually grieving widow would allow that, nor would they even be back to work or doing all these events and immediately in the office after facing a shocking assassination of their husband. Like, none of it tracks. It's never going to track, but they're going to spend a lot of money, and they have spent a lot of money to make it so. Anyway, you guys, you know the best way to support us is by visiting CandaceOwens.com and buying some merch. Also joining the book club. We had a really important book club. Make Him a Sandwich, that chapter 4 regarding the Pale of Settlement. The people who left the Pale of Settlement left Russia after they coordinated the assassination of the Tsar. That was just a fantastic book club meeting. You can join the book club and you can still go back and watch those episodes. And yeah, you can also buy yourself a Standis cup. Stop anti-Candacism. It is spreading rapidly. We see it all over the internet. It makes us all uncomfortable. I don't feel safe. You shouldn't feel safe with all of this anti-Candacism. No one has seen this many influencers trying to take down one person who does not employ anybody to go after them at all. I don't team up behind the scenes, nothing. I just investigate what I'm interested in. And right now it is the assassination of my friend Charlie Kirk. So anyway, you guys, that's enough for today. We will see you tomorrow.
Back to the house. Over there. Sweet thank you, Jesus. What should we do? What should we do? What makes money?
Hey,
What you doing?
what's Katie? I want to talk about a movie. Like, what you need?
How you feeling?
You got the same?
Huh? Not the same.
Got the same.
Okay.
What's going on?
Nah, just checking on you.
Okay.
All right. Well, I love you and God bless you.
I love you and God bless you, man.
Okay. Heal you in Jesus Christ of Nazareth's name. Send the angel Raphael to Tina and heal her in Jesus Christ of Nazareth's name. Send the angel now in Jesus' name. Hallelujah. Okay, love you.
Love you.
See you in a little bit.
Okay.
I don't know when. I'm just going to keep working for a long while.
I'll call you back. Well,
Okay, love you. God bless you. Peace. Bye.
there you go.
Okay. Candace is done. Candace is done. Candace is done. Candace is done. Clickbait time. Clickbait time. I'm clickbaiting.
It's truly amazing. This revolutionary
I have
venture has
a finger and I know how to click.
Whether you're missing
All I
one
need
tooth or
is
several, in just 10
something
seconds,
there.
you can have a perfect set of teeth. It fits your gums
Clicking.
perfectly with no foreign body
Click
sensation
that.
or pain.
Click it.
Welcome back, friends and family of the internet. Welcome back to Starkey
See what this lady
Warmstead,
says.
fellow watchers on the wall. So most of you know that Samantha is an organic gardener. That is what I do. I grow food, no-till, organic, and I do a market garden every year. And I want to talk to you about this explosive diarrhea outbreak that is affecting over 30 states in America.
I had it
First off,
yesterday.
the only way that you can come into contact with this particular parasite is through human fecal matter. So let me just say that again. Cyclospora is only passed through human excrement, crap. So what does that actually mean in layman's term when you cut out all the fancy CDC talk and all the BS from the FDA? It means that somewhere in the supply chain of Taylor Farms lettuce, human fecal matter was introduced to food that is not normally cooked. Which means even if you rinse it, once it's exposed to this parasite, you are most likely going to become extremely ill. Why am I telling you that? Well, because I was forced to take a FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, Food and Safety, it's called FSMA, certification when I first began growing my organic garden. I sat through 6 hours at the USDA office in my community learning about food and safety and the produce safety rules that were going to be going into effect sometime in 2020. Well, due to the fact that COVID broke out, they backed it up to 2022. Then they backed up part of it all the way to 2025. Now, you can say that what I'm fixing to tell you next just means that I have Trump derangement syndrome, and I'm going to tell you that supporting this man is going to literally end up getting you and your family extremely sick. I voted for Trump. But as someone that can read this material because I was trained in it, let me explain to you what nobody's talking about. You see, let me go back up. Sorry, guys. The Food and Safety Modernization Act, FSMA, itself has been a federal law since 2011. That law was created under the Obama administration. What it was supposed to do was legitimately track food through all of its different avenues, from its country of origin, from the form of origin, from the row it grew on, to your grocery store or to your restaurant, so that if there was an outbreak of foodborne illness, it could be quickly identified, trace back to the supplier, and people would know where the food that left that form that might make you sick could be located and removed from your food supply. Inside of the FSMA Act, there was something called Section 204 of that law that required the FDA to create an enhanced traceability requirement for certain high-risk foods. Now, I'm sitting here with a page out of my 4-inch binder of FSMA, and Samantha is going to tell you what high-risk produce is considered. Produce that is not covered by FSMA produce safety rule includes produce commodities that the FDA identified as rarely consumed raw. In other words, foods that were going to be cooked did not need to follow this stringent traceability, because why? You're going to cook it in the high heat. It's going to kill the bacteria. It's going to kill the fungi. It's going to kill the virus. It's going to kill the parasite. So anything like navy beans, kidney beans, asparagus, cranberries, dates, sweet corn, ginger, hazelnuts, peanuts, pecans, potatoes, winter slush, sweet potatoes, those things don't need to be traced as stringently. The definition of produce does not include food grains, including barley, dent, or flint corn, sour gum, oats, rice, rye, wheat, or buckwheat, or any oil seeds, because those things are going to be transformed into something else, okay, through a high heat process. So really, what they wanted to do was follow things like lettuce and herbs that you were going to consume without cooking.
Public school delivered right to your door? Oh yeah. When you learn online with K-12, you open up a world of possibilities. We provide the lessons, state-certified teachers, and all the supplies you need, so you can take learning beyond the classroom.
So the food traceability final rule became effective in 2023, with businesses originally expected to comply fully by this traceability of the FSMA Act by January 20th, 2026. What is today's date, friends and family? It's July 20th, 2026. And guess what is not in place? The food traceability final rule. Why is that? Now this is where it gets interesting. On March 20th, 2025, 2 months after Donald J. Trump took his second presidency, the FDA announced that it would delay enforcement and compliance of the food traceability final rule until July 20th, 2028. The FDA stated that many businesses throughout the supply chain were not yet ready, and that the rule required extensive coordination between growers, processors, distributors, as well as retailers. Now this is where it gets real interesting. On March 26th, 6 days after the FDA announced, March 20th, 2025, that they were going to delay that rule until July 20th, 2028, Taylor Fresh Foods donated $1 million to pro-Trump super PAC, MAGA Inc. Taylor Farms donated $1 million to the Donald Trump MAGA Inc. super PAC after he had already been elected president, and 6 days after the FDA ruled these large farms were not going to have to trace their food. The foods that specifically carry pathogens like lettuce, celery, those things. So you can call me TDS. choosing it's true. Or you can literally educate yourself on what is actually happening in America right now. But that's not all. What I'm fixing to show you next is going to blow your mind. So we have food coming out of a farm in Mexico, a farm that is owned by an American billionaire named Bruce Taylor, who just happened to make $1 million donation to the MAGA Inc. Super PAC for Donald Trump 6 days after the FDA decided, look, we don't need to trace this food. Yeah, hey, if they get sick, it'll be all right. His farms in Mexico,
And he shit all over
they
his
don't have
food.
to follow the
Sold
same
it to us.
USDA standards that a small farm like mine has to. So somewhere between Mexico and America, the food that you're eating, somebody basically got poop on it. Let that sink in. Again, the only way you get this parasite is from human fecal matter. So either the water that they're irrigating, the food in Mexico is gray water, which means it's basically sewage water. They filtered out the toilet paper and the crap, but you know, all the good dirty stuff still in. It's why it's gray water. Or there's not proper restrooms and hand washing facilities like I have to have on my farm. I have a 2-acre farmstead, and I am required to have an outside public bathroom with running water, a hand washing station within so many hundreds of feet of my small garden, and a place to properly rinse my vegetables. But guess what you don't have to have in Mexico? Yeah. I'm just saying, folks, eventually people are going to understand why it would be so easy to crash America's food system. It would be so easy to poison us. I mean, just like the story that I gave people 2 years ago, when we realized that the organic supplier of, what was it? It's not onions, it's garlic. The main supplier of organic vegetables and garlic to America were allowing prisoners to peel the garlic with their mouths. I mean, you know, it's up to you. So I wanted to show you the pages out of the FSMA book. Parasites need a host to multiply, but they can also be very stable in the environment. They can remain viable in the environment for long periods of time and are often transmitted through water contaminated with fecal material. It's intestinal.
Are you a woman or a man over 40 years old? You can receive rings for your convenience totally free. Just fill out the form to get your gift. No payment is required. Free delivery to your door.
Yes. Hold them in front of Congress. Those people who visited the island or did business with Epstein after he was a convicted pedophile. Investigate them. Prosecute them. And let's return to democratic accountability in the United States of America. Let's return to one system of justice in the United States of America. Let's return to a place where every American has a stake in this country. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, Congressman Massey and I went to the Department of Justice to read the unredacted Epstein files. We spent about 2 hours there, and we learned that 70 to 80% of the files are still redacted. In fact, there were 6 wealthy, powerful men that the DOJ hid for no apparent reason. When Congressman Massey and I pointed this out to the Department of Justice, they acknowledged their mistake. And now they have revealed the identity of these 6 powerful men. These men are Salvatore Navora, Zorab Mikoladze, Leopig Leonor, Nicola Caputa, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, CEO of Dubai Ports World, and billionaire businessman Leslie Wexner, who was labeled as a co-conspirator by the FBI. Now my question is, why did it take Thomas Massey and me going to the Justice Department to get these 6 men's identities to become public. And if we found 6 men that they were hiding in 2 hours, imagine how many men they are covering up for in those 3 million files. But the story gets worse. The reality is that Donald Trump's FBI scrubbed these files in March, long before Thomas Massie and I passed the Epstein Transparency Act.
Thank you, Mr.
Now, my bill is clear. The Epstein Transparency Act requires them to unredact those FBI files. And yet the Justice Department said to me and to Congressman Massie, we just uploaded whatever the FBI sent us. And guess what? The FBI sent scrubbed files. That means the survivor's statement to the FBI, naming rich and powerful men who went to Epstein's island, who went to his ranch, who went home and raped and abused underage girls or saw underage girls being paraded, they're all hidden. They're all redacted. It's a little bit of a farce. They're inviting all the members of Congress to go to see the Department of Justice, quote unquote, unredacted files, but they've got all redacted files from the FBI. And it's not the fault of the Justice Department attorneys. They were just told upload things that Donald Trump's FBI had already scrubbed. It's a blatant violation of the Epstein Transparency Act, but it also asks a fundamental question. Who are they protecting? Why are they protecting these rich and powerful men, people I call part of the Epstein class? Why are we in a country where there is no elite accountability for people who do the most heinous things? You have in England the king now calling for an investigation and possible prosecution of his own brother. You have in Norway the princess no longer has support to be the queen. And yet in the United States of America, we have someone in the cabinet, Howard Lutnick, who is all over these Epstein files, who allegedly had business with Epstein after he was convicted of pedophilia, and he still is in the cabinet. We need to ask ourselves, are we in America going to have elite accountability? Are we going to call on rich and powerful people who broke the law or cavorted with a pedophile, a convicted pedophile?
There is one angel even Michael and Lucifer feared. He didn't fight battles. He didn't bring messages. He ended stories, silently, without warning. His presence meant one thing: your time was over. They called him Azrael, the angel of death. Some believed he could remove the soul with a whisper. Others said the moment he appeared, the soul knew it was time. And when he came, even the greatest angels stepped aside. This is Secret Origins, and today we are telling the story of the scariest angel that ever lived. Welcome.
That ever lived.
Long ago, before time was counted, and before humans walked the earth, there was no such thing as death. The world was not yet complete, life had not begun, and so the end of life was not yet part of creation. But all of that changed with one single choice. In the beginning, the first man, Adam, was created and placed in a perfect garden. This place, known as Eden, was peaceful and without pain. It was a gift. But when Adam and Eve disobeyed God and took from the tree that had been forbidden to them, they introduced something new into the world, a sin. And with sin came the consequence that had never existed before: death. From that moment, death became a reality for all of humanity. Humans would no longer live forever. Instead, they would be born, grow old, and eventually die. And because death was now part of the world, someone had to be responsible for carrying out this new part of the human journey. But not just any angel could be given this task. Among the many angels in the heavens, there were warriors like Michael, messengers like Gabriel, and other angels who performed special duties. Each had a role. But the task of bringing death, of ending life and guiding souls to the next world, was something different. It required courage, obedience, and an unusual kind of strength, the strength to do what no one else would want to
right
do.
down there.
So God gave a command. He asked his angels to go to the earth and collect the dust from which Adam would be formed. This dust would be used to create the first human body, the vessel for a soul. One by one, the archangels were sent to complete this task. Some sources say that Michael tried, but the earth cried out and asked him not to take its soil. Others say Gabriel approached the earth and felt compassion for it, leaving it untouched. Each time the angel returned to God without the dust, unable or unwilling to carry it away. Then God sent Azrael. At that time, Azrael was not yet the angel of death. He was simply one among the angels, faithful, obedient, and silent. But when he was sent, Azrael went to the earth and did what none of the others would do. He gathered the dust, even as the earth wept and begged to be left alone. Some stories say that Azrael spoke to the earth and promised to return the dust in time. Others say he said nothing at all. What mattered most was that he completed the mission and brought the dust back to God, and with that single act, everything changed. Azrael had proven something that none of the others had. He had shown that he could carry out the most difficult task without delay, without complaint, and without letting emotions stand in the way. Because of that, God gave him a role unlike any other. Azrael would become the one responsible for the beginning and the end. He would be the one to guide the soul from its creation to its final moment in the body, and then carry it beyond. From that point on, Azrael was no longer just an angel. He became Malak al-Maut, the angel of death. Azrael's success in collecting the dust from earth was a sign that he alone could bear the weight of death. No other angel had the heart to do it. It was not because they were weak, but because the role was too heavy, and the name Azrael, meaning help of God in Hebrew, became linked with this function, to help the soul cross from this life to whatever came next. So yes, Azrael is known across Islamic and Jewish traditions as the angel of death, but his work is much more than simply ending life. His main responsibility is to separate the soul from the body at the appointed time of death. But taking a soul is only part of what he does. In both religious texts and oral traditions, Azrael is described as a psychopomp, a being whose role is to guide souls from the physical world into the afterlife. He doesn't just end the connection between body and soul. He helps carry that soul forward, beyond this life, toward whatever awaits on the other side. That journey might lead to peace, reward, or judgment, but Azrael's task is to make sure it begins. He is the one who opens that door. According to several traditions, Azrael carries a divine scroll or record, sometimes described as a book, on which the names of all human beings are written. When a person is born, their name is added to this list. When they die, their name is erased. The scroll represents the ongoing awareness Azrael has over all living people. He does not act based on emotion or personal judgment. He waits for the moment when the scroll tells him it is time. This scroll shows that Azrael's job is deeply connected to destiny. He does not randomly appear, nor does he choose who dies and when. He only acts when God gives him the command.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from Joshua Blocker, an inmate at Bullock Correctional Facility. To accept this call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. Three-way calls are not allowed per ADOC Administrative Regulation 431. Inmates violating AR 431, as well as those individuals assisting them, may be subject to discipline. If an inmate in the dock asks you to send money outside of approved channels, such as payments to any mobile app It could lead to an investigation or criminal charges against both you and the inmate for promoting prison contraband. Thank you for using IC Solutions. You may begin speaking now.
What up, bro?
Chilling. Yep.
I'm just chilling. You doing alright?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
Yeah, just chilling.
It's loud in here, so it's real hard to hear, but it's all good. I had some coffee. I just had a shot of coffee and I got a shot in my cup. So I'm really, really ecstatic, happy. And I'm doing good. I had a cigarette. I went to field call. And they just chilling. They got the doors open so people are moving around. And it's all good.
Right on.
You got any videos tonight?
I did a couple earlier. I haven't done any recently. Well, I'm shooting a video right now though on YouTube. Right now while we're talking. So it's a long video. So far 4 hours and 4 hours and 2 minutes. 4 hours and 2 minutes.
Awesome.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Yard of house. I'm gonna get back on the yard of house. That's gonna be cool. I'm gonna lower that. 5 more store days. And one of the store days is tomorrow. So it's gonna be awesome tomorrow. I'm gonna be straight.
Right.
Thank you guys. The store is coming tomorrow.
Okay, let's roll up out of here. I think this is right. See, it's not working. I want to tell me where I'm at. Tell me my GPS stopped working. Edgewood. So this is it. There it is, right. Okay, cool. I'm at the right place. Let's go. Yeah, man. Life on planet Earth is a trip. Sure? Yes. Okay. Don't. Uh-huh. Wild stuff. Check it out. I'm in a real cool place. I'm gonna bring you here. It's called the Beltline. Imagine, no, I guess we ever came here. But definitely will. What up, though? Son of David, take compassion on me. Son of David, take compassion on me. Son of David, take compassion on me. There we go. See what we got. Okay, we got. Yeah, let's roll it. Okay, ready? What do we got? Little man. Which one goes where? This one goes here.
Yeah, big in his top. He's my friend. Yeah, we're just straight county, man. Another night in 18. But it's gonna drop. So that little bit of coffee I got is getting on. And I'm super happy. Like I said, I'm ecstatic. I feel good. I got a geek. I usually write in my journal, but I think they threw away my journal. I don't know. I can't find it.
So I was listening to this guy talk about Azrael. And he was like, it's the angel of death. Stuff like that. It's weird concept. I was trying to see where he got the, I don't know what he's talking about. Some people, you look up whatever they're looking up, figure out telling the truth.
That's wild.
Yeah. What do you think about that? Azrael is the angel of death.
Well, Azrael is a pedophile demon.
Right.
I don't know.
It might be, I don't know. They're definitely.
So.
I don't think he is the angel of death, is he? He's not a good one, but he's not that one either. I don't think.
Well, nah, definitely not. He couldn't collect souls. He would just pick them up. And that would be against God in general, that an evil creature was the angel of death, because the angel of death is the one that's supposed to collect souls. So it would need to be a good creature that collects souls.
Well, most souls are not going to go. Most souls won't go to heaven, though. They don't want to.
Yeah, I don't think there is an actual angel of death in general, but that's just, I talked to a demon that I wasn't trying to help him, you know, he talked to me. He said he was standing there swimming, and he was angry to death. And he said he wanted to be the only black one in heaven.
But
And
basically, he's the separator of the souls. He separates the soul from the body.
Yeah, he collects it. So that's what I'm saying. It would have to be a good creature because it has to face judgment. A demon wouldn't do it right. You know, a demon would try to hold it for itself. But all is energy. So the good. I'm gonna call you. Can I call you right back?
Alright. Yeah. Going back.
I love you. God bless
you. God bless
I'm gonna call you right back.
Alright, peace. Well, I'm gonna listen to this a little more anyway. What's going on? It ain't working.
And yet, even though he does not act independently, Azrael's reach is unlike any other angel in existence. While other angels might protect, deliver messages, or fight in certain places and times, Azrael's task applies to every single living being on Earth. No matter where someone lives, what language they speak, or what they believe, every soul eventually passes through Azrael's care. From ancient times to the present, from the tallest mountains to the deepest cities, Azrael's responsibility never ends. That alone sets him apart from other angels. There's another part of his duty that...
This is why blocking spam calls never stops them.
What do you mean? It's not just some random caller?
No. When your phone lights up like that with unknown numbers, it's not the callers, it's the message.
I had the devil call me one time. Not right now.
Hello, you have a call at no expense to you from
Joshua Blocker,
an inmate at Bullock Correctional Facility.
Basically, the devil called me a couple of times. And, number was 666-666.
Calls are not allowed for 8.
And either that or it was a prank call. Could have been a prank call. I don't know. But it didn't seem like the devil, if I could say. But that's what he said. He said, I am the devil. But then he's kind of dumb. I expect the devil to be dumb. Unless the devil could play dumb. Right?
Or criminal charges.
But I wouldn't think the devil was dumb. So I think that's what this guy's dumb. He doesn't know. He does know. He knew some stuff about the Masons. What up?
Well, so what said something about...
Yeah, I think the guy was wrong, you know? Because sometimes these people that make really good videos and get a lot of views are wrong.
Yeah. But it's definitely not... Well, I mean, I can't say... You know, I just say it's definitely not Azrael. Azrael is a pedophile demon, and he's a really evil one. That's like the worst one. It's not the worst one, but it's up there. But, like, the Chongqing in general, they believe that words have power. And, I mean, you know, good intelligent creatures, words have power. But evil intelligent creatures, words have no power. So, but they all make swears, you know, they're called the Anunnaki. And they all make swears to Satan that if he ever lost, you know, they would be screwed. Or if they ever did him wrong, they would be screwed. That's in the book of Enoch. I know you've read it. So they believe the words work. So, like, it's interesting in general. But I was telling you about that the demon approached me, and it said it was like a black angel, and it said it was Sandman Slim, and it was dangerous to death. And then it said something fly. It said it wanted to be the only black one in heaven, the black angel in heaven. And I was like, you know, I know he's not cool. And he said he was the angel of death, and I don't believe that. It's just, I don't think there is one. I think it's collected by, like, all the angels. You know, but that's the good souls and the evil souls, because they have to face judgment. You know, and they face judgment for every thought they ever had and every action they ever had, they're judged on it. And they can be forgiven in Jesus Christ and Nazareth's name. So, and the sins as far as the east is to the west. And like you said, you know, I don't drop 12 feet. Yeah. Skateboard was talking about skateboard. And it's just, it's really intricate understanding in general about it, and I don't believe there's an angel of death. I believe they're collected by angels, but it has to be an angel, because the demon would try to hoard the soul. So that's impossible that it could be a demon. But that's my understanding in general. And that's good, because, you know, the Christians get judgment and they pass judgment and they go to heaven. They go to heaven and they're straight in the higher reaches of heaven. And I want to get situated to where I can go to Jesus Christ's heaven and visit Him.
Amen.
Because that sounds really good. I really want to do that. And I'm working on it. I'm kind of stuck in my way. I still cuss. And, you know, I work on it though. And I keep working on it. It's going to be sick. And, I'm having a great night. And I feel really good. And I'm glad I can talk to you. And I got money on my phone. And I got money on my books. And I think I'm taking, like I told you, a $200, I don't know for sure, but I think it's like a $230 store tomorrow. Like I bought a bunch of houses. So, like, I'm going to have a clean face because I'm going to pay all my bills. And then I'll be able to get a bunch more. And the dude already said that he'll probably give me the 2 keys back, or 4 back. So I'll have 2 keys tomorrow. And I got it situated that, you know, if I could just grasp that I'm finna get out, then I would be in better, happy mood. I'm still in a happy mood, but it hasn't kicked in yet that, you know, I'm getting out. I'm just living day by day, store by store, but this is a big store, and then 4 more stores after that. And then I'm going to get out and have money. Oh my God, that's freaking awesome. I never had money. I mean, not much. I ain't never had $1,000 in my pocket. So, that's freaking awesome. I'm going to have some money. And like you said, money fixes everything. And that's freaking awesome. It hadn't kicked in yet that I'm getting out. I mean, I know I am, but it hadn't fully kicked in. But it will, and I'm going to be straight. And a bunch of people got coffee tonight, so everybody's drinking coffee. Not everybody, but a bunch of people are drinking coffee. And I got a shot in my cup. And I got this, it tastes really good, this red Kool-Aid. And I got it from the youth call. And like, I'm happy and everything's gonna work out. And I asked God that everything's gonna work out tomorrow, and He said yeah. So everything's gonna work out tomorrow. And I'm just straight. I have a cigarette in my pocket. And I can smoke it a little bit. And I got a shot in my cup. That's better than I've done all day. Because like, it was a drought. And I didn't have nothing this morning. I finally got one at 2 o'clock. I shot a coffee. And I was happy about that. Oh, and I heard about the Willie Nelson. The Willie Nelson drink. I'm freaking gonna Okay, boy. Okay, what's up?
What up, what up?
He said, what up, man? I ain't telling him that yet. It's all good. It's freaking making it through, man. And it's another day. So you still on YouTube?
Yep. 4 minutes and 26 seconds. Yeah, 4 hours and 26 minutes, 26 seconds. 4:26. 26. It's funny. Oh, I should go in there. Okay. Go in here. Oh, that's it. Okay. Gotta go in there. Okay, right here.
I'm about to be. You need it right now? I'm on the phone. It's all good.
Alright, I'm back. I jumped out the truck. A car. I don't got a truck right now. I got one, but it don't run.
Hey, you got anything on the trade?
Well. Style, profile.
You got it. Try again now? Thank you. I'll say a city everything. I'll say a city everything. Yeah, I know. It's all good. Hey, you ain't got any items to eat? You got rid of? It's all good. Yeah, we just walking around, chilling, day 3. It's all good. I got playing in my tablet. I got my game on there and I play it every day until the battery dies. It's got like 5 warriors and they throw like daggers and magic wands and all that stuff. And I got a lightning ring that shoots automatically the whole thing. And there's a lightning ring and it's really cool. I got a really cool game and I play it every day.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm happy and blessed. My sadness is past. His love lights a way for me. His love lights a way I travel today. Shouting the victory. My sadness is past. I'm happy and blessed. Love lights a way for me. Wrong Tide!
Wow, I have to do my thing. Keep smoking in the best long I smoke in with the bad times out in the government. Just over the good down your face. You got your face. And then it's going to get down your face. They've been getting it.
This guy had a Chucky doll hanging out the window.
What?
Guy had a Chucky doll hanging out the window. Chucky doll. Chucky doll. It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
One minute remaining.
All right, bro. I'm gonna call you tomorrow. I love you. I'm gonna be terrified. God bless you.
God bless you too. Peace. Talk to you tomorrow. God bless you in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Peace, peace.
Amen. I'll call you tomorrow.
All right.
Peace.
Peace. Spot for you right now. Watch the
Summer Hill, goddamn, Atlanta Ave, Hank Aaron. They just found Oscar.
Oscar, man. I don't have too much to say about it, man. Oscar been in the hood before me. My grandmother used to kick him with Oscar. Goddamn, I ain't gonna lie, he got too high right here, y'all. That's like, if you know Oscar, he get high, he do everything. Follow Oscar, man. Everybody seen they condone it to my boy, man.
What he meant to the community?
A lot, man. He just come around here, spread some energy. It's not no bad energy. We know. With the Jackie Airline then, but he'll slap a nigga out here, throw a brick at you, tell you get the fuck on. He been here before me. Yeah. So I gotta respect him, man. Gotta respect Oscar.
Summer Hill, goddamn, Atlanta Ave, Hank Aaron. They just found Oscar.
Oscar, man. I don't know what too much to say about it, man. Oscar been in the hood before me. My grandmother used to kick it with Oscar. Oscar, goddamn, I ain't gonna lie, he got too high right here, y'all. That's like, if you know Oscar, he get high, he do everything. Long little Oscar, man. Everybody seen they condone it to my boy, man.
What he meant to the
Oscar got too high. That's what happened. That's what happened to you, boy. Oscar done got too high. Where we going? Go straight. Okay, let's go to Spray. Spray right here, huh? Spray, yeah. Spray right here. Spray right here.
We've been persecuted for thousands of years, since the dinosaur age, because of anti-Semitism. We go here, they kick us out. We go there, they kick us out. Because we're Jewish. We can build it there, the temple. We want to crush the Dome of the Rock. We want to crush the Aqsa Mosque. We want to build the third temple so the Mashiach can come and we can rule the world. Yes, yes. כן, טוב, בסדר. אני יכול אולי מחר? באיזו שעה? טוב, תראה, אני צריך לעשות את השידוך שלי. כן, בטח, מה קורה? צריך ללכת, יאללה, נו. אוקיי, ברוך השם, ברוך השם. סליחה, שבת שלום, שבת שלום, שבת שלום. Welcome to Rabbi Chozi Iyov.
So this is a comedian.
It's a good, very, very good Shabbat. Hopefully you like the better look. Everybody wants me to have the better beard, so I decided,
you got a fake beard
why
on.
not? Today is a good day to put it on.
I already heard this one.
And payot. And you know what this is.
He is Israeli is what's funny, but he doesn't have this big accent. So he's exaggerating but he is really smart. But he's a Christian in real life. He's not a little hat person. Got it in there. Go ahead. What do we look like? Where are the lines at? Where are the lines? These things are small. Bigger.
Excellent, Rabbi. Excellent, Rabbi. So this is on a YouTube channel called Bacha Inspired.
Bacha
It's another
Inspired.
person that is having.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave y'all here. Y'all are charging. Y'all are good. Run up in the Steak and Shake. No, the Shake Shack, right? What is it? Shake Shack? Yeah. Be back in a minute. Son of David, take compassion on me. 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 Hiya-ha, habaja, hiya-ha. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, here we go.
Our discussion with Rabbi Tovia Singer. The guy that talks like this from his mouth. Yes, he talks very, very weird, but a good resource for Judaism. And you see the temple says that we can build it there, the third temple. We want to crush the Dome of the Rock. We want to crush the Aqsa Mosque. We want to build the third temple so the Mashiach can come and we can rule the world. Yes, yes. And the title of the video is The Third Temple Will Be Built When We Do This. And they're going to discuss what you are supposed to do. And you goyim will learn if you want to be a house goy or a field goy. Or maybe you can be a good Noahide. One step further, you know the Noahide laws are coming, so as long as you obey the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Noahide laws, you will be a good Shabbos goy. Before we begin, make sure you grab your kosher popcorn. Shabbat shalom, Shabbat shalom. Okay.
Thank you for joining us. We're entering one of the most messianic periods in the Jewish calendar. It's the time when Mashiach is born, but yet it's the time when the temple was destroyed.
Okay, no.
I had clickbait.
Full coverage for less than
Plus, I already heard that guy,
gas.
so.
If your car insurance is about to
He's
expire,
funny.
you're going to want to
That's
listen
a funny
to this.
show. I
Look,
already
you
seen
see
that
this
show.
right here? $36 a month, and that comes with 24/7.
Dope beard. Dope costume beard.
And things were supposed to happen, and now we are, in my opinion, dropping the ball pretty drastically, and the people who are supposed to be the ones holding these people that Charlie himself trusted accountable are not doing that. And so, again, I think everything that we're about to go through is just going to reveal kind of why I believe the things that I do and why I've been saying the things that I do. And again, like, I just want to emphasize, I'm only echoing the sentiments of my friend who's no longer here to do it, and that's a large part of my motivation, is just to make sure that these parts of Charlie Kirk are not forgotten, because it seems like there is an effort being made to erase this side and this part of him which challenged the narrative, which challenged the government, which questioned things, which waged war on the deep state, and it seems like the two have now become one, and that's concerning. So yeah, let's keep going, and again, I can't wait for people to hear the rest of what we have.
Yeah, you guys, we got a lot of good clips, and it's all, you know, it's straight from Charlie. And what's interesting is there's clips too that I don't even have pulled up today of Charlie with Blake and Andrew and Jack Posobiec and Tyler Boyer after the bombing of Fordo. And I went back and forth with this Fed slopper on X. I'm not even gonna name his name because you all know him, but trying to tell me that, you know, Charlie 100% trusted Trump's judgment when it comes to the war with Iran. No, if you go watch the clip in full, he said so he went there and argued against no bombing. Okay, number one, he wanted no bombing. Trump said, we're gonna do a limited strike. We have clear ins, clear outs. We have a clear mission accomplished, and we know when we'll be done, and it'll be done, and that's it. In that scenario, Charlie said, okay, I'm going to trust that Trump is going to do that and nothing else. And then on Thought Crime with Blake and those cronies, they literally said, we trust Trump to do this and nothing more. And if it goes any further, and if it goes into regime change, something really wrong.
And I remember, I said this last time too, I think, is like, you're 100% correct, because I remember watching that live stream live, because I remember how significant it was. It was, I think, around July 4th, maybe I'm wrong, but yeah, and so I remember also the White House article is still up. It says we completely destroyed their nuclear capabilities. And so I remember Charlie being like, we're going to trust the president on this, we're going to trust his intelligence, you know, thinking that it's not deep state, etc. And I remember, and I think that's part of why they had to do what they did, ultimately, because, you know, we very quickly restarted the war machine after that. And what was interesting to me after that was the people who previously were in the studio with Charlie when he was calling Lindsey Graham pathologically insane. Again, I posted the 16-minute bit on my Twitter multiple times now. Are now the ones writing puff pieces for Lindsey Graham and excusing the war in Iran and saying, well, we wouldn't know what Charlie would feel about this, when in reality it's very simple to know what he would feel. He trusted the administration to do a precise strike in 2025, and they did that, and they told us that the nuclear, you know, facilities were destroyed. So either they lied or this is an illegitimate war, and Charlie died for what reason exactly. Something isn't adding up here, and to imply that you would not know how Charlie would feel about this war having sat in the studio next to him is asinine when the video is right in front of our own eyes, right? This feels very much like 1984 in many ways, and the way in which these specific clips, right, Matt, that you and I have both kind of been working to unearth, it feels intentional. It's why I made the mock Star Wars video I made the other day, because I call it the Kirkhives. I'm like digging through the Kirkhives trying to find, you know, these long lost clips that have been hidden, and it's wrong. It's evil to try and co-opt a dead man and turn him into a shill for an establishment and a regime that is not doing any of the things that Charlie himself and millions of other Americans, you know, elected them to do. And so, again, it goes back to what Charlie said about always asking questions, because it poses a threat to an illegitimate regime. And unfortunately, as someone who toured with Charlie and put my all into getting these people elected, I don't think that they are, you know, representing us in the way that we expected them to. And, you know, that in and of itself, to me, feels illegitimate, and it is a cause for concern. And I don't think that Charlie Kirk himself would be sitting in the studio like Blake Neff and Andrew Colvett are, just making excuses, talking about we need to pass the Save America Act because we might not have a Congress next year. I mean, come on, like, be real. You guys are not playing offense that Charlie Kirk used to play, and it's very intentional. Why? Because he came too close to, in my opinion, fundamentally restructuring this country from top to bottom, and the people he put in place to do that lied to him.
Well, imagine, right? So, like, it's even worse that they are shilling for the people and organizations and countries that he was opposing. Not just that they're shilling in general, but for the very thing that he was up against when he was killed for opposing these, you know, institutions and,
well,
you know,
I think they're so trying to, you know, make you think that it's a lone shooter, because it all goes back to this.
He said that he was so trusting that Kash Patel, Pam Bondi.
Okay, why did nobody teach me that when you get a credit card, you're actually not supposed to spend the entire balance? When I got a card with a $2,000 credit limit, I thought I was actually supposed to use it. Turns out, a big part of how good...
Well, the corruption.
Can we play that clip? It's on my Twitter. It's like, it's in that thread. It's I think people need to hear it, because it kind of, the tone in his voice, you can hear how much trust he has in everyone, in all of these people that we've seen do absolutely nothing in the wake of his, like, not only his assassination, but just since getting power in general, really. And it goes into the other clip we were talking about. I think I might have put it out, where, you know, they said Charlie was just not impressed on the Epstein files anymore, and that's completely false. And he corrected himself and kind of challenged the media there, and it was an interesting time that they are trying to get us to forget that 2023 to 2025 shift in Charlie Kirk was very apparent to those who listened to him a lot, I think, and you know, worked closely to him. That's why I think what we're seeing right now is happening. And I again, if we can play that clip, even if it's just the part where he talks about the people specifically that he trusts and that needs to happen. And then I think if you couple that with what's happened since, with how Tucker's now being labeled an enemy of the state, and Candace is being labeled an enemy of the state, and all of these people who, you know, agreed with Charlie on this issue specifically, Joe Kent, Thomas Massey, all these other people, Turning Point is now also just kind of agreeing with the administration that these people are enemies of the state, and akin to Antifa, when, in my opinion, the way that they are acting is far more leftist
always a good idea. There's shampoos, there's flea baths. Check with your veterinarian.
All right, that's great. There's another video on this.
County resident died from the pneumonic plague in a Flagstaff emergency room. Health officials.
Days where somebody died. There's about 7 cases throughout the United States. The chances are extremely low. This is like the first case in like 2 decades where somebody died. There's about 7 cases throughout the United States per year.
Okay.
Okay, so remember, it's a bacteria. It hangs out on rodents, and then.
So there's 7 cases per year on average of the pneumonic plague. That's wild. I did not know that.
No, you get a flea bite. Okay, so if you wear protection against that, it's very less likely that you get it. Sometimes there's a dead animal from the plague, and if you have close contact with that. So stay away from dead animals, try to avoid the flea bites. It's only in the Western United States, so it's very, very, very rare.
Okay, that should be comforting for a lot of folks. Hearing about it, I think normally, most people just feel like a little worried about it. You talked about dead animal, a bite. What about feces from an animal that might be infected?
Not necessarily, no, unless there's fleas on top of it. And the thing that hurts us as doctors is that it presents like everything else. You have a headache, fever, chills, cough. Okay, but the thing
those are the main symptoms.
Those are the main symptoms, right? But the thing that's a little different is they call it the bubonic plague because your lymph nodes kind of really swell up and they get black and blue, and that's like the key to say, hey, this is what they have. So once you see those, it's pretty easy to make the diagnosis.
Okay.
We look for that. It does get treated with antibiotics if you catch it early enough. Again, it's extremely, extremely rare.
And what is, real quickly, if you are treated with an antibiotic, usually everything would be fine?
Yes, especially if you just have the skin form. There's 3 different forms. This person was a little unlucky. They happened to get the worst form, which is the pneumonic one, which kind of attacks your lungs. There was a case of person getting it, meaning like I have it and I give it to you. But the last case, that was 1924, where a person gave it to another person.
All right, so basically, after seeing this video, I'm like, all right, well, these people on the news, they're not talking about it like you get it, you're automatically dead. So, like, what's the truth? So, here we go. So it says, the real day-to-day timeline. Day 1, the initial phase. The patient experiences a sudden onset of generic flu-like symptoms. This includes a sudden high fever, headache, chills, weakness. Because it looks like a standard respiratory virus, people often dismiss it. Day 2, the respiratory phase. The bacteria multiply exponentially in the lungs, causing localized tissue death, necrosis. The patient develops a severe productive cough, intense chest pain, shortness of breath, and begins coughing up watery, bloody mucus. Then you got day 3 and 4, the terminal phase. The lungs experience total respiratory failure. The bacteria spills directly into the bloodstream, resulting in a widespread organ failure, massive internal bleeding, cardiovascular shock, death. All right, that sounds pretty bad. It basically says that as long as you get antibiotics within the first day or 2, that you'll probably be okay. So, I mean, at least that's good to know. But when she says 100%, death rate, that's really scary. But again, if you get antibiotics within the first day or so, you're usually okay. And 7 people a year on average get this in the country. And as the other guy was saying, that it's pretty much mostly on the West Coast. So, just gotta fact check these things. I hear somebody say 100%. I gotta look into it.
It sort of takes over parts of the body, your lymph system. Pneumonic plague in the lungs, 100% case fatality rate.
100%.
100%.
It's actually not 100% though, because there have been people that have gotten it and survived without the antibiotics. So 99%. She likes the rounds, but she's putting a little emphasis on the rounds.
Nalia H. says, leave it building reception. Go through ED.
Unless you take antibiotics.
Now we go.
You have to take antibiotics within 24 hours. Within 24 hours. By the way, I have one of my major sources on the book is...
Again, slight exaggerations, but not too far off from the truth.
one of the world's experts on bubonic plague, pneumonic plague, Dr. Henry Hine. He was at USAMRIID, which is at Fort Detrick, studying this for a very long time until he...
What is it called now? I forgot. What happened?
Left, now he works privately. So all of this information is like fully sourced. But the big fear, I'm looping back to the president here, big fear of Defense Department, CDC, HHS, all of these organizations would be involved in a bio-event. A pathogen is released, either a lab leak or an attack, it's airborne, and it has a case fatality rate of 100%. Okay? Then I said the medical countermeasures, how are we going to stop it? Well, what if it has been genetically modified to defeat antibiotics?
So she's basically saying, like, COVID, if COVID was really dangerous for...
Where is ED entrance at Emory University Hospital?
Healthy people. Obviously, COVID was dangerous for the elderly, the overweight, the people whose immune systems were already compromised.
So
but if you were young or middle-aged...
Can't take you. I'll be back. Let's see which one we got. Which one is it? Okay. Close. Go back. What do we have? Steak and shake. Shake Shack. Shake Shack. Shake Shack. That one should be right here. Shake Shack right there. Be right back. Shake Shack. Be right back. Shake Shack.
You were more than likely okay. But she's talking about a scenario where there's a potential lab leak with one of these gain-of-function diseases that's like a plague, and then starts wiping us all out. I'm sure, like, Sean Ryan was like, enjoyed this interview so much.
Again, sounds like Annie's talking science fiction. There are plans in place because this is what is feared.
I'm sure there are.
In this event, the president, I learned, this is like, you know, sometimes you get information and you go, I gotta reverse engineer my book from that because this is just too dramatic. The president is does not get moved to a big bunker like Raven Rock or Mount Weather. Any of these command centers we can talk about if you want more details. He gets moved to like what's called a cold site, like really far away by himself. It's such a crazy visual to think about the President of the United States with a gas mask by himself in a room. His military aide with the nuclear football outside the door, and a couple Secret Service agents watching the building. For how long? I mean, that to me sounds like science fiction. To realize it's science fact is like...
She's got some pretty good slogans. That to me sounds like science fiction, but it's science fact. You know what I mean? Like,
that's dope.
Oh man,
I'm gonna remember that.
About this. And that's how I work as a reporter. Like, okay, so how does that happen?
she's asking Sean Ryan like he knows.
You know,
That's the end of the conversation.
yeah, I'd like to go back a little bit and talk about maybe the biological arms race before we get to this. But you know, rise. I mean, who do they think they're going to even govern? You know, I mean, the trillionaires that are building, the billionaires and trillionaire that are building bunkers in Hawaii. What are they?
Hi.
Hey, Nikki, get me some facts. They gave me the wrong things for bonus wings and things. So you can have the bonus wings and things when you get home.
I can have the wings.
It's bonus wings and things.
Oh,
The bonus wings. I'm eating those.
Okay, gotcha.
I ate 3 of them, Ricky 2, and I ate 1 of the other, Ricky 3.
Okay. Good deal. Thank you. That's awesome to hear.
Okay.
Okay. Love you too. God bless you.
God bless you.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm gonna be home though. I'm in Atlanta.
I know, but you can get up and get home.
True that. You know, I'm trying to make that thing for tomorrow.
I know.
I love you. I love you too, and God bless you. Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
God bless you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yay.
Your bunker and do what? Like, were you
Who's
going to
that?
govern Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg? I don't think so. They're not being governed right now.
And you got to think it's...
Oh, Sean Ryan popping shots with his hat and his glasses. He says they're not being governed right now. He's getting a little feisty.
Skills you have to survive in that kind of a world. Okay, so biological arms race. Here's an interesting fact. Biological war is...
Wait. Hold on. Annie, is this a regular fact? Or is this... what did she say before?
Scientific
There's
fact.
science fiction and science facts.
illegal. Biological weapons are illegal. Nuclear weapons are not illegal.
Science fiction.
Crazy
To me,
thought,
it's
okay?
science
Okay, there's only a certain amount of countries
Science
that have them,
facts.
and they're making sure no one else gets them, hence Iran.
Science fact.
But nuclear weapons are not illegal to those who hold them. Biological weapons... Oh,
You know why they added the to those who hold them part, right? Yeah, I can't help myself.
Faction. Science faction.
Oh my god. Because, you know,
that place.
countries aren't supposed to have them, but once they do, you know,
Good job
like
there.
certain countries, then what are you going to do? They already have them.
As the
And
principality.
sometimes they steal them from us. And then we still call them our greatest allies and try to, like, you know, merge intelligence. Why? So they can tell us how they stole them?
all biological weapons are illegal. They were made illegal by a treaty called the Biological Weapons Convention, the BWC is the treaty, in 1972. Before that, the United States had a massive arsenal of biological weapons, which is just crazy to think about. That's Cold War paranoia for you. We had them, Russia had them, China was building them, North Korea. So they became illegal. President Nixon decided they're repugnant to the conscience of mankind. That's what he said. Okay? And makes them illegal. We destroyed our biological weapons. It took 219 weeks to destroy them, by the way. So everybody says we're going to destroy our weapons, biological weapons. Everybody signs the treaty. Not for another 20 years would the United States learn from Soviet defector scientists that the Russians went like this. Oh yeah, here we signed that treaty. And then they began to build a colossal biological weapons program.
All right, now, a couple of things. Remember before when I was saying that, like, you know, there's a couple parts that feels like they're like sprinkling a little propaganda, you know what I mean? So she's saying that all the nations, all the powerful nations of the world agreed that biological weapons were bad and that we should get rid of them all. And that America spent about 4 years, took them 4 years to destroy all of their biological weapons. And then they found...
Where'd he go?
The world is exploding, and the issue regarding everything, whatever you want to call it, whether you call it Candace or Tyler or Charlie or Erica, whatever you call this, it is exploding. And the reason why it is exploding is because, as I was saying, not because I'm the only one, everybody knows this, but when I showed you this very famous, now famous interview on Newsmax, I explained Chris Buddy, Newsmax, showing Rob O'Neill, and it changed the trajectory of everything. I have so much to tell you right now. So much to tell you also to make sure that your mental health is not lost in the course of this. We're going to be talking about everything. Oh, so much. So get ready, buckle up, but first, this word from our sponsor. Everybody's talking about AI, a smarter future, a faster future, everything connects, everything in the cloud. But what happens? What happens when it breaks? What happens when the system holding your money gets hacked or artificial intelligence becomes sophisticated enough to identify patterns, exploit weaknesses, and target the accounts you trusted with your financial future? Think about it. How much of what you own exists only as numbers on the screen? That's why so many Americans are choosing something real, physical gold, physical silver, assets you can actually hold. Click the special link below to learn how Noble Gold can deliver precious metals to your door or place them in a tax-advantaged retirement account. And to celebrate America's 250th birthday, viewers who use my link and open a new qualified account will receive a free 10-ounce silver bar. In an increasingly digital world, own something real. Protect what you've earned. Click the special link below now. My friends, where do I begin? I'm going to start at the beginning. I'm going to start at the beginning because I want you to look at what's going on right now. This is so big, so huge, so immane. I don't think people really grasp. I don't think people can really get it because it's new to them. So let me see if I can work you through this and walk you through this. One of the most, and this is important, I'm going to tell you this, one of the most important skills in life and politics, law and business and investigations and and communications and news and politics, whatever, is the ability to handle many issues simultaneously without allowing the sheer number of details to overwhelm your sense of judgment. For you to keep things into perspective, every serious issue you've ever had in your life, every news story, contained a lot of moving parts. And this is no different. We've got personalities and documents and timelines and motives and characters and people and sexual references and side arguments and emotional reactions and endless piles of information, data, all competing for your attention. You're overwhelmed. You must wake up sometimes and say, I don't know if I can handle this. I thought this was just a simple murder case. No, there's so many people. And the challenge for you is not merely to gather facts. The challenge is knowing which facts matter. Because some of these people don't matter. They're just fucked up. And we talk about them because they're fucked up. Or they're weird. And we laugh at them because they're stupid. And they're liars. But they don't matter. You gotta know which facts matter. Which might matter later, and which facts are noise. They just don't matter. Some people are just noise. They're not involved in anything. They're just, and it's fun. But sometimes I'm afraid we might be letting our eye off the prize, as it were. You know, if I ever committed a murder and I wanted to get people off of my tail, I would have as many weird people come to my defense. I'd have people come up and say, I think Lionel's the best in the world. And people would say, did you hear that guy? Did you hear that? Did you? And the people would do memes about me, and they would do back. And then I get another guy to come and say, I think he's very good. That's 2 in a row. Pretty soon, they'd be talking about those people and not the issue of what we're talking about right now. Zaman says, when I go out sniping, I always carry a change of clothes. Just I feel like a fashionista. In case I feel a fashionista, yes. Rush, surging within. Oh yes. Oh, the store. We will go through. We have been most assiduous in going through, and those facts matter. Absolutely. There was a fellow today. There was a guy I know. I used to watch him. This Robbie Starbuck. I thought he was pretty good. He talked a lot about trans, and he kind of joined forces with well, here's why it's obvious that Tyler committed the murder. I'm saying they got to you too. How can you miss this? I know I'm right with this. There's nothing. They would have found glass. Schmuck, this is a preliminary hearing. We don't know anything yet. You see, this is another one too. I just disregard him. I mean, I could stop what I'm doing and I could say he's full of shit, just do what he's doing. But then I'm thinking to myself, why? 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 There's so many people. I thought I liked them, but well, I'm not going to give I'll talk a little bit of reference to them, maybe because we'll learn about what we think about the case by virtue of their stupidity. But this is where so many intelligent people fail. They confuse the accumulation of information with understanding. It's not the way it is. Some people thoroughly believe that because they know every little minutiae detail that they necessarily understand the big picture. No. And a lot of it is collateral, or does it matter, or it's not going to go anywhere. It's interesting. You don't have time to remember everything. But sometimes the opposite is true. A person can become so immersed, so taken by the details that he loses sight of the central question. What are we doing? What's our goal? What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? Is it about Erica Kirk? What do we want her to do? To be arrested? To be in an insane asylum? To go away? I don't want any harm. But why? Ask yourself, why do we talk so much about her? Why? Think about that. I think sometimes she obfuscates. I think she could grease the skids. I think she's throwing the real investigation off. I think that. But short of that, before this, Sometimes people drive us crazy. We talk about them because they drive us crazy. They're so weird. This Flake Neff, whatever his name is, or Blatant, or whatever, they're so weird, these people. The guy with the CPR, Candace was talking about this jerk off. I said, why are we talking about you? What did you do? You didn't kill anybody. I don't think you're involved in any kind of a serious cover-up. You're just this tangential twit.
It's crazy. Do that. And this is this one, right? Turn on the lights. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, right there then. Good deal. Okay. Here we go.
Wart on the ass of the elephant. You're nothing. You have no significance whatsoever. And we're talking about you because you're just fucked up. And you're one of the many. This is the part which is very, very serious. Like, what does it matter? What does it matter? You know the guy that I wish I'm going to try something, and I know it won't work. Do you know who is the most insignificant of them all? And we keep, I mean, I've done it before, we've talked about it, but I'm thinking of tactical, schmactical, impractical Gary, whatever his name is, the most irrelevant person. Who cares what he says? Who is he? Who is he? Is he a prosecution witness? No. Is he why do we talk about him? This guy's probably at home pleasuring himself, saying, "Do you see how much they mentioned me? Yeah. What are you doing? I'm reading all the mentions. I was a nobody. But thanks to these people, Candace's crew, I'm famous. Why? They hate me, but fame and infamy have no distinction today. What difference does it make? He's not doing anything. I told you who matters. We'll get to this in a moment. But the ability to distinguish the essential from the incidental, it's not a minor talent. This is tough. It is the foundation of sound judgment. And in the criminal world and in the prosecution world, you sure as hell better be able to know the difference between the important and the collateral. Max says, Lionel, 9/11 story got mentioned by Bob Grenier on a talk about the Dustin research. People are still asking questions. Excellent. I hope so. I've been through that. You know, thank you very much for that. That's the story that changed my life. That's another one. SUV riders and security team are quite relevant. Okay. Okay. Why? No. Why? I'm not trying to be cute. Why? Do you think they killed Charlie? Were they part of it? Tell me why. There's got to be a reason for it. Tell me why is they killed him? Because maybe Charlie could have been saved. Maybe they were a part of this. Maybe are they part maybe of the getaway? What you've got to tell me.
Why?
Because you've got idiots who work for TPUSA who are idiots. Every one of them is an idiot. You have to be an idiot to work for TPUSA. Everything they do is stupid. Every person they have on is a moron, a subvirate, one of these anarchist little twits running around. Every single one. So you got to tell me something. More importantly, if you went before a court, if you went to it, now remember there's two parts of this. There's the whodunit and then there's the trial. Okay. The SUVs, what is, if I said counselor, where, I know it's not the court case, where are you going with this? What is your take? The Ben Shapiro call. They called Ben Shapiro and not 911. Okay, what's your take?
Oh my my gosh, what the mess.
Tell me what it is.
I
I'm not
forgot
saying
it.
it's
I didn't
not-
see it that way.
There's
I
going
gotta
to
tell
be
Tommy.
stupid people. Stupid people. I remember one time there was a. I just thought about this right now. It was in the. Like in the late 70s or mid. It was during that disco. I gave disco I didn't dance, but the clubs were pretty wild. When you're young and you're bouncing around, and this one guy had an epileptic seizure. And when he had the seizure, I mean, it was a grandma seizure, but you know what the story is with the seizure is, leave them alone. Don't do anything. Just leave them alone. Just leave them alone. I said, okay, fine. So somebody didn't know what to do. So somebody took this guy's shoe off, and another guy tried to put something in his mouth, like a credit card or something, and actually cut this poor guy's mouth, the side of his mouth. And somebody came and grabbed this guy and pulled up and says, what are you doing? Why are you taking your shoe off? He didn't know it. Remember when on TV they would say, boil water if a woman's having a baby. Boil water. What do you want to boil water for? I don't know exactly. What are you boiling water for? I don't really know. I'm not sure. But I'm boiling water. What the hell are you boiling water for? I don't know. So what I'm saying is, when you say, I think it's relevant, I want you to do me a favor. I'm not, believe me, trust me, you know I love you. I'm not being mean. What does it matter to you? What difference is it? What is the point when the says, counselor, where are you going with this? Because they cleaned up the crime scene involved. They grabbed him and took, okay, fine. Do you think that was part? Okay. Do you think that's it? I mean, baby, you've got to tell me. As opposed to these people just being idiots. Prosecution isn't crumbling. Listen to the talking points from Fox or CNN, not listening to podcasts, sadly. Oh no, remember what I told you. Remember, they're going to find probable cause. And unless the prosecution is very, very aggressive, they could lose this case. Tyler Robinson could be convicted. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, that's why you got to focus on what really, really matters here. There's so many moving parts. You've got to be always ask yourself repeatedly, and without any kind of concern or embarrassment. But ask yourself, what is the central issue? What is we call it the gravamen, the essence of the indictment? What are we actually trying to determine? Who possesses real authority? Who has relevant knowledge? Who made the important decisions? What is this? I mean, who benefited? Cui bono, cui prodest, of course. Who had the ability to change the outcome? Who was there to cover things up? Whenever you have anybody who was cleaning crime scenes, they did it with JFK, they did it with the car. I told you all about that.
Hallelujah.
It's critical. You're destroying evidence. How they went after Fuzzy Boy or whatever with this Tribid, not Tribid, or maybe with perhaps maybe immunity because there might have been some evidence being seized. But what evidence genuinely advances the inquiry? What are we talking about? What is merely interesting but not important? Some of these people are not important. They're just. They're just at any time. And let me say something, Erica Kirk. Did you see the latest? I put it on Twitter. There's this. I think I'll show you. This is the. Can I possibly do this? Is it possible for me to even do this? I'm going to try, my friends, because I love you. I honestly love you. Here we go. Here, wait. Don't go anywhere. Hang on a minute. Where's it? Oh, no, that's not it. Hang on. Got everything ready to go. And then you made me think of this. You did it. You made me come up with it. You go, damn it. I just thought of something.
Zaviano says, leave a door.
It's worth the money. Okay, here we go. This one. This is the picture. Let me see if you. I hope you can see this. I don't know, but let me see if I can do it. Let me see. Yeah, let me see if I can do this. Ready for this? Okay. Here it.
Dangerous tucking into this house. It's crazy.
Can you?
Wow, this car lift looks cool.
Yeah, I just got it from Temu. Guess how much it costs?
$3,000?
No, this mid-rise scissor lift delivers 8,000 pounds of lifting power. It runs on a standard 110-volt outlet. No special setup needed. It lifts up to 39.5 inches, perfect for tires, brakes, and oil changes. The electric safety release lets you lower it with the push of a button.
Then it must cost at least $4,000.
Actually, just tap this video to grab yours at a super low price on Temu.
Seriously?
Yep. Just tap this video to grab yours.
I want to grab that.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dogs and cats, the one on the dark waters is back. And we should talk about spiritual warfare from the perspective of when people start attacking you. And some of the things that you can do. But first of all, let's start here.
I know you got receipts. I know you got screenshots. You got timelines. You could expose everything in one post, in one story. And if we're being real, part of you want to. But hear me. Just because you can doesn't mean you're called to. Because the moment you step into revenge, you step out of alignment. I'm gonna say that one more time. The moment you step into revenge, you step out of alignment. See, your restraint is what's protecting your next level. Let me say it like this. You're not being quiet because you're weak. You're being quiet because you trust God. And trust, it requires discipline. Because it's easy to clap back, but it takes strength to stand back. I need you to stand back in this season. Allow God to be God. It's easy to expose, but it takes maturity to let God reveal. And while they talking, God is working. While they're lying, God is building. While they trying to turn down, God is establishing you in rooms you haven't even entered yet. You worried about a conversation, God is setting up a table. So don't let temporary noise pull you into a permanent mistake. Because some battles, you win by not showing up. I said some battles you win by not showing up.
Hey, you have reached Tommy with Emerson Home Services.
My bad on all this. My bad on this.
All right, he going all Southern black preacher on me. I ain't got no time for that. I'm sorry. Next thing you know, he gonna be like, something battles you win. Yeah. I ain't with all that.
Let him do it. Let him do it.
I want to just, but in all fairness, to homie, he's 100% right, guys. And I want to talk to you about this because this is one of the things that many people struggle with on jobs. Man, it's like it's hard. You on your job, you got all these people conspiring against you, and they coming against you. You got people making up lies. It could be family members. It could be anything. People struggle with this issue, and I'll tell you why people struggle with it and how. What's the best way to deal with it for you? First of all, you need to understand Psalms 23 and what Psalms 23 actually says, right? Watch this. When he said he made a table, watch this. Go to Psalms 23, it says, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters." So he makes you to be in a lush place full of water. "He restored my soul. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness. For his name's sake, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for thou art with me, thy rod and thy staff shall comfort me." Here it is, verse 5. "Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of my enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil, my cup runneth over." So, when you're dealing with people who are enemies, everybody wants that enemy to go away. Lord, take my enemy away from me. Get him away from me. Get him away from me. When you understand what happens, because God sits outside of space and time, and he's not threatened by those enemies, he prepares a table before you in the presence of your enemies, which means that your enemies are going to watch you sit at that table. Then, as you're at that table, thou anointest my head with oil. I get fresh oil, and my cup runneth over. So if you run all your enemies off, then you're running the people from the table that's supposed to watch what happens for you. You understand what I'm saying? So when you're on your job and the person's going crazy, the kingdom of darkness wants you to run that person off. They want you to go back and forth, clap back, act fool with that person. No. You don't clap back. You don't get offended. You don't get mad. You don't do nothing. You just know a table coming. You know there's a table. Now I'm just going to sit. Hurry up and sit down at the table. When y'all going to sit y'all behinds down. Where my cup at? Where my oil at? You understand? And I know there's people out here who deal with this every day. You go to your job, you got a problem with some people. You go to school as a teacher, you got problems with other teachers. You're a student, you go to class, you got problems with other people. The Bible also says in Isaiah, "Surely they will gather themselves together against thee, but not by thee. But for thy sake they shall fall." So this is a repetitive theme over and over and over of people ganging up against you. People coming together against you. And it's not none of that chosen one. They gang up against the chosen
I'm getting
one.
gas right now.
You know, DW, you understand. I'm one of the chosen ones, and they gang up against me. Then this, excuse me, who chose you? The Most High chose me, DW. Okay, who's the Most High? Then we get into that conversation, then it get weird. It get weird when you start asking them who the Most High is. It get real weird. Because then it starts twisting and turning and going all over the place. But nonetheless, I'm not even here to go into that. I'm not here to, and I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm just saying, understand that this is a part of the process. It's going to be a part of the process. It's most definitely a part of the process. Now, I got to be careful with these bros because they do a lot of cursing. I curse every now and then. I use the word in the Bible like ass. That's in the Bible. But they be wild.
Behind the smear campaign
Find out in a minute.
is that they're mad at how people fuck with you.
See,
they already said it. I'll be right back. Talk to Maddie's Live. Y'all out.
Having a magnetic personality where people just fuck with your energy and they love being around you, they love hearing you talk and all of that,
So much editing.
that's not something that everybody has. And that's something that you cannot buy. You can have all the money in the world and still struggle to have that. So they'll try to change how everybody sees you and how everybody views you by starting a smear campaign, speaking ill on your name, all of that. Simply because they mad at how people fuck with you and how effortless it is for you.
Sounds like my daughter.
Be yourself, and everybody loves you.
Sounds like my
They put
daughter.
on a whole mask. They got to put on a whole show, and they still can't get people to fuck with them.
Rocking and rolling.
People to fuck with them.
And I just gotta say this. This is one of the ways where people have some of the largest problems, because you see the gang attacks. You know, people talk about like gang stalking. where people just stalking them everywhere, attacking them, talking about them, spreading rumors on them. Gang stalking is designed to bring you to offense, and is designed to bring you to a point where you abandon a place of dominion. Now, abandon that place of dominion, what ends up happening is the individuals who think they want to be in that place of dominion, they come to try and move in, but they don't have the ordination to be in that spot. So basically the whole territory goes down. Okay, I'm about to say, man, it's like something burning, but that's my fingers when I cook that food. Man, I'm about to say, guys, I was like something burning. But that's when I was cooking a chicken burrito, and I still got the smell of food on my fingernail. I'm about to say, man, something, oh Lord, it's a fire. Oh Lord, it's a fire.
God forgive
I'm
me
sorry.
for my evilness.
So,
Name of Jesus Christ.
the process is gang up, drive out, gang up, offense, drive out. And that's the objective when it comes to this. So if you're on your job and you see people ganging up together, like a friend of mine was working at Walmart, and it was two supervisors from two different sections that ganged up against him. And I was like, yo, you need to chill, dude. He's like, man, I'm gonna quit this job. I said, yo, you need to chill, dog. Like, just chill. Just stick with it. Because they're ganging up. They got to go down. When they got him upset, boom, ganged up, bada bing, bada boom. He left, right? Now he got another job in the works, but it's designed to get you offended, to move you out of a position. And so that's what this is all about. And if you understand this, then you know how to deal with it.
And they talk about you behind your back, it's because they don't have what it takes to challenge you face to face. There's a term for this. It's called relational aggression. It's when a person attacks you socially. The idea in a lot of cases is to attack your reputation. In other words, a smear campaign. Think about it this way. If they can slander your name and destroy your image, they can get a lot of people to hate you behind your back. So when they do finally come for you, instead of it being one-on-one, which they know they would lose, they can make it a 15-on-1 and dogpile you. But make no mistake, it is not because you are hated, it is because you are powerful. And because you are powerful, they can't do it alone. The difference between you and them, your power is coming from within. In their case, they have to cheat and use a dirty tactic to get all of their power from the external just to defeat what you were blessed with on the internal. You can succeed on your own and they cannot. Do not buckle and continue to be yourself. It got you this far and it will get you further.
I'm so sick and tired of this ChatGTP wisdom. Y'all, I don't know if y'all realize this is ChatGTP wisdom.
That's
you can see them reading on ChatGTP. That's a dangerous thing. ChatGTP wisdom is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, because it's like
I mean, it just means that ChatGTP is giving everybody the same thing. I'll say this. When you have, it doesn't matter. It's actually worse when you have anointings from the Lord. But each and every individual has something that they're good at. And just if I want to just give you the beginning of all this, let's just go back to the inception of what causes this ganging up. And it's called the spirit of competition. Hold on, I'm gonna show it to you. All right, here we go. I want to show you guys this so you'll see it, because it's always the spirit of competition that comes in before the ganging up. And if you can catch it at this phase, then you'll know what's coming next. So Psalms 131 talks about where the brother dwell in unity, God commands the blessing. And Psalms 133, I'm sorry, 133.
That's how they attacked me.
Is the Lord talking where brothers dwell in unity, the Lord commands the blessing. And if you have never read Psalms 133, I just give you everybody should have read this at some point in time. But somebody who's new.
Because one of my brothers does not answer my calls. That's okay.
136, 133. It says, behold how good and pleasant it is when brothers dwell together in unity. It's like the precious ointment upon the head that rained down upon Aaron's beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descends upon the Mount Zion. For there the Lord commandeth the blessing, even life forevermore. So what it means is when there's unity, the Lord commands the blessing and life forevermore, right? But then when you get to Second Samuel, you get into the story of Absalom trying to take over his father David's kingdom, and you see the spirit of competition. Now I'm not gonna stay on this long because people be like, "Oh, you be going into the Bible too deep," and I didn't come here to learn nothing about the Bible, but all the answers to your problems are in the Bible. And so the spirit of competition comes in a lot of places. So to come in on a job, partnerships, agreements, ministries, families, long-term relationships. So the spirit of competition can come in at any point in time on any one of these things. So when you start talking partnerships and agreements, talk about your job, your family, you may see this spirit come in. Well, DW, how I know it's a spirit of competition? Watch. It's all right there in front of you. Don't believe me, just watch. Don't believe me, just watch. Hey, 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 hey. You got to go to 2 Samuel 16, 15 through 16. Watch this. And Absalom rose up early and stood beside the way of the gate. And it was so that when any man that had controversy came to the king for judgment, then Absalom called unto him and said, "O what city art thou? Of what city art thou?" And Absalom said unto the man, "See, thy masters are good and right, but there is no man deputed of the king to hear thee. Oh, that I may be judge in the land, that every man which have any suit or cause might come unto me, and I would do him justice." So Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel. Now what Absalom did was he stood by the gate, put himself in a position of power, and he positioned himself publicly to where he could say, "Hey, you know, this guy over here or this girl over here is not doing what they need to do. And if I had that position, I would be doing what needs to be done." And that's the number one sign of the spirit competition.
You waiting on me? Sarah? Oh, my bad. I'm doing DoorDash. It's the other side.
They start to steal one people one at a time. So from this spirit of competition is when you go into the next phase where you get this attack, and this is how the people end up being gathered together against you. And just to be clear with you, go back to Samuel. It says, so Absalom stole the hearts of the men of Israel.
Oh yeah, how you doing? Thank you. You got it. Thank you. Dopeness. Okay, here we are. Let's see what this thing is. Where's the battery at? I got it right here. Battery.
She stole the hearts of the men one by one, by
6
one,
hours,
by one, as
6
they came to the
minutes.
victory.
That's awesome.
And so this is something that takes time to happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is why many people be like, man, you know, there's people close to you that stabbed me in the back. They knew me, they came against me because of something happened at the time. And if you understand the spirit of competition, then you can see this coming. I tell this to people all the time. The Bible itself gives so many lessons that it makes the 48 laws of power look like trash. 48 laws of power is actually trash compared to the Bible. I mean, it truly is. You know, from a strategic strategy understanding standpoint, it's garbage compared to the Bible. It truly is garbage. So I wanted to show you guys this so you'll see, well, man, it's not necessarily I know what I'm talking about, but it's right there in front of you. Watch this. What's the next slide?
If you feel like you're spending too much money on your car insurance and you're ready to start shopping around,
Okay.
let Jerry help
Tell me,
you.
watch
The
this,
customer
and then
service is amazing.
commercial
I'm
pay, that's
happy.
funny.
I'm satisfied.
Don't believe it, just watch it. Satisfaction.
And then the last thing
guaranteed.
is, it's always going to take the closest counselor to an individual. This is how come when people start the process of gathering together against you, you'll find that they'll take a close friend of yours. A confidant of yours will go and join a group of people that are coming against you. Anybody ever experienced that? You're like, man, I've known this dude since I was 4 years, man. How this boy, and
Yeah.
I done dealt with this
He
from
telling the
perspective,
truth.
Like, you like, yo, homie, I known you since you was a little baby. And you run around with these fools over there. I put diapers on you, but your daddy ain't have money for diapers.
Sorry.
Se lo traje en español, mi gente para América Latina. Si ustedes quieren gozar y de la vida disfrutar, pues olviden los problemas y empiecen a bailar. Tiren sus manos al aire, yes, means throw your hands in the air. Y sigan con el baile, means dance your body like you just care. Como la sal y la pimienta que sazonan su
You know what I'm saying? You sat at my kitchen table at 8. What you doing, boy? But you over here with these fools. And so, when the spirit of competition comes in, it comes in first, and it's subtle, and it takes a long time for it to happen. Then people gather together. This is when this phase comes in, where you get these attacks. People are talking about stab you in the back and blah 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 blah. And I'm not trying to poo-poo or shoo what people are saying on YouTube. It's just incomplete. It's like giving you, it's like giving people the middle of the movie, but not giving the beginning of the movie. Now I'm going back to one more reaction, because now that we got the foundation of what I'm talking about, and I got to be careful because a lot of these people do a whole bunch of curse. I don't mind 1 or 2 curse words, but I mean some of these young ladies are just ridiculous. Now that you understand it, it's that spirit of competition that comes in. This could be on your job, it could be in your relationship, it could be anywhere. Then the gathering comes. Then all the drama starts to happen, ladies and gentlemen.
Like, nobody
trashes your name harder than the person who's terrified you're going to tell the truth. If you're being put through a smear campaign right now, I want you to relax because I'm going to tell you what's really going on, okay? A smear campaign is when someone is telling blatant lies. They're telling everyone all this crazy stuff about you that's not true because you saw past their mask. You know their patterns. And now they're running a smear campaign. Here's what I want you to do. Don't defend yourself. Don't even confront them because they love that. They want to knock you off balance and watch you waste energy on them again. I want you to laugh at whatever you hear. You know it's not true. And anyone who believes their side, they don't like you. They gotta go too. And that's okay. Because if people, that's something most people will never experience. Some people have to talk about you because when they talk about themselves, nobody cares because they're just an awful basic person like most other people. But you are a disruptive, powerful force to be reckoned with. Simply by existing. You have discernment. You have good values and a good moral compass, and you have wicked good pattern recognition. This is all good because you're about to have a massive shedding, and it's because you've been chosen to step into a higher timeline. You have a greater purpose, and that means people who thought
What is this mouth? What was this to do?
How, lady? How? How did you get? How beautiful? I mean, how did you jump till you've been chosen to go to another timeline? What the hell? I mean, this is what I mean by that ChatGPT knowledge, man. You get it? Y'all, you see why I be getting aggravated, guys? I mean, damn, you cute. I was like, damn, she cute. She on point. She hammering. And then she just jumped to another timeline. What? Come on, let's just hear her out. I'm gonna hear the rest of this. But y'all see what I mean by how it's like this mixing of it be like knowledge, but then it's like is this other craziness weaved in.
Flattery.
Because you about to jump to another timeline.
Flattery ain't good for you.
Well, DW, there's no thing. You trying to say there's no such thing as other timelines? Of course there's other timelines because there's got to be some other timeline because all possibilities exist all at once. And God sits out of space and time because he's Alpha Omega. He knew the beginning before the end. So the one that controls and sits outside and sees all timelines is him. That don't mean you're behind jumping from timeline to timeline.
Ooh. Wow.
That don't mean you're jumping from this timeline to that timeline.
Oh my goodness, I just
because they exist.
Timelines.
And the timelines are nothing more than various possibilities of decisions that you can make. So now if she was to say, well, James, what I mean by that is they're going to jump another timeline because they're going to make another decision and they're going in a different direction. I mean, like, all right, you stretching it, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from with that, shorty. I can see how you weaving it together. You know what I'm saying? I can see how you weaving it together. It's out there, but I can see how you're weaving it.
Jump timeline, son.
I'm not gonna make that basket, but I'll sit here and listen to you. Since you made the basket, I'll watch your basket. I'm not gonna put nothing in it, but yeah.
You weren't going to see it unless this happened. You may have to start completely over. You may have to walk it alone for a minute. Don't be scared. You're not losing anything. You're shedding.
No.
You're graduating. This is just the next act. These people can't come with you. Your path will reveal itself. You are ascending. And you can just think of this as Act 2 or Act 3 of the play. In the hero's journey, that is your life. Get excited because you will find out what it was all for. And when you look back, it's actually pretty beautiful. Keep going.
Oh.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Flatter me.
It's this form of godliness. You know what I'm saying? I'm just sorry.
It's flatteriness.
Anyway, the whole point I'm making, ladies and gentlemen, is this is why.
I love it. Tell her to talk to me. I want
This
to
is why.
talk to more. It's fun talking.
Like it's damn near confusing. It's so wild.
If you have credit under 600, this is my favorite hack that I tell literally everyone about. It's called Kickoff, and I have yet.
I appreciate it.
You know what I'm saying?
What number we got?
Sometimes it's just jaw drops.
And so, smear campaigns are just a witchcraft attack. As you guys stay on your journey, eventually you're gonna have someone come around you.
They did it.
That's gonna be spreading lies.
They did.
Trying to slander your name.
He's telling truth.
And it's all about like energetic manipulation. Their goal is to try to lower your
life forms. What you're trying to do is lower you down to where you don't do nothing. McDonald's. We're going to McDonald's. I'm gonna have to find a bathroom. Hallelujah. Thank you, Jesus. God bless this place. God bless this place. God bless this place. God bless this place.
Because how they think is when this smear campaign kind of gets back to you, it's to make you feel sad, it's to make you feel angry, confused, all these different things. All these emotions elicit you to lower your frequency. And if you lower your frequency, you can't really align with your higher self and do the things that you need to do. So ultimately, like I always be saying, you just gotta ignore it. You're gonna hear some things that's like out of pocket, that's gonna make you want to confront these people. It's gonna make you want to defend yourself. But anytime you try to feed into it, you attach a cord onto like the warlock, the narcissist that is doing the smear campaign. So let's say someone makes lies about you and you go up to them and you say, why did you say this? You just attach that cord. If you decide to make a video or like true, you're attaching cords to that narcissist. Recognize in a smear campaign, people, if they really like you and they really mess with you, people aren't going to believe the lies that's made about you. If they never liked you to begin with, and you're probably like a sheep
over here, Jesus,
in a wolf in sheep's clothing, then they just expose themselves. If someone is willing to believe lies about you without getting your side of the story, then they were never meant to be around you in the first place. So I learned how to alchemize smear campaigns. I don't attach a cord onto the warlock or the narcissist. It allows me to weed out the people that were never meant to be around me in the first place. And trust me, the longer you stay on this path, the more and more smear campaigns you're gonna get. And new levels, new devils. When you first started getting smear campaigns, it was little things here and there, probably little annoying things people will say about you. As you stayed on the path longer, now the lies are getting more absurd, more.
Hey, it's drop through only? Okay, thanks. I got a Uber.
Nobody is going to work harder to destroy your image more than the person who is terrified.
All right, that's enough. I'm sorry, guys. That's enough. I'm sorry, that's enough.
I don't want to do this.
Now, the kid, the attaching the cord thing, when he said it's actually true. Because from a spiritual standpoint, when you allow an individual to bring into offense and the anger, then you do attach a cord to them that allows them to astral project, dream project, do all kind of things to you. Because you open the door to offense. And so because you're offended and bothered by what they're saying and doing, they now, you laying up in the middle of the night worried about them, thinking about them, what they say, this, now, pew! Now you got a door.
But it moved. This is like literally my least favorite McDonald's. I've been here before where I was just standing there for 30 minutes for nothing.
Lower frequencies.
And just waiting on a cheeseburger or something. Waiting on a drink.
It's weird. It's weird. I'm sorry. Other people like DW, there are lower frequencies that we exist in. I mean, you're not
Let's
wrong.
do this. God bless them,
man.
God bless them, God bless her,
Y'all
God
weird.
bless him, God bless him, God bless her.
It's a generation.
God bless them, God bless them, God bless them, God bless them,
It's a
God bless them.
generational thing. All the
God
energy
bless
is,
them, God bless them.
my energy.
Forgive me for my sins, God bless him.
All right, guys. See y'all on the next video. I'm out of here.
Got a pile of clothes you never wear anymore?
That wasn't the best video.
Snap a photo. That's your item.
I wanted to make this video because I have been heavily criticizing a few people over the last couple of months that are claiming or were claiming that they were very close friends with Charlie, best friends with Charlie. He was like a brother to me. All of these different titles and labels basically saying that they had a great and close relationship with Charlie Kirk. But in the last 10 months, I feel like very telling, at least to me, that we found out very quickly who Charlie Kirk's real friends were in these last 10 months. And it hurts me. It does, because it sucks watching something unfold that we know deep down that there will be no justice for Charlie on record. There might be street justice. We might figure out who are phonies and who are fakes. but they will live on and have their careers, their corrupt careers and fraudulent careers, and we will know exactly who they are truly deep down, but there will never be actual justice served for Charlie. And it's unfortunate because as we know that as regular people that still to this day probably remember 9/10 in the back of our head. I knew exactly where I was in 9/10 when I saw the news. I know exactly how I felt afterwards. I know how I felt in the days, the weeks, the months after that. And it sucks because some of the people that
we want y'all to hear. So come a little closer and lend us your ears and make you shake it. Show the party people you can rap like too. Huepa, ahí nada más. Les abrí las puertas a este ritmo, así que
were truly close to Charlie and claimed that they were close to Charlie, they aren't as mad at us. They aren't as upset as us. And there's no way in the world that we know deep down nothing's going to happen from this. And these people who have the platforms, who have the connections, probably know the same thing, but for some reason it doesn't upset them as much. And even with the things that we have learned since 9/10, the details, all the different characters that play a role in this story,
she was pretty when she
all the shady things that's been going on with his wife, with his close friends, with the TPUSA orbit in general, the people that were closest to him, his inner circle. With knowing the things that we know now, there are still people out there that still don't speak up, that still won't say a word. And so I have been talking about Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly for a couple of months now. And it's been, mixed emotions throughout the community because obviously everybody loves, some people love Megyn, a lot of people love Tucker. And these are tough conversations to have because I think for people, again, if you're claiming that you were a close friend to Charlie, I think you should speak up. I know you should speak up. I know you should. And it's a tough conversation again, and that's something that I always bring to the table is just honesty, tough conversations, and I'm open-minded.
Why you beg for love from people who don't?
I'm stuck here.
But with those two specifically, it sucks watching them stay quiet. For Megyn Kelly specifically, she has completely turned into an op. She is now completely on Turning Point's side. She has been very consistent with, I know for a fact Tyler Robinson did it 100%. The evidence is overwhelming. She's one of them, right? She played the fence for as long as she could. Until she couldn't no more. And that was the yes, I'm single. But I don't. started, she chose her side. But this whole time she's been playing the fence as, you know, oh, Charlie was changing his perspectives on Izzy. Candace has a right to ask all these questions. She only did it because it was trending.
We just gotta have fun. Live life like we're young. We got some.
Yeah. All right.
I got a Uber Eats for Joe W. Thank you.
She only did it because she's on record.
But because Bethlehem literally did something horrible, so the Israelites, the rest of the 12, the 11 tribes of Israel went to war against Bethlehem, right? And they didn't want to give their daughters to Bethlehem to
Benjamin.
What's it called? To be their wives, right? To the men of Bethlehem to be their wives. So they went to different nations to get children, or different cultures and stuff like that, to find wives for Bethlehem, because Bethlehem was kind of going extinct, if you know what I mean, right? So because of that, they went to different nations, and that's where Ruth the Moabite and her fam and that other woman comes into the picture, simply because they had to find wives for the men of Bethlehem. So David, literally, when you look at it, it said David was a head above every, what did it say? So King Saul and David were from the tribe of, I believe, Benjamin, right? David was from the tribe of Judah.
I'm talking to Charlie.
அவன் சித்தன் தெரியானா வெல்ல முடியல better than
Is he?
What's up, buddy?
But she didn't truly have Charlie's back. Because if you truly feel like Candace has great questions, then how in the same sentence are you saying you are 100% confident and positive that Tyler Robinson did it? That's impossible. I'm not saying you can't have your belief, but you can't be 100% certain on one theory while also being 100% certain that Candace has a right to ask questions. That doesn't make any sense at all. Either Candace has a right to ask questions, or maybe you're not as confident that Tyler Robinson did it. But you can't say I'm 100% sure and the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did it, but then say, well, Charlie was changing his views, so that is kind of weird. So that Megan exposed herself in the prelude by bringing on Jack Lasova. Even though Jack Lasova is live, Megan brought him on her channel, brought him on her channel anyway, and broadcasted the platform to her audience and listeners, and he lied again. And
can. You know you are just no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take some time to laugh and smile. Just no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take no time to laugh and smile. No, you got to, no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Relax a while. Laugh and, yeah. Just know that. You know you are just no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take some time to laugh and no, you are just no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Take some time and relax a while. Take some time to laugh and smile. No, you are just no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Take some and relax. Sit back. You can time to laugh and no, you are just no doubt. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take a time to laugh and no, you have just slowed down. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Second time to laugh and no, you are just no doubt. Been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sometimes can relax a while. Take some time to laugh and sit back and relax a while. No, you are too slowed down. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take some time to laugh and no, you are too slowed down. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. So back and relax a while. Take the time to laugh and not to slow down. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Take the on the camera. No, you are too slow down. You've been working too hard, and that's a fact. Sit back, relax a while. Take some time to laugh and know you ought to slow down. You've been working too hard and that's a fact. Sit back and relax a while. Take some time to laugh and okay. Anybody up there? Yeah, still up there. Wow. Sorry. Sorry. I kind of got thrown off because I wanted to dance, but I also don't know if I can. I don't have that. I've got DoorDash.
What's the name?
I mean, it's an Uber. Joey W. Yep. Thank you, bro. God bless you. Have a good night. Okay, so I wanted to do it, but I did not know if I can, so I try before I do a video. So let's see. me a number here. What is it? 6F. Whoa, good job. Okay. How far are we going? 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Looks like we gotta go 5. I don't know. I think I go right here. Right down here, real quick. There ain't no cops. Yeah. 1, 2, 9. Maybe we can. Nah, that's no good. That's no good right there. Okay, so getting up out of here. Okay, we need to get something going somewhere. Sorry.
Yeah, Charlie Kirk, in his final days on Earth,
I was gonna dance.
He
I had the earphones
refused
and then I was like,
to denounce Tucker.
I haven't
He
danced
refused to
yet.
turn his back on Tucker in his final days on Earth.
I don't know for a fact that
Right?
I can.
Imagine if you were Tucker Carlson and you looked at these text messages that Charlie
I
sent
had a
out
witch cursing me. I've
final
had
days.
2 days I've had witches cursing me in a row. It's crazy.
Saying,
but-
yeah, donors is
so the only way, the way you break a witch's curse is you bless them. So you don't repay wicked with evil. You repay wicked with good. You don't repay good with evil either. You repay it with good also. But if you try to curse a witch, then you get double cursed. Unless you're higher than them. So you have to bless them. And then they reject the blessing because it's repulsive. And then you get the blessing back, and then the curse goes back to them, and the blessing comes to you. So I had a hurt foot. I had yesterday I had a sprained toe, my big toe on my left foot. Today I had 2 sprained toes on my left foot. But it wasn't real. It was spiritual. It wasn't natural. It was spiritual. So I had to bless the guy. He cursed me because I told him some truth and he hated it. And I might have told him a little bit rudely. So I should have not been rude, but I didn't want to waste time. I want to get out of there. But that's probably not good too. So then the curse to have an effect on me. Till God said, hey, that guy cursed you. He's cursing you right now. You need to bless him. So I blessed him. And then the blessing came back to me, like really fast. It goes to him, and gets there and says, whoa, we can't stay here. There's bitterness and jealousy and selfish ambition. So then it comes back to me. Hallelujah. So I will accept it. But I wouldn't have sent it if I wouldn't accept it. See, that's why it comes back to me. Because I give them what I want. And they're giving me what they want for me, which is evil. I'm giving them what I want. The opposite of what they want, they're giving me. They want to be blessed, but they curse. So that's back to them. Understand? Almost there, I think. Hallelujah. So if you're having pain, it could be that you made somebody angry and they're cursing you. At that point, you got to bless them so that the curse will go back to them. The blessing comes to you. Yeah. I'm mean, I guess I am sorry I made him curse me. But at the same time, he's gonna do it anyway. If he knew me, he would definitely curse me because I ain't what he is. He's a witch. And I'm a Jesus nut. I'm a Holy Ghost filled human. Oh, this guy. What time is it? It's 12. I better call him again. What's he doing? I can't call him yet. Almost to the destination. Oh, past the destination. Past the destination. Gotta turn around. Beep, 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 beep.
Easy had something to do with it. You're anti-Semitic. You're demonic. And Tucker defends that and loves her. He's gonna use the excuse of I don't know what's going on, but that's not an excuse, bro. That's a weak answer to avoid being real with your audience.
Joy W says, leave at door. 6,270. It is the gray house in the back. Leave food at double doors down the hill.
I refuse to look at it. I think that's soft. I think that's weak. I really do. I'm not really buying the whole, oh, maybe JJ, maybe he's being threatened by the blue and white country. He doesn't want to say anything. Talking about the blue and white country for years. He made a whole documentary on them. He went over there and got interrogated and all this other stuff that was going on. He's not scared. Okay? So you draw the line when Charlie Kirk is dead. Now you don't want to talk about the blue and white country. You want to talk about them all this time, right? I'm not saying for no reason, but you want to talk about them all this time. You were so confident in talking about them. Now that Charlie Kirk is dead, and you even admit that they might have something to do with it. Now you're silent, but you're going to defend a woman that's trying to tell everybody else to not look at them and calling us demonic and anti-Semitic because we're calling out what we see, and you're going to defend us? But then people get mad when I say, is Tucker Carlson controlled out? People get mad when I say that. But if I'm just being real, all of these people are feds until they prove us wrong. He used to work for Fox.
How low are you going to turn in?
I don't know.
So then everybody wants to believe that he had making it. No, the check stopped coming. Now he's independent. Now he's pushing his own thing. But you used to push propaganda. Now again, I didn't like Tucker. I'm saying I love what he's talking about now.
Trying to figure it out.
Why were you so loud and vocal about Izzy all of these years? And now that Charlie's gone, you're dead silent.
This is it.
When this is the perfect time to talk
back
about
there.
it. It's very strange. And Tucker defending
is that right? No,
Erica.
I don't know.
In light of everything that we know, and his excuse is I don't want to know the thing that's going on around it and all that. That's not good for me. Because when it comes to Charlie Kirk, he's gone. He can't defend himself. Erica's lying. Turning Point is lying. Andrew Kovach's lying. But Tucker Carlson, he loves Erica. He loves Blake Neff. That is the strangest two people.
It's the house all the way in the back, sir, with the light on.
Here?
This entire story.
There.
And he loves them.
Back there?
I think it's very odd and strange. And I feel sorry. I feel sorry for Charlie.
This is not
But the only person out of Charlie's circle
here we go.
that said that they loved him and is showing it is Candace Owens. And people always talk about this candy coat thing. I can't stand any of that. I love Candace because she seems like the most authentic and genuine person out of Charlie's circle. And I believe her when she says how hurt she is and how that she wants to find. I believe her. Are there things that I might disagree with that she might do sometimes? Yeah, but majority of the time, I believe her. And if something is a little off, majority of the time, I'm going to give her grace. Because I believe her. Why do I believe her? Because of the emotion she had in this case. The emotion she's shown towards Charlie. how vocal she is about so many things being off. Everything that we're thinking, she's saying it. She's using her platform to say it. While everybody else is like, I don't want to get into that because they're afraid of losing audience. Well, Candace seems like the most genuine person, and I believe in her. And what I want to show today is Candace's tribute to Charlie Kirk, which is another reason why when I saw this, I said, man, I believe everything this woman says. I believe that she's going to get down to the bottom of what happened, because we don't have a single video like this from anybody. Now, obviously, yes, this is the internet. Some people just may not have felt comfortable talking about this topic on the internet. Tucker Carlson, maybe Megyn Kelly, maybe. But 10 months later, and say, I defend Erica Kirk. I love her so much. I just talked to her the other day. She's great. So I want to play Candace's tribute, the last 5 minutes of it. And I just want to remind everybody the emotions of this video and the fact that we haven't got this from anybody, not even his own wife. The emotions of it. And so when people say, Jay, do you feel like Candace?
Right now, he's learning tricks in his new kitchen, which is a big upgrade. But before that, he checked his approval odds on Credit Karma and finally renovated with a lower APR personal loan. Oh, yeah. Now he's cooking. What will you get more confidence to do? Download. Yeah.
Jay, do you feel like Candace is control? She's in on it, because is she Megyn and Tucker? My answer is gonna be no, because I have no reason to feel like that. I haven't. Nothing appears to be that way. And then lastly, I look back at this video and I say this is the only woman that only person that I've ever seen have this type of emotion towards Charlie Kirk. And I have no reason to believe that she's lying. I feel like she genuinely loved that boy, and they was really best friends. So I want to play this video and remind everybody what a real tribute looks like.
He was also there the night that I met my husband, which was absolutely an incredible night. And in the UK, which I didn't expect to happen. I gotta tell you, initially, Charlie ever analytical mind. I told him, I'm like, oh, I think I'm gonna marry this guy. First, he's like, wait, like, is this gonna be good for your brand? Like, Charlie, this is love. This is not a brand decision. And then he sat down and he spent just one evening with George, and Charlie was just the most supportive of everything. And this is our text chain speaking about that moment. He's like, his heart is wonderful. You guys are meant for each other. I see it brilliantly and clearly. And he gets it. And he isn't afraid of you being you. And he's been through hell. And it was, Charlie was by my side. And then I got married, of course. He was by my side, when I got married to George. And of course, Charlie fell in love with Erica. That entire journey to me when I was reading through the text is so funny because it was exceptional. I was always leaning into Charlie's analytical mind and making fun of him. Like, oh, all we need to do is get a plan. You love Erica? What's the plan? What are we going to do? What's step one? What's step two? And the plan that I came up with instantly was all we have to do is convince her that her last name is terrible. Her last name, she's got to marry you because it's practical. Mrs. Erica Kirk sounds so much better than Miss Erica Francie. What is that last name? It's a practical decision. This is the text chain from that. Charlie and Erica Kirk. He says it's going to be the power couple of the century. I need to continue to pray about it. I said, her last name's dumb. She literally needs you to propose. It's way too complicated. He said, I'm going to tell her it sounds like a sneeze. It's horrible. And then I wrote, marry me. It's a logistics thing. That's just who we were. Always making fun and always wanting to know what the plan was. And obviously it worked, you guys. It worked. Our plan worked. We broke Erica down.
Head towards Shadow Rock Drive, then turn left onto Shadow Rock Drive.
And then came the children.
Turn left onto Shadow Rock Drive.
Really loved Erica from the time reading through the text today. Just loved her. He loved his family. He really did. And I just want to say that Charlie and I, because I think this is important, never for a single minute, ever, did Charlie and I stop being friends. Even when the world demanded that from both of us, the entire relationship was real. We were brother and sister. We were fortified. Our relationship was forged in fire, the fire of politics. I knew him. I knew Charlie, the real Charlie. And Charlie knew the real Candace, And people knew I didn't like a lot of people in politics. And like a lot of people calling me and doing the political dance. Of course, people immediately when they said, oh, the person who probably was the intermediary when Trump called about Brigitte was Charlie Kirk. Of course it was Charlie. They would never send anybody else to call me with anything because they knew that Charlie was a brother to me. And there was so many things that were said that were wrong, and we...
At the next stop sign, turn right.
That when I had made up my mind about Israel, that Charlie and me fell apart.
At the stop sign, turn right onto South Stone Mountain Lithonia Road. Then at the next light, you'll turn left.
Charlie, this is where I'm at, and there's no room for movement. And you tell your whoever that needs to hear it, whatever you need to tell them, because we're always going to be brothers and sisters. You know, we're always going to be brother and sister. And we would talk about things and debate things.
At the light, turn left onto Wellborn Road.
My perspective was as it's been throughout our relationship. Like, you might not get it now, Charlie, but you will. I'm only a few years older than you, but I think you're gonna see things my way. And I think in the end, Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation. I don't think it. I know it. He was going through a lot, and there was a lot of pressure, and it's hard for me to watch the people who were pressuring him, I don't know, just say the things that they're saying. You know, there's something about it that just feels really fake. It feels really fake to me. And they would have allowed him to lose and wanted him to lose everything for changing or even slightly modifying an opinion, and then to see them doing what they're doing today, it's hurtful to me. It's very hurtful to me. But I don't want today to be about anything other than you guys knowing that Charlie really was an amazing person. You know, he was like, we were really close. And he was my best friend and my brother. And
what would happen if you took the first FDA-approved GLP-1 pill and actually dealt with why you overeat? You'd get the once-daily Wegovy pill plus a psychology-based habit program designed to tackle cravings.
And he was my best friend and my brother, and I will never unsee the footage of what I saw, the violence of it. I pray for the people who took any pleasure in that. There's not a single person in the world that I would wish that on. And least of all, someone with a heart like Charlie's. He loved his family, he loved his wife, he loved his country, and he didn't deserve that ending. You know, he's really young. But I know that we will carry the torch. I will never allow the memory of Charlie to be forgotten, obviously, because there is no Candace without Charlie. You know, we came up in politics together, and so I don't know what else to say, guys, other than I'm in a lot of pain right now. And I love you, Charlie, and I'll see you when I'll see you. I love you very much. Thank you, guys.
That was a tough one. But that's what I mean, man. Like, seeing everything that's going on right now, the Turning Point USA lying, Erica lying, all of the people that were closest to Charlie lying, it should fuel all of the people that claim that they were close with Charlie Kirk. It should fuel them. That's the emotion, and I think that's why everybody can resonate with Candace, because that's how we will feel with our closest friends. If something would happen to them, we would feel this way. It doesn't matter if he was married to somebody. If his wife was lying, we would feel this way. We would be so hurt. And it truly does bother me, the fact that Candace is the only person that we can get that from. Everybody else is over it, or they don't want to talk about it, or they're trying to move on.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto US 278 West.
Or take the side of the liars. And it's a sad thing. It's a sad thing. But that is exactly why I believe Candace is genuine. That's why I feel like Candace will get down.
At the light, turn right onto US 278 West.
Because the emotions right there, you cannot deny, are real. And we will see. We will continue to push for truth. Hopefully, every day that goes by, we get closer and closer to finding some type of justice for Charlie. But
husband. When did you get so big? His confidence hits different with Ruggiero.
Next light, turn left.
15 minutes on average and can last for up to 36 hours. Ruggiero Ready is the first ED formula with apomorphine, which helps fire up arousal.
This is his course. This is his course where he sex traffics.
And everybody addicted to morphine. Sex.
That teaches basically how I got girls. How I met girls.
I'm missing
how I got
out.
girls to like me. How I got girls to fall in love with me to work on webcam.
And I'm very close to the Trump family. I know them well. I spoke to Barron after the incident.
All right, everybody, this is only getting worse and worse. Only a few days after sex traffickers Andrew and Tristan Tate were arrested in Miami, hauled away in
At the light, turn left onto Panola Road.
appeared in U.S. federal court this morning wearing prison uniforms, shackled at the waist and ankles as UK extradition proceedings begin. Only a few days later, we have uncovered more evidence that the Tate brothers have been helped by the Trump administration, that Donald Trump, Barron Trump, people like Elon Musk, Don Jr., a whole cabal in the Trump family and circle had been pushing Romania to relax their charges against the Tate brothers. That has allowed the Tate brothers to continue operating, continue working in Florida and Miami until they were arrested after Britain's Crown Prosecution Service authorized dozens of new criminal charges, 7 charges of rape, over 20 charges of alleged sex trafficking, another 19 charges or so of child pornography and insane porn. It's all absolutely absurd, and as you can expect, the worst people on the internet are running to their defense. Nick Fuentes said, "It would be a national humiliation for the United States to allow the UK to extradite Andrew and Tristan Tate, 2 American citizens, over trumped-up Me Too charges. The same country that persecutes white people for speech while importing rapist migrants." What is this weird rhetoric? We literally have videos of Andrew and Tristan Tate admitting how they used to lure women to Romania, then they would take away those women's passports, and then they would use that as an opportunity to push them into sex work and give them no other choice. That follows with human trafficking charges. We have multiple instances of the brothers absolutely bragging about this and admitting this. I want to show you in just one moment, because Candace Owens, somebody who used to be on the right and now is kind of just floating out there, has been weirdly, oddly charitable towards Andrew Tate, let's say, over the past few years. But there's also footage of Candace Owens saying that she knows he is a pimp. Candace Owens and her boyfriend met Andrew Tate back in 2018, 2019, and they knew he was a pimp. Then, a few years later, to follow her grift, she began to defend Andrew Tate after he did all of these heinous things and bragged about them on camera. Let's break all of this down in a steady-handed manner. This video will likely get demonetized or deranked because we are going to be playing some really raw evidence against Andrew Tate. We need to get this out there. We need to expose him. If you want to help us punch back and beat these weird manosphere right-wing fools, make sure you drop a like. Make sure you're subscribed to the Adam Mockler feed. We live and breathe on independent media, pushing for a better future. And let's just start with the reporting surrounding the Trump administration. Former National Anti-Trafficking Coordinator, Madalena Terza, says it has come to her attention unofficial and official channels within the Trump administration have been pressuring the Romanian government to lift the travel restrictions on self-confessed sex traffickers Andrew and Tristan Tate. This was a few months back. It seems like the pressure from Britain's Crown Prosecution Service has gotten so intense that they had to end up charging the brothers and extraditing the brothers. But right here it says the self-confessed sex traffickers. They literally have bragged of it. Over the course of a few days, the following things have transpired. Romanian Foreign Minister Emil Zianu told G4 Media that Trump's special envoy, Richard Grenell, had requested that the Tate's restrictions be lifted. Richard Grenell requested this reportedly in a shadowy hallway meeting where he just very quickly made the request. Grenell was quoted by the Financial Times as saying, quote, "I support the Tate brothers, as evident by my publicly available tweets," when asked about the interaction. Romanian Prime Minister made a statement saying that no demands were made by the Trump admin, but it seems as if the demands were made by Grenell to the foreign minister. We have more reports to the contrary. This is a mess. Clarification from the Trump admin is needed. We'll never get it because it gets even worse. Online influencer Andrew Tate, a self-described misogynist who has millions of male young followers, was facing allegations of sex trafficking women in 3 countries when he and his brother left their home in Romania to visit the United States. Quote, "The Tates will be free. Trump is the president. The good old days are back. Man, you're only as good as the allies you keep, and birds of a feather flock together in this instance." The Trump admin is defending Tate, and Tate is defending the Trump admin because they're both sick, cynical human beings. I've talked on this channel and multiple other videos about how young men's minds, people that I know from high school, their minds have been distorted by Andrew Tate, poisoned by Andrew Tate, and his weird misogynistic view on the world. And it's not just like a weird misogynistic view, it fundamentally dehumanizes people and then leads to him sex trafficking women and bragging about it on camera, as we will establish later on in the video. I mean, listen.
I was all about trying to get paid. Like I used sex as a tool to make women love me so they'd obey me and live in my house and make me money. That's what I wanted. So I was a pimp in that sense.
Been kickboxer,
Yeah.
playboy, pimp.
I'm happy with those labels so far. But the majority of my money wasn't made in fighting. My money was actually made in the pimp game. Way to understand some basic concepts to the pimp game. Basic concepts to the realities between men and women. Women need a man to do OnlyFans. It's the same reason a woman would need a man to do anything. Because they're incompetent and they're very, very lazy. That's true. When you're pimping bitches like me, it's a full-time job. So yeah, on corporatetape.com I have my PhD program, and that is, PhD is a pimp and hose degree. That
is crazy.
Pimp and hose degree.
Look at, this was Andrew Tate's corny course that he sold, the PhD program, where he admittedly, he admits that he took women's passports. We'll get to that later in the video. But let's continue on with this reporting surrounding them. When the Tate brothers arrived by private plane in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, they immediately found themselves in the crosshairs of law enforcement once more. This was a few months back. This time, they had a powerful ally come to their aid. Behind the scenes, the White House intervened on their behalf. Interviews and records reviewed by ProPublica show a White House official told senior Department of Homeland Security officials to return the devices to the brothers. Paul Ingrassia, who is a self-described Nazi who went on a Nazi streak, then helped the Tate brothers. There's more reporting here. Tate, who has more than 10 million followers on X, has repeatedly praised Trump and urged his American followers to vote for him ahead of the 2024 election, saying all Trump does is win, saying that all who oppose him should be expelled from the country. So he's a fascist as well, who's a misogynist, awful human being. Tate has compared himself to Trump, pretty true, in one post noting both he and Trump have been accused of sex crimes and were vilified by old recordings making jokes. He wasn't joking, he was selling a course. Tate, a self-avowed misogynist, has used sexist language to prop up Trump in one post stating his election victory kept, quote, evil warmongering she-witches out of office. Members of Trump's inner circle have also voiced support for Tate, including Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr.
Okay, I'll be right back. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. I mean, I love it. Yep. Yep. Right on. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I can do it. Let's see. Pretty cool. Oh. Yeah, it's dope. Wow. Got a face on his back. Yeah, it looks like Saw face. Saw face. You know, the guy from the... Looks like Saw face. You know, from that movie Saw? Where the guy that has the, like a clown face almost. Yeah. All right, well, God bless y'all. Peace. Bye.
Have a good night.
You too. God bless y'all. Peace. Where's it at? 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 What am I looking for? Don't know what I'm doing. Trying to do it. That was interesting.
Musk, Vice President J.D. Vance slammed the remaining
left y'all in the car.
week for a different
But I was
problem.
talking to a lady that was dancing on the parking lot. And she was a teacher. So she dances a lot while she's teaching me. She DJs. So it's interesting. So yeah, it's going to be great.
President Trump.
What do you think?
Somebody who has been a fighter for the America First Party.
I don't know.
Her name is Lena Haba. And
most people ain't going to use me for a whole hour.
Hey, hello, Lena.
Nor can I dance for a whole hour.
I'm a big fan.
Wow, a big fan. She said this after he had admitted on camera the way that he pimped women out illegally. I'll play for you the clip in one moment, but here are Andrew's clownish lawyers walking out Justin Waller.
But maybe I'm going to help her grow her YouTube.
All of these guys spread information about how to get girls, how to trick girls, how to lure them, all of this weird shit, but none of them can actually maintain a legitimate relationship. Look at them walking up. They think this is a movie. Why is a fake Andrew Tate defending Andrew Tate? That's not even him. That's just some random guy that kind of looks like him. There's Justin Waller, another red pill bro on the left, and this is a clown lawyer. Listen.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today went as expected. There was never going to be any fireworks today. Today wasn't about controversy. Today was about just enforcing Mr. Andrew and Tristan Tate's rights and objecting to the extradition process. We are, of course, objecting to extradition because Andrew and Tristan are innocent. They've never done nothing wrong. They shouldn't be extradited for crimes they did not commit.
Okay, pause. They have literally admitted to these crimes. I want to show you this video right here, and it's going to be a little bit confusing in its editing, but Milk Bar TV put this together. It is Candace Owens in 2019 describing how she met the Tate brothers with her husband, and they quickly figured out that she is a pimp. It is interspersed, it's edited with Candace Owens recently saying and interviewing Andrew Tate's in a rather formal and friendly setting. And then edited in is also Andrew Tate's admissions to what he has done. So you can see how he admitted it. Candace Owens knew what Andrew Tate had done, and then Candace Owens still gave a friendly interview when it was beneficial. I find this to be a little bit despicable.
The Andrew Tate story is interesting to me for a lot of reasons. The first is because of how I met Andrew Tate.
Long time.
I know, it's been a very long time. Actually, I met you downstairs at the Ritz.
Correct.
George and I were engaged at the time.
Candace and I met in December of 2018, and we got engaged very quickly after 17 days.
As I was having this dinner with my husband and his friend, Andrew Tate was there. I had no idea who he was. This is kind of before he really took off on the internet. I had my assistant at the time with me, who speaks Romanian, happened to have been in the United States. She spent a lot of the time that we were there talking to in Romania.
So in 2019, Candace Owens knew that he was a pimp.
I said, what? And she's like, no, I think he's like actually a pimp in Romania. How long ago was your webcam business?
Yeah, so
now she's giving a friendly interview 4 years later.
So I stopped having any involvement with it. I think 8 to 9 years ago I stopped.
Andrew Tate is not hiding exactly who Andrew Tate was.
I've had nothing to do with it for 10 or 11 years. It was a long time ago. It was in the early stages of the internet.
You're a guy and you hold citizenship in America or in the United Kingdom, and you decide to uproot to Romania. It's got to be because you can do a little more dodgy stuff in Romania, digging back 10 years. I don't know who could survive that litmus test. Again, if you found Candace 10 years ago and you asked me about pornography, okay, this is 10 years ago. The content from 10 years ago is coming into play where they're saying, well, look, they're conflating this now. So even though these charges are from, and I read the indictment again, 2021, look what he said 10 years ago.
Everything from these old videos, old clips.
I mean, Candace Owens knows in her own podcast that this happened in 2017, 2018, and onward. And they're trying to downplay this as something that happened 10 years ago. Then Candace Owens says, no one could survive anything if we looked up what they did 10 years ago. And yeah, nobody else was sex trafficking 10 years ago. This is his course.
That's the junk guy.
This is his course where he sex traffics.
The Take PhD course, if you've bought this course, which you obviously have, congratulations, you're going to change your life for the better. I know exactly what I'm talking about.
So when I was in that in the parking lot, there was a guy. I was talking to this guy, and he pulled up drinking Bud Ice, a big Bud Ice. And then he said something to me that made me know he was drunk. He said he didn't walk up here because he drove up there. So that's when people get like that, angry at technical things that aren't real, even though they are right. It's wrong. It's still wrong because it's a drunk move.
You would reportedly take their passports, and that is what these people are defending. Let me continue with the Candace Owens.
Clips, my webcam company, things happened 10 years ago. I have absolutely nothing to do with it.
Correct.
Absolutely zero. Anything you see from before 2021 has nothing to do with the case.
So I do want you to contextualize this video that has been circulating on the internet of you talking about the lover boy method. So we'll take a look at that right now.
You cannot, you go work through that. So the recruitment process is the same as the PhD course. You message them on Instagram. PhD course is my recruitment system. I don't mention webcam until after I've had this with you. If you're on dates, you're trying to mention it and shit, it just doesn't work. You put some on. I never do that. That's disgusting. I'm not. It's just not gonna work. You continue as normal. No mention of webcam. You f*** the girl. After you f*** the girl, you do the PhD test. If she passes the PhD test and she wants to be with you, then you start mentioning things like, yeah, but you're always busy. You're always at work. You can come work for me. And this is me explaining how having a webcam company, it's actually a larger video as a whole. As I said, you cannot try and approach girls to do webcam. Hi, do you want to do webcam? It's bullshit. It doesn't work.
I believe that Andrew Tate was always upfront with all of these women.
I don't mention webcam. No one's going to say yes. And any girl who does say yes is doing it. She doesn't like you. She doesn't know you. She doesn't love you. She's saying yes purely for money. It's absolutely not really not criminal in any regard. There's nothing criminal about it. It has no bearing or any interest in the current case.
How can you be so charitable to people who are openly admitting this? Now, the update is, of course, U.S. Marshals arrested Andrew and Tristan Tate in Miami on a sealed warrant. The brothers face multiple charges, including rape and assault and allegations of human trafficking. Brothers have reportedly been very close to the Trump family. Andrew Tate said in 2024, "I'm very close with the Trump family. I know them well. I spoke to Barron." We also have Democrats in Congress demanding more information about this, while claiming to, quote, make America safe again. The Trump admin reportedly helped brothers return to the United States while facing charges for rape and trafficking minors. Today, Representative Jamie Raskin, this was about a year ago, ranking member of the House Judiciary Committee, demanded answers from the State Secretary Marco Rubio regarding the Trump admin's reported efforts to pressure Romanian authorities to lift court-imposed travel restrictions on Andrew and Tristan Tate. It's despicable. They are describing what they are doing, and the Trump admin continues to have their back over and over and over. I mean, look at this tweet from Andrew Tate. He said, "There's no easy way out. There's no shortcut home. 14 months of investigation, 92 days of Romanian prison. Back in court to say today, I still will not be charged with any crime," basically acting like he's being persecuted. And Donald Trump Jr. responded 3 years ago with absolute insanity. The entire Trump family has been signaling their support for the Tate brothers, and now they are eating shit as the legal process is finally playing out because Britain's Crown Parliament decided to place more pressure on. Kind of makes you wonder what else is being covered up by an administration that has every incentive to protect men who have money, clout, so to speak, who have committed heinous acts. Time and time again, the Republican Party covers up for people like Matt Gaetz, the representative from Florida, who was sleeping about girls and moving them money for their college payments or whatever the hell, while he was a representative, I believe, and then he had to resign in order to prevent the investigation's evidence from finally releasing, and they covered up for him. There's a Texas representative whose aide killed herself and lit herself on fire after they slept together. They will protect these disgusting men, and on top of it all is Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, these are people that Nick Fuentes has, ran defense for. Candace Owens, I know some of you guys in the audience watch her, but she has run defense for Harvey Weinstein as well. It's weird shit, and I'm going to leave it there. If you appreciate these videos in the Adam Mockler feed, my final genuine ask is to hit the like button below. Make sure you comment below and subscribe to the feed if you want to see more of this. I love you all. Peace out.
I liked your show. It was good. It wasn't too long.
After implementing Heidi, you may experience atypical and irreversible clinician devotion.
Our recruitment efforts to hire 10,000 new ICE officers has been... As of today, we have over 80,000 applicants for those 10,000 positions already.
https://www.scenesecreations.com/https://
It's fantastic.
People and patriots across this country that say, we want to join, we want to help and be a part of this effort. It's overwhelming to see the amount of response and support that our ICE officers have gotten and people who want to join their ranks.
It was overwhelming, right? And you would think that with 80,000 applicants signing up for 10,000 ICE positions, which is the amount the former Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem wanted to fill, surely they vetted these individuals, right? Well, it turns out that if they did, they did an absolutely horrible job of it, seeing as the ICE officer who killed Johann Sebastian Guerrero had a history of both mental illness and violent behavior. Now, if you're not up to date on this story, span of less than 1 week, ICE officers shot and killed 2 innocent men. There's Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Texas and Johann Sebastian Guerrero in Maine. Guerrero, a Mexican national, is in the process of getting a work permit after living in the United States for 35 years. In other words, he was trying to go about the system in the proper way. Guerrero was from Colombia, but was living in the U.S. legally because he had a work permit. The names of the agents who killed Salgado Araujo have yet to be made public, but an investigation into his death is being launched by the state. That said, the ICE officer who allegedly killed Guerrero has been identified by his family and his ex-wives as David Brulette. According to an immediate relative and one of his ex-wives, Ashley Brulette, said he was, quote, extremely mentally ill. He was diagnosed with severe bipolar disorder and attention deficit disorder at a young age. He also attempted suicide twice at age 12 and was hospitalized multiple times. As he got older, things only got worse, especially after he was deployed to Afghanistan. Afghanistan destroyed him, trained him to be a killing monster, a machine. They took someone who was extremely mentally ill and turned him into a killing machine. That's from an immediate relative. David Brulette has a history of terrifying and violent behavior, according to those relatives. They accuse him of attacking women in his life over the years, and one shared a voicemail with the AP from last winter in which he told her that he thought someone should slit her throat. And all of you should have your effing throats cut. Yeah, you should. Am I threatening that I'm going to do that? Nope, nope. But I do think that you should have your effing throats cut, or should have had them cut. Yep. Good Lord, what a guy. So he left that voicemail for his ex-wife, Ashley, who divorced David back in 2009 after he became violent with her while she was pregnant with their daughter. According to Ashley Brulette, he once threw boiling water at her while she was holding their child, an incident her mother, Avis Collins, also recounted. The abuse continued after she left him, she said. Also, it doesn't end there. I mean, this guy, incredible. Despite not having an official criminal record, hundreds of family court records obtained from the Augusta District Court Clerk's office detail years of allegations of physical and verbal abuse raised by his second ex-wife on behalf of herself and his daughters. The ex-wife, whom the AP is not identifying because she fears retaliation, alleged that he had stalked and harassed her and physically and verbally abused his daughter, according to multiple requests for temporary protection orders. Brulette tackled his teenage daughter and smashed spaghetti in her hair, and during another outburst, he dragged his daughter around the house as she cried, she said. This got so bad that in 2019, after she filed a complaint for protection from abuse against him, he was ordered to, quote, temporarily.
K-12 makes going back to school easy. We deliver an education that takes your child beyond the classroom.
Do you feel that you are at risk by what you have revealed?
Yes.
Are the answers that you have given to those questions within the last half an hour true and accurate answers?
Yes.
Are they complete answers?
Yes.
What you're about to hear comes from a sworn deposition recorded in the early 1990s. The testimony contains one shocking allegation after another, and what makes this story even harder to ignore is that he later won his civil lawsuit.
470.
Mr. Lee, you swear to tell the truth throughout this deposition?
Yes.
Would you please be sworn in by the court reporter?
Do you, Mr. Wesley, swear to the truth and do something?
After watching the deposition, I found it difficult to simply dismiss it. Is it real, or is it an elaborate hoax? Decide for yourself.
Now I'm going to ask you, what triggered the arrival or development or birth of your personality, West Lee, in 1974?
I do not give that information under direct orders.
Orders by whom?
I cannot say.
Mr. DeCam, would you please instruct your client when he has to answer these questions?
Yes. You're supposed to answer these questions.
So there.
Does this have to do with Monarch? Yes. If I use the code, will that help?
Oh, it's over there.
Obtained in the last hour.
Keep on moving.
D6413782. Program XPY Eagle Alex Hope. Please go ahead and answer all questions. I was created by a government program,
Which government program?
Monarch.
And what is Monarch?
Monarch is an operation that was created by the United States government to create spies for other countries. They use children for the purpose that they are easily integrated into multiple personalities because they can dissociate. Monarch is a program that is run by Michael Angelo Aquino, who was an Army Reserve Colonel at Presidio. He is also the leader of the Temple of Set. He also runs a child daycare center. He also is involved in sacrifice.
Is he employed by the United States?
Yes,
At what facility?
Presidio, California.
Is that in San Francisco area? Presidio
Yes.
Naval Base?
Yes.
Do you know what rank Michael Aquino holds?
He was a colonel.
Over the years,
Michael
the story would be
Aquino.
discussed
Michael
extensively in
Aquino.
books and independent investigations surrounding the Franklin scandal. One author, Joaquin Hagopian, describes him as a central figure in the case and recounts allegations that he was subjected to years of abuse beginning in childhood. The same sources also discuss allegations involving prominent individuals, organized abuse networks, and other survivors who came forward with similar stories. None of this proves that the claims are true. What it does show is that the testimony you're hearing did not emerge in isolation. It became part of a much larger and highly controversial narrative that continues to be debated decades later.
Describe the program again, the Monarch program.
Yeah, I'll be right back and we'll do that. can do it. We can do it. Let's see what this is doing now. Let's see what it says here. Right?
He was subjected to years of abuse beginning in childhood. The same sources also discuss allegations involving
I want to hear what the guy's name is again.
Also runs a child daycare center. He also is involved.
I just obtained from last hour. D6413782. Program XPY Eagle Alex Hope. Please go ahead and answer all questions.
I was created by a government program,
Which government program?
Monarch.
And what is Monarch?
Monarch is an operation that was created by the United States government to create spies for other countries. They use children for the purpose that they are easily integrated into multiple personalities because they can dissociate. Monarch is a program that is run by Michael Angelo Aquino, who was an Army Reserve Colonel at Presidio. He is also the leader of the Temple of Set. He also runs a child daycare center. He also is involved in sacrifice.
Is he employed by the
Michelangelo Aquino. Michelangelo Aquino. I just got done doing some Monarch experiments, with Michelangelo Aquino. He's fun. They put some things in, shock me, like that. I was like, I love it. Thank you. I just got done doing some Monarch experiments, with Michelangelo Aquino. He's fun. They put some things on me and shock me, like that. I was like, I love it. I just got done doing some. Thank you, Jesus. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. Thank you, Jesus.
Yes,
At what facility?
Presidio, California.
Is that in San Francisco area? Presidio
Yes.
Naval Base?
Yes.
You know what rank Michael Aquino holds?
He was a colonel.
Over the years, his story would be discussed extensively in books and independent investigations surrounding the Franklin scandal. One author, Joaquin Hagopian, describes him as a central figure in the case and recounts allegations that he was subjected to years of abuse beginning in childhood. The same sources also discuss allegations involving prominent individuals, organized abuse networks, and other survivors who came forward with similar stories. None of this proves that the claims are true. What it does show is that the testimony you're hearing did not emerge in isolation. It became part of a much larger and highly controversial narrative that continues to be debated decades later.
Describe the program again, the Monarch program.
Monarch, as I said, was a program that used children to make multiple personalities for future use as spies and as a way to take over the United States government. The personalities were created at the first.
Who was intending to take over the United States government?
They already did.
I do not
Israel.
know that information.
Did you understand Mr. Aquino to be working on behalf of the United States or against the United States?
I believe he was working on behalf of the United States.
To take over the United States.
So some segment of the United States was trying to take over the United States government?
Yes.
The plan that Aquino had in it was he wanted to usher in the Antichrist.
That's crazy. Oh yeah, that's right.
Which is talked about in the Bible.
This was a government-sponsored program?
Yes.
You were 7 years old at the time that you were recruited?
I was actually 3 years old when it first began, but I was not created until later on.
At this point, there's something important to understand. The man giving this testimony is Paul Bonacci. According to Bonacci, Wes Lee was not simply an alias. He claimed that years of involvement in a program known as Monarch left him with multiple personalities, each holding different memories, experiences, and information. Throughout the deposition, Bonacci repeatedly stated that certain details could only be accessed by specific personalities. And when questions turned to the allegations you're hearing now, it was Wes Lee who was brought forward to answer them. Bonacci believed these personalities were created through a process of trauma and dissociation that he said began in childhood as part of the Monarch program. Whether those claims are true remains a matter of debate, but without that context, much of what follows in this deposition makes little sense.
So you were trained actually to be a spy
Yes.
on behalf of the program known as Monarch.
Yes.
For the purpose of ultimately taking over the government of the United States.
Yes.
And the reason that the individuals in charge of the program wanted children with dissociative personalities or multiple personalities was so that they would not reveal the information that gathered, if captured, in one of their other personas.
Yes, if captured or in any other normal activity.
Were you paid for your work in Monarch?
No.
The people involved in Monarch weren't recruited in the traditional sense. They weren't employees. They weren't agents who signed up for a job. Bonacci claimed they were selected at a young age and subjected to years of conditioning designed to shape their behavior and influence their decisions later
Their
in life.
parents are in on it.
The goal, he said, was to create individuals who would carry out specific tasks without fully understanding the larger purpose behind them. And as you'll soon hear, those tasks allegedly extended far beyond espionage or compromising powerful people. According to Bonacci, some were being prepared for positions of influence, authority, and power. In fact, he claimed that he himself was being groomed for exactly that kind of future.
Are you currently controlled by Monarch? Are you fearful of the consequences of what you have revealed here today? Are you fearful that Monarch will somehow, do you feel that you are at risk by what you have revealed?
Yes.
Have you felt threatened in the past by the members of Monarch?
Yes.
And when did you start feeling threatened by members of Monarch?
From the breakdown of the multiple personality system, which happened in 1986, which allowed me to start revealing memories that other personalities contain about abuses.
So once the breakdown started to occur, you became fearful that you were at risk because of that breakdown.
Yes.
Has anyone from Monarch ever contacted you since 1986?
Yes.
Who has contacted you from Monarch?
I cannot reveal that because I do not know what their names are.
They use code names.
Yes.
What are some of the code names that people use?
The Eagle.
What has the Eagle done that it's been threatening?
The Eagle makes phone calls that initiate hypnotic suggestive personalities, which are not real personalities, that were programmed in by Monarch. And what these codes that he says to me when he calls make the other personality or the suggestion come to pass, whereas I will do something in that personality and will not remember it at all in any other personalities. It will be forgotten, and I won't even have a record of it as myself.
If Bonacci's account is accurate, then the obvious question becomes, who was behind it? Throughout the deposition, he repeatedly claimed that the people involved rarely used real names. Instead, he described a system of controllers, handlers, and coded identities. When asked to identify specific individuals, Bonacci named only a handful of people he believed were connected to the operation. Some of those names would later appear repeatedly in discussions surrounding the Franklin and the allegations tied to it. Whether those accusations were justified remains highly disputed, but according to Bonacci, these were not anonymous figures operating in the shadows. They were real people with real positions and real influence.
They used us to get what they wanted. Let's
What
say
did they want?
they had a politician who liked girls or boys, men, women. They would get them into a position where they would have that, a boy or a girl or whatever it was, with them. They would videotape it and use it later for blackmail.
Now it sounds familiar, doesn't it? Powerful people, compromising situations, allegations of blackmail. It's the kind of story we've heard many times before, long before Epstein, long before Diddy. What Bonacci was describing was not entirely without precedent. In June 1989, the same year he was arrested, the Washington Times published a front-page investigation into a male escort ring with direct connections to the White House. At the center of the scandal was Craig Spence, a Republican lobbyist who arranged late-night tours of the White House, reportedly accompanied by male prostitutes. Spence boasted of CIA connections and claimed he recorded conversations at his parties to use as blackmail material. He died in November 1989 under unclear circumstances, found alone in a Boston hotel room, dressed in a tuxedo with a farewell message written on the mirror. Bonacci had separately mentioned Spence by name to investigators. Whether the two stories truly intersect remains an open question.
And you recognize and know the members of Monarch individuals who might have been involved in the Omaha area?
I only have a few.
Who are those people?
I don't know.
How do you spell his name?
Plemons. Works off of Offutt.
Is he employed by the United States?
I believe so.
Bill Clemens is one of the individuals involved in training children.
He was a controller, yes.
Who else?
Gary Ackerman.
And where does Mr. Ackerman live?
He is a congressman. I'm not aware of where he's from.
You don't know which jurisdiction?
No.
And you're saying that he is a controller and part of this?
He is not a controller, he is a lead of the conspiracy.
He's in charge of the conspiracy.
I am not able at this time to access much more information because of programs that were purposely put into me to... I cannot play spaces because they have programs that disallow that. They are simply erased, and they have also used means to insert other names.
Bonacci then named two more sitting members of Congress, Jerry Studs and Barney Frank. Both would become publicly linked to separate documented scandals involving young men during the same period.
Who programmed you?
I was programmed by Monarch. That includes psychiatrists from Offutt Air Force Base.
Who's that?
I do not know. They never allowed us to know names except for our direct controller, which was Bill Clemens. I only knew of a Colonel Aquino because I was also involved in the that.
When were you programmed?
I was programmed beginning in 1974.
Were you trained in the area of prostitution?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
Offutt Air Force Base.
And did that also occur in 1974?
Yes.
And how long a period of time did that training last?
This is one of the saddest things I've
There
ever
from
heard.
1974 until 1980.
So during those years, you received periodic training about and about prostitution?
Yes.
Anything else that you've received training on?
Yes.
What?
How to photograph documents in my mind to be able to relate that information to deprogrammers at a later date.
Have you personally engaged in any spying?
My initial program was to, as a young man, get adults who were powerful political leaders into positions where they could be compromised.
That was your mission?
That was the initial mission. The whole mission was for me to go into the military service and become an officer. And a few years after that, retire from the service. Not retire after 20 years, but after 6 years. And move to Germany. And then their initial plan to take over or to run the government was to put me in an ambassador spot. And then later to come back to the United States.
My
and to
Cucklebee!
run for an office, and they would be the ones who controlled everything that I did.
So you would be an operative, so to speak?
I would be a puppet.
A puppet.
As I mentioned earlier, Bonacci's deposition isn't just about espionage, blackmail, or compromising powerful individuals. What caught my attention wasn't the career path itself. It was Bonacci's claim that none of it was supposed to happen naturally. According to him, every step had already been planned in advance, and the people behind the operation intended to control the decisions he made along the way. Which raises an uncomfortable question. If this was really the objective, did it ever work? Have people ever reached positions of influence while answering to someone behind the scenes? Or have we simply been hearing the same story for decades, just with different names attached to it?
How did they attempt to correct the situation before they decided to terminate the operation?
In 1989, they attempted to reprogram, and they started to do this. I started to go to military bases, and I would simply, and this is noted by my family and my grandmother who I lived with, I would simply disappear for days at a time, and nobody would know where I was, and I would come back completely unaware of my events. And what they were attempting to do was try and get me reintegrated into their program. And in 1989, shortly before my arrest, I was to target Alan Bear once again.
Which military bases did you go to in 1989 for reprogramming?
I went to Presidio, I went to Fort Riley, Kansas, and to Fort Ent.
What?
Ent Air Force Base, Colorado, or the North American Air Defense Command.
Do you recall what city that was in?
It was near Colorado Springs.
And again, do you recall the names of any of the individuals who tried to reprogram you in 1989?
Colonel Michael Angelo Aquino himself attempted to do so.
Nearly 3 decades before stories like Epstein dominated headlines, Paul Bonacci was sitting in a deposition room describing a world that most people would consider impossible. A world of handlers, coded identities, blackmail, political influence, and memories he claimed were deliberately hidden from him. Whether his testimony reveals something real or something imagined is a question that continues to divide people to this day. But one thing is certain. Bonacci put these claims on the record, under oath, long before most of the public had ever heard conversations like these. And more than 30 years later, we're still arguing about what really happened.
Let me understand and make sure that I'm clear about what you were targeted to do for Operation I forgot the name of it. Monarch.
Paris S. says, meet at door. If I don't answer, just leave it there.
in the art of prostitution and espionage.
Yes.
And you have received that training from the period of 1970 up and through 1986.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I said 74.
The second aspect of the plan that was in place for you was to put you in a position where you would have
We already got another one? Oh, McDonald's, okay, cool. Let's do it. Where is it? Where are we going? Smart.
people of importance or of political power so that they could be compromised by engaging in activities with you.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Then the third aspect of that was that you were to join the military, where you would have a short career that would lead to a relatively early retirement.
Yes.
And after your retirement, you were to be sent to Europe in an ambassadorship.
I was to go to Germany and to receive training and education, and later I would become ambassador for a period of a few years, and then return to the United States to become a local.
You would become an elected official,
Yes.
responsive to monarch.
Yes.
Now, as I understand it, you accomplished the first element of that. You went through the training that they provided.
Yes.
And you went through the second phase of that, which was to find people of political or financial means in the community and put them in compromising positions.
They found people. I did.
Oh, okay,
They
so
set up the engagements, the encounters with the person. I simply was told to, when they program personalities, or the triggers, as I call them, they would call me up and they would use a code. I would simply switch into that trigger, go to where they told me to go, whether it would be or get on an airplane because they would already have the tickets there. They would have the tickets there under a name that only that trigger would know. And go to wherever it was, there would be somebody waiting for them in that city and take them to wherever it was that they were supposed to go, bring them back to the airport, put them on the plane. They would come back home, and as soon as they walked in the door, the memory of everything that had just happened would be erased completely.
Well, that's wild. Terrible. But all these people, like Mike Huckabee, which is the ambassador to Israel, right? Like him, all these people are compromised because they've been MK Ultra. That's wild. I don't know. I need to send that to Tommy. Is what I gotta do, huh? I gotta send this to somebody.
Do you feel that you are at risk by what you have revealed?
Yes.
Are the answers that you have given to those questions within the last half an hour true and accurate answers?
Yes.
Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Where is it? Come on, right here?
Are they complete
That's
answers?
interesting.
What
Where
you're
is it?
about
Right
to
here?
hear comes from a sworn deposition recorded in the early 1990s. The testimony contains one shocking allegation after another. And what makes this story even harder to ignore is that he later won his civil lawsuit.
Okay, what up? Alright, let's roll. He won his civil lawsuit.
Mr.
against
Lee.
The government.
You swear to tell the truth throughout this deposition?
Yes.
Would you please be sworn again by the court reporter? Mr. West, you swear to tell the truth and the truth and the truth, so
After watching
Welcome to another episode of the Olive Roots podcast. I'm your host, Josie Ayub, and today we got a really good one. I found this article on the internet, and the title of this article was 14 Jays Who Changed Queer History Forever. So I decided to share this article with you guys. I copied it and pasted it with the pictures in a Google Doc and had to do some homework and summarizing. I haven't read it, so we're gonna discover this together. And then I set up a goal. If we hit it, I'll share a video with you. In the meantime, make sure you are subscribed, hit the like button to boost up the algorithm for this video. And check out the merch on the oliverootspodcast.com. Get the caps, the bracelets, support me here, buy me a coffee, or Patreon. Alright, you might want to grab some popcorn while we're going over this info. And hopefully the popcorn will last you if we hit the goal to watch the video. Alright, so let's start with the article. I want to thank you so much for tuning in. I know this is a little bit earlier, but I had some free time, so why not? All right, let's see. Here we go. Fantastic. Okay, let's make sure it doesn't have to be this wide. Is that good? Let's see. It's different when you share things like that, you know? Okay, that should be good. Alright, so 14 Jays who changed queer history forever. So we're gonna we're going to go over this list. Okay, first one, Betty Berzon, 1928 until 2006. So she's a psychotherapist and author. What's the key impact from this queer? One of the first psychotherapists to treat gay, lesbian patients.
You have reached Science Creations, where we bring science to life. Please.
First Bubblecly come out in 1971, challenging the American J Psychoanalytic Association's classifications of homosexuality as a disease. So the American Psychoanalytic Association classified homosexuality as a disease. Did you know that? The more you know. Legacy, of course. Always a legacy with these people. Co-founded the Society for the Psychological Study of LGBT issues. There was no Q yet. That's new. And they kept adding to it, right? Wrote relationship guides for same-sex couples and published for hospital intake forms to include domestic partner. So that's Betty Berzon. All right, let's keep it moving. So we have a doctor, Dr. Fritz Klein, however you want to pronounce these names. 1932, we know what was happening back then. He was born then. Maybe he was born in the camp, who knows? Until 2006. All right, role, psychiatrist and bisexual rights pioneer. He's a pioneer of bisexual rights. Hence why Tel Aviv is so gay. Key impact. Developed the Klein Sexual Orientation Grid, expanding on the Kinsey scale to account for the complexity and fluidity of sexual orientation. Legacy founded the Bisexual Forum, the Journal of Bisexuality to promote bi research and supports. All about being bisexual, which means he's gay. All right, so that's Fritz Klein. Let's move on to Jazz Jennings, 2000 until today. What a look. Is that a man or a woman? You tell me. Role, activist, author, and TV personality. Oh, Hollywood went all the way in on this one. And Jazz Jennings.
You can get a free e-bike today. Companies are looking for people to test their newest models. Just tap now. Answer 2 quick questions.
A pastor has just offered a chilling message for Erica Kirk. And we have got our hands on this sick plot twist coming out of a pastor around Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and how he plans to replace him in a way that is just like very awkward and uncomfortable. So you can hide a lot behind a collar and a Bible. We've seen that. But a newly surfaced video is making that impossible for one very churchy leader today. So imagine looking Erica Kirk in the eye and putting a expiration date on her life and saying she only has a few years left before she's taken home. Creepy, you know? Very creepy, I'd say. And then in the very next breath, declaring that you are going to step in and become the new father to her kids. A new father? Come
What are
on,
we
that's
talking
weird.
about?
If anyone was saying that to me, that would be fucking weird. So people use religion all the time to deflect accountability, but this time, we're not gonna let you buy that. Because it seems like this particular pastor has some sort of sick plot to replace Charlie Kirk. So, you think that sounds like the beginning of a true crime documentary? Stay with me, because somehow it gets worse. It always gets worse, doesn't it? This isn't some random church leader. This is a pastor who is a major player behind the scenes at Turning Point USA. He is intrinsically tied to Turning Point USA and all of its cultiness. And the absolute darkest piece of this puzzle, you ready for it? A massive red flag nobody wants to talk about. His son was physically at the exact location where Charlie Kirk was. Yep. I'm going to show you the footage they didn't want you to connect. And all the unbelievable corruption rotting inside that church by these so-called spiritual leaders who all just so happen to be tied to one of the biggest, shadiest public pew-pews in recent times. Okay, so real quick, if you're new here, I'm Lauren Paritra, Willa Paritra. We do this, her and I do this every single day out of pure principle and an absolute refusal to let you guys ever be caught by Stephen Miller unsuspectingly. He's molting. He's molting again. He's molting behind Turning Point USA merch booths. So maybe you get your little Freedom t-shirt and there's a little bit of Stephen Miller skin on it. Just wipe it off. He's very pale and he can smell an undescribed
I don't even know who Stephen
He can smell
Miller
you
is.
from a great distance. So if you are not subscribed, I need you to hit subscribe. I need you to find us wherever you get your podcasts, Apple, Spotify, iHeart, wherever you listen or watch, and you need to hit subscribe. Turn those notifications on, follow, leave a 5-star rating, comment 6 words or more, hype this video.
Absolve that person of any guilt. That's the way that seems to make sense to me.
I'm not following. So, do you believe these text messages that were released? Do you believe Tyler Robinson actually sent those text messages?
At the moment, I do. Yeah.
Ah, you're a dummy.
Tell me why. It sounds like something out of the 17th century. Why would it's not consistent with any other text messages he's ever sent ever?
Well, okay, understand, but well, I don't know about any other text messages he sent ever.
Well, then you're a dumbass.
Sorry, Jesus. All of that stuff has been discussed on other channels.
Sorry,
okay,
Jesus.
I haven't seen any of that, so barring lack of that information, it does make sense. The way it's written, you know, people say, "Oh, it's AI." It was run through AI.
Why are you talking if you're
A lot of
dumb?
people say that it's written. It could be, but so I'm not excluding anything. I'm saying that jumping to the end state, which is what a lot of folks are doing, that's where I've taken issue. That well,
People
this is
did
it. We solved it. We
investigations.
figured it out.
You did not.
And I don't like that. So I push back really hard on that. If this person is, other people have said that those text messages are written as someone who is on the spectrum. So it's a very like a I guess you would say autistic or something in that realm, that people talk like this. This is, it's a vernacular used for, kind of the awkward folks. Could that be a reach? Maybe, but I mean, yeah, it seems suspicious, and I admitted that on my channel. I was like, yeah, this seems strange.
Jared, I'm not upset if you have not jumped all the way to where many of us, most people that I'm seeing on the internet, where most people have arrived. I'm fine with that, brother. You don't have to fully see it the way that we see it. Here's where I have an issue with a lot of, not issue, this isn't the word. Here's why I struggle to understand. How come you can say it's possible that the feds released text messages that were AI generated and say that it's strange? Just strange.
I got Raphael V. He's Uber Eats. Thanks.
You release fake text messages. Let's get into some deeper questions because I'm really curious to hear your thoughts.
Who that? Hey, what up? I am in Smyrna at the McDonald's.
Why are you laughing?
Me? I'm not laughing. He. I'm just kidding. I ain't laughing now.
You do it for real.
Huh?
You do it for real.
I'm at the McDonald's in Smyrna picking up an order for real.
Oh.
Yeah. For real.
Okay.
I don't know how many more I'm gonna do. I'm trying to get, I'm trying to make sure I got the money. I'm trying to get it tomorrow. So I'm gonna have to worry about getting the rest of it later. I'm trying to get it all right now. You know what I'm saying? So later I can have some money. Well, actually I just gotta save up for the car.
Yeah.
Yeah. I spent $20 for gas, but that's all I spent. I don't know how much I have. Because I'm shooting a video. 8 hours and 35 minutes. I've been out 8 hours and 35 minutes.
Thanks.
Well, I love you.
Later, I guess I get my own.
You going to sleep?
I just been asleep and I woke up.
Okay. Well, when I get there, you want me to wake you up?
Yes, sir.
Just to let you know I'm there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Love you. Where's my food at?
In your bedroom.
Okay, awesome.
Stick it on that table we fold out.
Okay, cool.
The dog gonna have a snack, so you gotta give him a snack.
Okay.
Alright.
Love you and God bless you. I'll see you in a little bit.
God bless you. Thanks.
Peace.
You've seen the Snake Eyes whole thing.
The Snake Eyes thing?
The movie? Have you heard about this?
So I've heard about it. I haven't gone into it. This is a lot of that stuff. It ends up being it's pattern recognition, and pattern recognition sometimes I guess can lead you to conclusions, but you can make pattern recognition about just about anything.
Okay.
You know, things lining up that a movie made back then. It's like Lincoln and Kennedy, right? Lincoln in 1969, Lincoln in 1869, Kennedy in 1969, when they became president. The Lincoln and Lincoln had a secretary named Kennedy. Kennedy had a secretary named Lincoln. Like all the parallels that lined up. That is it. Saying something. I don't know.
All right, you too. God bless you. Thank you.
To me, doesn't prove anything.
Okay, so I'm just going to regurgitate something to you, and you tell me what you make of this.
Okay.
There's a 1998 film called Snake Eyes, starring Nicolas Cage, where the Secretary of Defense, whose name is Charles Kirkland, was shot in the left side of his neck. An assassination.
Okay.
It happened on September 10th at the Trump Tower.
Okay. Trump Tower was Trump was the brand that was present in just about every movie, rap video, whatever back in the 90s.
Got you. Charles Kirkland, September 10th, assassinated, shot in the left side of his neck.
Charles Kirkland, Charlie Kirk. It doesn't mean anything to me. I'll be honest. I have to be honest.
No, you don't.
What's your implication then? That this was?
Is that a joke?
No, it's not a joke. Like that doesn't. That honestly doesn't mean anything to me. The Secretary of Defense was Charles Kirkland. The guy who was shot here was Charlie Kirk.
Well, Charlie Kirk. To be clear, his real name is Charles.
Charles Kirk. I assume.
His name is Charles Kirk.
Mm-hmm. That to me is a coincidence.
The person that was accused of shooting him name was Tyler.
Okay. Tyler's what, the fifth most common name? 10th, it's at least in the top 10 in America. I'm sorry, that doesn't do anything. That doesn't. My brain does not think that way. Do I believe they're coincidences?
Liar.
Yeah, they're absolutely coincidences.
He's trolling me.
No, I'm not trolling you at all.
He's trolling me because I'm not even saying you have to think that there's some conspiracy, but at the very least, I would believe that at the very least you would say that's crazy. You don't even give me that. You say, oh, okay, the same date, the same name, shot at the same place in the Trump Tower by Scott Tyler.
It's not the same. The Trump Tower thing is irrelevant. Again, you'll find Trump Tower's in Home Alone. Does that mean that Macaulay Culkin is part of a cabal?
You and I are on the same page with that. That's the only thing that you're talking about is the Trump Tower point.
So other than a name and a date that are separated by however many years that's been.
Hold up.
25 years.
The same name, almost down to the same name.
No,
the same date.
Wait.
The same date. The person accused of doing it name was Tyler. There was a.
Okay, it's not the same name, and the reason the person was Tyler,
okay. I mean,
You're a liar, bro.
That-
You're
Hey, I'm
terrible at
He's
this.
going to say there's nothing here.
You're
either.
MK Ultra.
The woman that was standing in front of the Secretary of Defense when he was assassinated heavily resembles Erica Kirk, but that could mean nothing. I'm with you. I
pretty and
agree.
blonde. Pretty and blonde, right?
Right. Okay. Same outfit as well. That means nothing. Watch this. The same actress from that film stars in a film this year called Heads of State. Would y'all like to know the role that she's playing? Someone named Elizabeth Kirk, and she's the Vice President of the United States.
If Erica Kirk ends up being the Vice President of the
They're
United
already
States,
pushing her. They've
I will-
already
I will-
suggested it all
I
over
will
the
go
place.
back. I will go back and
Come
say,
on, bro.
people can
Shut the
suggest anything.
stupid
After
up.
a big tragedy like this, people are going to look to do that. I will come back on your channel and say, absolutely,
won't.
you
You're
were
a
right,
liar.
Didi. Because this is, again, that
You're
is
lying.
You're trolling me, bro.
I'm not trolling you.
Yes,
I'm
he
saying
is.
that
He's a troll.
you can find there are pattern recognition. People do
troll.
this all the time.
He's
A lot of
troll.
folks do it in.
He's a troll.
Let's
He's
see.
a
It's
troll.
what
He's
what
a
religion
troll.
is it where they do it? It's
You're a troll. That's what you are, a religious troll.
They are getting people to abandon it for very large amounts of shekels and adopt the Noahide laws as their own. Now, the Global Noahide Project, which you can abso-defo make the argument for, was the original goal of Sabbatai Zevi.
Yeah.
If he had gotten his way, and if he did topple the Ottoman Empire, if he did overthrow the Zaydi Imamate in Yemen, if he did topple the monarchical regimes in France and Italy, we would be living under the Global Noahide Project today. Well, this is not just some, again, fringe thing that happens to also be connected to Chabad, number one, and the Third Temple Institute, number two. These are the Jews that are committed.
Completely fascinated with the Third Temple, which I don't fully understand, but it's always the Third Temple is always involved with everything.
Well, they want to destroy Masjid Al-Aqsa Mosque. Now, a lot of people, when you think of Al-Aqsa, you think of the Golden Dome, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're wrong. That's not Al-Aqsa. That's Qubat al-Sahra, the Dome of the Rock. Al-Aqsa is the smaller masjid, the smaller mosque, right next to it. And that's where the Jews are digging under.
That's why I've been hearing that they've been.
What's with the tunnels?
And Javad Lubavitch did this in New York, guys.
That's right.
The ones that came crawling out of the sewer, that's Javad. These weren't like random. These are the most powerful Jews in the world.
That's right. So they're digging tunnels under Al-Aqsa.
They want to worship Satan.
Because what they believe that Qubat al-Sahra and Al-Aqsa were built where their second temple was destroyed by the big homie Titus. Shout out to Titus once again.
Okay, well. They're always trying to rebuild this third temple.
Always, because that's where they say their Mashiach, hence why Sabbatai Zevi wanted to conquer
The Antichrist has to stand in the temple of God and proclaim that he is God, and all of these Satanistic people pretending to be, they're the synagogue of Satan. Say they are Jews, but they're not. They are the synagogue of Satan. That's what it says in the Bible. So they'll worship him, and then they're going to make it where everybody in the world has to worship him, or else their heads are chopped off. And that's the way it's going to work. There you go. It's going to be fun.
Usurping Zionist entity. So people have been convinced that Muslim regimes are out to establish a global caliphate, when in reality, it's the illegitimate Jewish regime that is out to create this global Noahide project that will make everybody their slaves. Huh?
Maybe they just want to help.
Of course.
We're here to help. The worst thing you want to
That's
hear,
all.
a Jew saying, I'm here to help.
Well, on that very note, this is something else that's central to Judaism, something you've probably heard before, Tikkun Olam. Tikkun Olam, which is practiced by every Judaic sect, every single one of them in different capacities. And it means, in their language, in their cult masquerading as a religion, to repair the world. But what they do not tell you, what they do not tell Gentiles, is that they want to repair the world for themselves while making it uninhabitable for us. So that manifests in various different ways. You see it with the liberals, the liberal Jew. These are the reform types that are always at the heart of the transgenderism, the LGBTQIA degeneracy in general, the Jews at the heart of feminism, the Jews at the heart of pornography, all of the ultra-liberalism. This is promoted by them. This is the way that the liberal Jews, they heal the world. They engage.
They're fixing you with porn. Real quick, I think it's important that you mention porn and feminism. These were both pushed by Zevi and Frank. They both push women to be leaders, to have filth on the streets. Absolutely. Why do they always push these women to be leaders? It seems like they're kind of collapsing.
Well, this is the contradiction, the hypocrisy, the duplicitousness of Judaism. One thing is good for the Jew, but it ain't good for the Goyim, right?
Yeah.
So you take a look at Jacob Frank. It was his daughter. His daughter.
Yeah, when you get into her a little bit, like she became treated her like a goddess, like a weird devil goddess.
They considered.
It's also strange reading this stuff, trying to know what to make of it.
They consider Jacob Frank's daughter to be a sort of incarnation of the female version of what they call the Godhead or the Shekinah.
Not Lilith, right? Something separate?
Well, Lilith is definitely part of it.
She's like a sacrifice god. But
Lilith, what's taught in the Talmud, this is really disgusting, and I apologize to all Christians and Muslims for even bringing it up, because we venerate Nabi Adam alayhi salatu wasalam. The Jews don't. The Jews disrespect him, and I guarantee that everybody watching has never heard of this before.
I heard it.
The Global Noahide Project.
Yeah, I have.
Now,
only 2
most
days
people
ago.
have undoubtedly heard of the Noahide laws. It's the 7 laws that Gentiles are supposed to follow in the age of the Jewish warlord tyrant Mashiach, who Zevi obviously claimed to be. It's the whole purpose of this discussion. But what most people don't know is that once we are in the age of the Mashiach, as per the Yehud, that whatever you are, wherever you've come from, whatever your beliefs have to be, you are supposed to strip yourself down, your ethnic heritage, your religious beliefs, your ancestry, your cultural background. All of that is supposed to go out the window, and that way you have become the perfect Noahide.
So they want you to abandon all that.
Noahide.
Just like communism.
Well, in a lot of ways, absolutely.
Well, same people, I guess.
Same people. So, the Global Noahide Project, there are 2 currents that are pushing it within world Jewry today. And that is none other than Chabad. They are intimately tied to it. And this is obviously an extraordinarily messianic sect of Judaism we got into on our last program. And the Third Temple Movement. Now, this is something that you were asking me about.
Yeah, I'm a little confused. The Third Temple, they're just absolutely obsessed with it. And like, why is that so important? Why are they trying to rebuild it?
I'm obsessed with it.
Including the Messianic lodges, the
I've been obsessed with it
Freemasons,
for 15 years.
all these groups, the Red Heifer, the current Zionists, they all want to bring back the Third Temple.
Well,
and Jesus was opposed to it. He attacked it with the whip. That's where he attacked, right?
Without a doubt. And the Third Temple is obviously, according to Judaic belief, will be built with a Second Temple. Was, again, shout out to my man Titus for running through and crushing that thing. And the Third Temple, the Jews believe it is at the location currently of Masjid Al-Aqsa Mosque, the third holiest site in all of Islam. Now, what the Muslims obviously know this, but most people don't know, is that when you think of Al-Aqsa, you think of the exquisite golden domed building, right?
Yeah.
That's not Masjid Al-Aqsa. That is Qubat As-Sakhra, the Dome of the Rock. Masjid Al-Aqsa is the smaller mosque right next to it. And the Jews have been digging tunnels.
They like to do that.
They are big fans of tunnel digging. All right, New York to Moscow, Jews are digging tunnels, and they're doing it in Palestine too. And they are engaged in excavations underneath Masjid Al-Aqsa.
Why are they doing that?
Because
they want to collapse.
They want to collapse it, and then ultimately, once it does, they can begin the rebuilding of the temple. This will be temple number 3, the so-called third temple. And then they can formally announce the coming of their Mashiach warlord, the Antichrist.
To me, it seems weird that Jesus attacks this temple and they're trying to bring back the Antichrist, and you have Christians trying to help them do that.
Well, it's very unfortunate because what most Christians don't know either, connecting it to the Global Noahide Project, is that while you're out here helping, the individual that you are attempting to crown is not Jesus Christ. Like,
phone gonna ring? What happened?
Vinted to the rescue. Sell what your kids don't need and earn some extra money back.
Address is here.
Quick snap.
The address.
Upload your toy and sell. Sold already. Now on to the next one. If you don't need it, sell it. Download Vinted and start selling today.
Okay, so let's see. Where do I want to put it? Right there. Okay. Just gonna park over here. I'm sorry. But it's alright. I'll be right back. Let me go figure this out. Where are they? Where are they? Let's see. Just to show. Oh, there they are. What do we have?
There's a sinister and secretive group of people that run the globe. They control everything from banks to the media. They own the world.
Maybe I made enough.
They own 99% of the world's wealth, and yet there are less than 1% of the population. They have special family bloodlines to pass on power from generation to generation. They have sacred rites and secret rituals. They have a belief system that stretches back in time for thousands of years to their very origin.
Artean regnum phasmatis.
They spawned the religions, royal families, global business, financial systems, and arms companies. They created revolutions and wars on an epic scale. They watch everything we do and manipulate our thoughts and actions. You are in their service, and you do not even realize it. They have been doing all of this and more for thousands of years, and they have one goal in sight. This is the darkest, untold tale of control in the history of mankind. This is the story of what they believe, what they do, how they do it, and why. They have many names, but they have one origin and one purpose. And now, we have tracked down their symbols, secrets, names, origin, and purpose.
Okay, close. May not have it all.
Know them as the Illuminati. But they had other names such as Albigenses, Cathars, Waldenses, Troubadours, Anabaptists, and Lollards. And from here arose the secret societies. The Knights Templar initiated the Muslim assassins into the subversive mysteries, and the occult forces of the alchemists, Rosicrucians,
and others permeated them all. This is the real history of what we generally term the Illuminati. Through this understanding, we shall be able to see them clearly wherever they arise. This is the information you need to see clearly. This is the hidden history of the Illuminati.
Oh, Susan, did you know that we are live? I'm the best in the world.
Oh, all right, self-proclaimed, yeah.
No, this is for real.
Samuel.
This is for real. It's not even close.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. I already put you either one or two, bro. So listen, Samuel, do you know anything about the Holy Bible?
I've been teaching the Bible for close to 40 years.
Oh, look at God. Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Won't he do it? Oh, okay. So, do you think that you are pretty expert in it, or are you still finding truths in the layers of the Bible?
Well, I've discovered that when it comes to this particular book, in contrast to other books, that this book, with respect to the knowledge and wisdom and understanding that it conveys, is ageless, is endless, is without end, is forever and ever. And that you never come to a point to where you master, if you will, in comparison to our finite minds, if you will. We're always learning when it comes to the knowledge of to the Most High.
Oh, pure. Brother Samuel's up here. I'm shooting him a follow right now. Okay, there you go. Follow, and you follow me back, man. Pure. Huh?
That's you, Pierre, non-stops?
Yeah.
No, that's the host. Yeah, that's the host. Yeah.
Hey, well, I got
the
him.
Host.
But which one is you, though? That's what I'm
the IDK Cafe. The IDK stands for I don't know. And with the dot, that's a full stop, and then sometimes I be cooking. I'm not really cooking today.
See,
I'm making sure I got.
See, Cafe, people, and I like Bible teachers because my uncle's one of them, right? All I do is I let my light shine.
Right.
I never told you that I was a Bible teacher. I told you I'm the best at the Bible. Because it's for real. This is for real. I always told you that I'm anointed because I know I'm anointed.
Listen, here.
You should know that. Didn't Jesus know he was anointed?
Yeah.
You didn't have to tell nobody.
Didn't his cousin show the people at the time that he was anointed?
He never told the people that he was going to teach them anything. He showed them by the way he lived. That's what Jesus. He never told them. He never told them, I'm teaching you anything. He always said, I do the will of my Father. This is why I know who I am. You know what I'm saying? Because I was born, and this is who I am. That's what it is.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Egotistical.
I'm not. No one's saying that you're not. What you're saying is sometimes we have to be tested, though. You know, the Most High is going to always test us. To measure where we are, like, and we're not even knowing. You know what I mean? That's why I say, as far as the extreme shift from where you were, you know, let's say 2 years ago to where you are now, it's just I just be peeping the scene per se, you know, and then I always want to see where my brothers and sisters' heart is, you know, like, because we can wear the mask all we want and we can go from side to side, but in reality, You know, there's things that go on, and a real man should be able to be amongst men and say, hey, you know what? This X, Y, and Z is happening to me, man. This is not fun. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
And
Everybody know that I wanted you to come here, come to me. I don't want you to mention anything about states, because I never talk about that on here. We always talk offline about what state anybody is in and all that. But I always wanted you to come here first. And I'm telling you, I met Purify in the right way, man, straight up. Because I said this to Purify one time. I don't even know if I said it to her, but I remember one time, and you was right. You was right, man. You spoke this into my life. You was like, Purify got you. Those were your exact words. But this was way before she started coming here regularly, man. You remember that, IDK? You said, Purify got it, man. Yo, you spoke that into my life, man. That's before she was coming here regularly, straight up. Because you do know that I knew you before her. I know you know that, man.
Listen, young man, respectfully. Again, that's neither here nor there. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that particular instance, okay? What I am talking about is checking, how a Muslim would say, checking your aqidah, man. Where are you with you know, your level of, because you told me, and Samuel, stop me when I'm lying. Didn't he say that he's been procrastinating because of his you know, not wanting to to own his anointing when it comes to taking office? And Samuel,
for sure. Yeah, you're right. And I can confirm that.
Okay, Samuel, he did also say that he is the Bible expert in the world, right? And
I'm the best at the Bible. I always say the Bible. I say I'm the best. I never said expert.
You know what I mean? Oh, excuse me. Well, I guess that. Right. I apologize. I stand corrected.
What does that even mean?
Expert.
I'm the best at the Bible. What does that mean? That don't mean nothing.
So I apologize.
Does that mean
You're
something?
the best.
No. Don't mean nothing.
And sometimes I be wanting to know things, man. Sometimes just going and a lot of times people think just because I have a cafe, I love to be in the sense of, I don't know, God knows best, right? Like I said before, look at God. God that brought up somebody. You don't know Samuel? I mean, if you look back in the Bible, you probably could find out about the character of Samuel in the Bible. A lot of times people do that. You know, they'll have a present company not excluded. They'll have names out of the Bible, right? Such as Samuel, and we ain't gonna say anybody else's name because we know that ain't right. But biblical names, and then someone says they only take from the red letters, and that's the only, you know.
Because so I'm gonna confess why. Because that's my sword. That's my sword.
Your sword?
Yeah.
Well,
that's my sword.
Oh,
you talking about red letters?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, when you deal with the scriptures, if you will, it's all the inspired word of God. We understand that the red letters are a reference to when our Lord walked the earth in human form, and he spoke, you know, in that form. Nevertheless, from Genesis to Revelation, we're dealing with the inspired word of God, the breath of God. It's all good.
Now I'm looking at Purify's did y'all see her logo? Did y'all see her logo yet?
Not yet. Hold on, wait. Hey,
you gotta see her logo. It's powerful.
Samuel. Listen, it's interesting. I had a friend of mine. He passed away. His name was Samuel. He passed away like maybe about a week after my grandfather passed away. And I came from a small town in Minnesota, and it was a big deal because he was unalive with a buku Baca, you know what I'm saying? And at that time, that kind of stuff wasn't really going on in my hometown. So, anyways, this is a story. What did the prophet Samuel do in the Bible? Because I'm not the best when it comes to that. I'm not really familiar with his story.
Are you talking to me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Like any other prophet, he was a mouthpiece for the Most High, and he spoke on his behalf as what you would call an ambassador, like any other prophet.
I know that part. I'm saying like his story. Like what was it?
You missed everything.
Huh?
I say what I'm saying. That's the main thing. If you missed that, you didn't miss everything.
No, I didn't miss that. I've heard that, but I'm not as articulate. Like I know about Jonah. I know about his story as familiar. Of course, Noah. I know about Isaiah. Samuel is just kind of vague. I can go and do research. I will. I'll receive that. Be up on Samuel's story. Is there any particulars that you would mention? Because they all, you know, like you say, they're all ambassadors, but they all have missions as well. Would you agree? What was Samuel's mission?
To be God's mouthpiece.
Man, come on, man. All right, don't worry about it.
But one thing we don't want to complicate the scriptures and confuse our listeners or our audience. We want to keep it as simplistic as we should. You see, it's very important.
Yeah, okay.
It's not impressional about it. It's about.
What you gonna say, Purified?
Please welcome to the channel the new guest, Yana.
Yana, happy Monday/Tuesday for you.
You remember in the Bible when the two girls, the lady couldn't get pregnant, and she asked God, if you allow me to, you know, bear this seed, I'll dedicate it to you. That's who said.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Purified. She's goated, bro. Goated, man. But that was simple.
Sure. You want me to answer the question? Okay. Is there any limits? What I can and cannot say?
Yeah, be friendly, no cursing.
Say unalive.
Oh, that's the basics. Okay. I thought it's like don't head, point, and all that stuff. Okay. Where are we heading on the human race? So in my opinion, how we're
I like that.
Race, we all have our goods and bads. I feel like
that's what the question is. I didn't know there was that question. I thought it was about Samuel. What happened?
I can't stand that when that happens. I say the devil's a liar. As soon as that happens.
He's a liar. What's going on?
She got.
And all I could say is that I stopped watching mainstream media when I was 25, so 20 years ago. I stopped watching mainstream media.
I never started.
Yeah, I never. Every once in a while, but I never really was into it. But she's just.
You want to know my shameful secret?
Like Rachel Maddow and shit.
You want to know my shameful secret, former media?
What's that?
Like long time ago. Over a decade ago, I watched Democracy Now! And Secular Talk with Kyle Klinsky, and secondarily,
The car gonna need some new brakes. Same clothes every day because I won't change. Nigga, I don't got a car, but I run train. But I read a bitch known from my doorstep. Hey, all y'all niggas getting left like a voicemail. Took some time out the game trying to evolve. But a nigga can't change, I'm the same dog. I'ma go and keep it real from this day on. I think I put the same amount of Ultra Trace on.
It's called the Rap Yard.
Music.
That show's called the Rap
You know what I'm saying? A very select few that that end up getting that.
But you gotta think about this though, sis. Like most Asian and the Arab culture, you don't really see them outside of work. You see them like where they work, like the damn nail shop or Chinese restaurant or some shit like that. And like, I'm not trying to be this with an R, but that's where you see them. But you don't really see them out in no club. You don't see them well. You know what I'm saying? They be goddamn, they be with their own people's type shit. You feel me? That's they part of their culture type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Also, at their country, at their country, many of the women are not allowed to do much. The most freedom they get is when they come over here, if they get it.
Yeah.
Wait, dog, I ain't gonna let y'all do that because I'm from Iraq, man. These Chinese women out here.
Yeah, I
ain't Chicago nigga, man. Like, no, hey, shit, Tampa, dog, they ain't stepping like that, dog. I might see a couple of them at the gym. Besides that, I don't see them like that, dog.
But that's because y'all in the South, though.
Yeah, on the East Coast, it's a lot, right, Willie? We be knowing. Like
I travel. But
I see the most in the West Coast, man. Yeah. I see like when I'm in Cali and shit like that.
Especially in the West Coast, yeah.
Yeah, they be stepping type shit. You know what I'm saying? But like,
not in no South.
I hear no, nigga, no.
I know South. The black women be tearing. They tear that up.
Isn't there a lot of Hispanic in Florida too?
Yeah. It's like that. I say I love my
Haitian, I think.
Yeah, like South Passe, you got the Como Estas, Cape Paso.
Caribbean.
You know what I'm
I ain't
saying?
gonna lie, they taking over out here, but they everywhere.
Oh,
yeah,
they
coming out.
Yeah.
And they fucking with them niggas.
I love me some Hispanic chick, dog. Like lately, man, I've been dating fucking Venezuelans like a lot lately, man. Them motherfuckers, they the baddest now, dog. Venezuela, man, you get you a Venezuelan chick? Oh my God. Cause at first, Colombian one was like, okay, the Colombian ones and the Argentinian ones, they was real life steppers. You know what I'm saying? But now, Venezuela, oh my God, nigga, oh my God, Venezuelan chicks.
That's only cause they thirsty.
No, man, the Venezuelan chicks are so fucking gorgeous, dog.
I ain't talking about what they look like. I'm talking about what they really like. I ain't talking. See, I ain't. Y'all got the good batch. I'm in Texas. I fuck with all of them. Trust me.
I mean, like, bro, I be in Houston and shit like that. Y'all got like a whole lot of Mexicans and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, that's cool.
Where you from? Memphis?
I'm from Tampa, dog.
Are you in Florida?
Yeah, I'm from Tampa, dog.
And it's for anybody that's found too, because we all should give it a song. It's a good song.
You want to turn your camera on or you want to stand in the box?
The soul.
And then I go ahead and just let them know that they showed me who they are.
Right. Right.
The guy earlier, he couldn't do nothing but insult me, and I finally said to him, "Hey man, you mad at me because them women was insulting you? I don't got nothing to do with that."
For everybody right now, what's going on with the host is he's arguing with himself.
But Yana, what did you go to school for?
Why? I was very.
Talk about you. You went to school for art and.
Yeah, can't hear her.
Well, I majored in digital design, and I'm 22.
Okay.
I did all this during high school, and I graduated early. I graduated when I was 16. So all that stuff. I majored in. Excuse my English. English not my first language, so bear with me. I majored in Adobe. I have my certificate in Photoshop and Illustrator. I also got certified and stuff for health science and biology. So maybe if art isn't for me in the future, I can always be a doctorate I also majored in English. That's why I can kind of talk better and pronounce it. Still working on it. Pronounce it a little bit better. So yeah, that's really all about me.
What's your first?
Do you like people that are older than you?
Man, stop.
No, and I already have a boyfriend.
Huh?
Shut him down.
Wait a minute. Where did that come from?
You said if I like people older than me, and I said no, I already have a boyfriend.
But what that got to do with me though? I don't got nothing to do with that.
Well, why you worried about it telling you? Why you worried about her telling you? Can she tell you?
The question was really, do you respect your elders? Like you like to sit with your elders?
Oh, of course. I am the second youngest out of 9 kids. So I have a lot of older siblings, and my parents are older, of course.
Hey, listen, what is see, Kira, you always come with the stuff, throw me all the way with a spin. Hold on, let me recapture the thought. What was I gonna ask you?
Do you ever respect my elders? Well, you already
No, I asked that. Oh yeah, what is your first language, if you don't mind?
Oh, I speak Spanish. I'm Black and Hispanic, but I really don't like speaking Spanish too much because I have a very bad trauma with it, put it that way.
Lying.
So I'm forcing myself not to speak my native language no more.
Lying.
Oh.
I don't believe
Okay.
Doesn't sound real.
So yeah, that's really all about me.
Trauma bomb, yeah.
Hey, another thing, right? Another thing is she has on her logo, IDK, a clear world, a stronger tomorrow.
That's awesome.
I can go right in the Bible because I'm the Bible king. And I can ask y'all to look at John chapter 16, verse 33. So basically what Purify is telling me in the spirit world is that you got to overcome the world because it ain't got nothing to do with the flesh. Because once it becomes clear, you start to understand, yo, I'm in hell.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay?
Okay, I got you.
I'm in hell. And the only way to get out of hell is to see things more clearly.
Yeah, I like it.
And once you clarify, is that what are you trying to tie that into what I said to you earlier when you're going through hell? Just keep going.
Yep.
Can I say something?
I don't know. Can you? You just did.
When we look at the words that are recorded in Scripture, and as it relate to Jesus Christ, he says, because of this world, this present age, you will have trials and tribulations. He's talking about this present age. The Bible also tells us in the New Testament of a new heaven and a new earth, and it refers to this present age, this present heaven, this present earth someday will pass away and be replaced, if you will, with the new heaven and the new earth. And this is all evident in the book of Revelation as it relates to prophecy or future events.
Listen, Samuel, listen, bro.
Go ahead.
Me and you, God willing, will have that conversation. I'm concerned with my youth right now.
Go ahead.
The sister, our new sister that came up, look at her, she's a whole genius, man. She done graduated high school at 16. Man, 16. And I think that's an awesome thing. Our youth are excelling in areas that are,
Let's go back to what he said too, Cap, after you finish. Go right back to what he said.
I will. It actually is a slight fulfillment of this old world, rolling up. You know what I'm saying? Like it's because our kids are just so smart, our grandkids, and I think that we as elders need to really get with, really stay in tune with how to navigate this oncoming so-called digital world, and especially when it comes to, you know, the E word, you know, I think that's important. So big ups to you, Yana. You did an awesome job. I just want you to know that it's just a chapter. You still got time. You still can grow. What do you think that you would want to do, like for your input into helping us change the world? How can you teach us?
Well,
from Trump.
Right
Run
now,
from Trump.
I am in college and stuff for art. But one thing I definitely for sure, I'm very big when it comes to health and stuff. And luckily, at my old school and stuff, we had the equipment to study about cancer and all that stuff, and actually took the time to study cells. So my goal in my life is to understand cancer cells better and understand how they develop. What can we prevent it, or what can we cut that cancer cell's gene off to prevent it from the next generation?
Cafe, I don't want to get too far away from Samuel, because I believe that we're in hell. And he said that there's a new, what did you say, Samuel?
New heaven and new
The
earth.
scriptures reveal to us in the book of Revelation what some refer to as eschatology, end time events, a new heaven and a new earth. And it draws a contrast between the old heaven and the old earth, of which we are presently located, the old heaven and the old earth, if you will. And that is clearly evident in Scripture. If we respect Scripture as the inspired word of God, we would agree with it. Any opinions we have contrary to that, we would renounce it.
But I don't even know what you're talking about now.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up for you. And or somebody else can pull it up.
Hold on, that's cool.
I don't understand nothing he said.
Exactly.
He said he was a Bible teacher, and that's part of the issue.
No, hold on.
Wait. Samuel, I totally get what you're saying.
You don't disqualify me. That's not on your end.
No, that's the issue that I have, because, go ahead. I don't understand what you're saying. Like, I'm not criticizing. I said I don't understand. Go ahead, I don't understand it.
Now, I was trying to get the definition of popping, but you guys want to get off into this theology discussion.
I was trying to get that definition.
The young lady, she dipped on us, man, because she don't want to hear all this right now.
Oh, it's all good. She ain't ready for it. Remember, you said she wasn't ready. So you said she wasn't ready. You do know you said that in that conversation you had with her. She wasn't ready. She's not ready.
Right.
That's why she left. So that was spiritual. That's why she had to leave. She ain't ready.
Exactly.
Wait, I don't think that you're ready to get the definition of popping.
There you go.
Yeah, I ain't ready for that. I don't think I'm ready for that either. I don't think I'm ready for that. I don't think I can handle the definition of that.
Yeah.
So mad that you did not know what it was. I'm in the bathroom cracking up. Like, he's serious. What are you trying to tell me? You don't know what popping is.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
And the brother wouldn't even teach me, which is terrible.
Did he really even tell you?
By teaching.
Okay. Let's see. Okay, so. Uh-oh. See this. Okay, so. gonna do then. We're gonna chill with that. We'll do that in a minute. Get this other one. There it is. And I'm gonna be back in a minute. Let's see. Take okay. Go.
answer yes or no. That's why I don't have to point it out.
If you have
Brian, are you there?
if you have a real
I don't do that. I'm not pointing out the scripture. I don't. Brian, you there? I don't point at scripture and be like, no, I don't do that.
you bragging on yourself right
No, I'm not. I don't need to. I could.
Did you say that right there? I don't need you. You ever read the words?
I don't need to.
Talking to the church.
Yes, I read the words of Paul. Yes, I read the words.
The analogy of the human anatomy.
Paul's a liar. Paul's a liar. I'm the first one that told you that. Paul's a liar. He said it himself.
You don't
Brian, you there?
Spirit.
No, I don't believe him because he told me he's a liar. He told me he was a liar. You know this. Why would I believe Paul? He told me not to believe.
What I'm gathering.
He literally said that.
No matter where I come from, scripture, you got a problem because your opinion is more important. It has
my opinion is not my opinion is my opinion.
Proverbs
my
18:2.
Wait a minute, you tell me.
But that his heart may discover itself.
You have to use the Bible to claim it for. And I'm telling you my opinion, not important.
What the scripture say? Proverbs 18:2.
I hear you, man. I hear you. I hear you. Are you calling me? Are you calling me a fool, Sam? Samuel, are you calling me a fool?
You fit the
Samuel,
of that particular.
are you calling me a fool? Are you calling me a fool? Samuel, I'm asking you a question. Are you calling me a fool?
I'm quoting scripture.
No, don't. See, that's what I do. Dear Purify, he tried to get me a scripture. He tried to get me a scripture so we can go back and forth. I'll do that.
Is that you really don't believe the scriptures.
I'm not your brother, man. I'm not your brother.
Well,
I'm a mere man. I'm not your brother. Because you don't even show me respect. I'm your brother. Go ahead, Purify.
what he said earlier is not scripture. That's hermeneutic. That's your interpretation of what it said. That's not real scripture. And I actually believe the heavens is in the earth is in the heavens, and then the first and the second one. You're going off visions that John had.
Oh, and so
You're not, what I'm telling you is you're not taking what he said as he wrote it. You're using hermeneutics and you're taking his interpretation of what it says. That's exactly what it is.
This is a conversation about you guys' opinions about it. This is the problem.
No, this is not my opinion. That's your opinion. Your interpretation, your hermeneutics of what John was saying is not scripture, though. It's not scripture. I'm just letting you know it's just your
Samuel,
interpretation.
please don't argue with a woman. Samuel, please don't argue with her.
I understand women. I get it. You know,
Argue with me, but not her. Please don't do that. She's literally outnumbered. Please don't do that. I'm asking you not to do that. Argue with me.
Okay,
Let her finish, please.
Yeah,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Samuel. Let her finish her point.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, man.